Then, assuming you can put each of your big toes over the one next to them, you could count to, what, just over 16,000? I suppose so. He contemplated his entree for a moment. I can wiggle my ears, you know. Never. Yes, watch. Good heavens. We amused each other with a selection of childish antics like this for a while, then got on to puzzles. I've got one, I said. What are the next two letters in this sequence? S-T-N-D-R-D. He sat back. I had to repeat the letters for him. He looked thoughtful. S-D, he said. No. Yes, it is. It's standardized with all the vowels taken out. No, it isn't. Why not? He asked indignantly. That's a perfectly good answer. The correct one's much better. He made a noise which sounded suspiciously close to a harumph and sat back with his arms crossed. Well, so you tell me, young lady. Want a clue? Oh, if you insist. First clue. I'll write it down. I took my napkin and lipstick and wrote S-T-N-D-R-D --. He bent over the napkin, then looked up at me skeptically. That's a clue? The gaps, the spacing, that's the clue. He looked unconvinced. He carefully extracted a pair of half-moon glasses from his breast pocket and put them on. He peered at the napkin over the top of them. Want another clue? Wait, he said, holding up one hand. All right, he said, eventually. Second clue. It's a very simple sequence. Really? The simplest. That's your third clue. Actually, it's your fourth clue, too. And I've already given you the answer. Uh-huh. He gave in at last. Well, I think the answer is S-D, and you're just being a tease, he told me, folding the glasses and putting them away. The answer is T-H. He looked at the napkin. I wrote the last two letters into the space. No, he said, I still don't see. Watch. I wrote a large 1 in front of the letters S-T. I didn't need to add the 2, the 3, or the 4. Ah, he said, nodding. Very clever. Haven't heard of that one before. You wouldn't have. I made it up myself. Really? He looked at me. You are a clever little thing, aren't you? I used my wintry smile. I woke up in darkness, breathless. I was gasping for air, drowning in what felt like a semi-vacuum beneath a huge and terrible weight. Darkness. Not just ordinary darkness, but total darkness. Profound and utter, and somehow intensifying the breathlessness. Where was I? Berlin? No, that had been a dream, or something remembered. Bliss-Craig? Chilly enough for one of the turret rooms. I looked for my watch. The bed felt small and cold and odd. Nebraska? The air outside the bed, as well as feeling absurdly cold, didn't smell right. The bedclothes were far too heavy. My breath hurt my throat. There was a very strange smell in the air. Where the hell was I? I extended my left hand and found cold, stone-solid wall. I reached up and touched wood. I saw a small, glowing circle nearby on my right and leaned across to it. It felt like I was wearing all my clothes. My fingers closed round the watch. It felt very cold. According to the Breitling, it was 4:15. I tried to remember whether I'd reset it for the right time zone. Clattering across an uneven wooden surface, my fingers encountered the familiar lumpy shape of the Netsuke monkey figure, and then the ribbed casing of my little flashlight. I clicked it on. My breath smoked in front of me. I was in some sort of bed alcove. The ceiling of the room was painted bilious yellow and livid green. A row of demonic faces glared down at me, painted red, purple, black, and orange. Their brows were arched, their ears were pointed, their eyes were huge and glaring. Their moustaches were curled like waxed black hooks, and their fang-like teeth were bared behind snarling carmine lips, under cheeks as round and green as avocados. I stared at them. The little Aspherolux threw a tight, even spot of light. The spot was shaking. I must still be dreaming. I really needed to get back to sleep properly and wake up again. Then I remembered. Thulan. I was in Thulan, in the capital city of Thun, in the Palace of 1,000 Rooms, which had exactly 61 rooms. The bizarre painted wooden heads were there to ward off demons while the honored guests slept. There was no light because A, it was night, B, there was no moon, C, the room's window was covered by both curtains and shutters, and D, the palace electricity generator shut down at midnight when the prince was in residence. At other times, like now, it was turned off at sunset. I was cold because I was in a place where central heating meant having a full stomach. I was breathless because I'd come from hot and humid sea level yesterday morning to 9,000 feet by tea time. By the side of the bed, there was a small oxygen cylinder and mask, just in case. No TV, of course. I remembered the airstrip, being welcomed by a polite little quilted Thulanese guy of indeterminate age called Langton something or other, walking with him at the head of a procession of adults and chattering children, and being shown around the ramshackle town, entering the palace complex through brightly painted wooden gates, and having a tour of its impressive staterooms, before sitting down to dinner at a long table with what looked like a bunch of monks dressed in primary colours, none of whom spoke English. I'd sampled various consistencies and hues of beige food, drunk water and fermented milk beer. Then suddenly it was dark, and apparently it was time for bed. I'd felt wide awake, bewildered, dizzy, not connected to the world, but wide awake, until I'd seen the little cot bed, and then I'd suddenly conked out. I clicked the torch off. My feet felt down to the bottom of the bed and touched the cork-stoppered china hot water bottle. It was still warm. I hooked it with one foot and brought it up towards my bum as I curled up again and closed my eyes. Why had I been dreaming of Berlin and Hazelton? Because I'd been talking to Hazelton the day before, I supposed. Because that dinner was the first time we'd exchanged more than a few words. Obvious, really. Except that it wasn't. Some bit of my brain didn't like this explanation and kept insisting there was more to it. I put it down to lack of oxygen. Hazelton had felt my knee beneath the table later and insisted he would see me back to my room that evening. I'd run away. Why couldn't I dream of Stephen? Stephen, married to Emma. Emma who went, oh, 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 in total silence. Emma who was having an affair with Frank Erickson, a corporate lawyer for Hergé Corporation, who lived in Alexandria, Virginia, with his wife Rochelle and 3 children, Blake, Tia, and Robin. He and Emma had met in various hotels within the D.C. Beltway, usually around lunchtime, and had managed 2 weekends together, one in New Orleans, when he was attending a convention and she'd claimed to be visiting an old school friend, and one at the Farrington House, an elegant country inn tucked away in the woods near Pittsburgh, North Carolina. I had the zip code and the telephone number for the inn. I even knew what they'd had to eat for dinner on the Friday and Saturday night, and which wines they'd chosen to accompany their meals. I could have called the place up and asked them to reserve the same suite and put a bottle of the same champagne on ice. There were no videos of their tryst there, but I had a scanned copy of the bill. The DVD Podenholt had given me contained photographs of that bill, various restaurant checks, all matched to still photos or other short pieces of video of the adulterous couple in those restaurants, receipts for flowers to be delivered to Mrs. Buzetsky's office in the graphic design company she worked for, a receipt for a $500 negligée in Mr. Erickson's name, which I suspected his wife had never worn, and a whole variety of other bits and pieces of film and documentation that chronicled their affair in excruciating detail. The film of them fornicating in the D.C. hotel room, the Hamptons Hotel Bethesda, room 204 to be precise, was just the cherry on the cake. Somebody had gone to a huge amount of trouble over a considerable period of time to gather that evidence. And the more I thought about it, the less I believed Hazelton that the disc had just fallen into his hands. How much of this sort of stuff went on? Was it just Hazelton, or were the rest at it as well? Did they have anything similar on me? Unlike Stephen, I'd never taken any vows, never made any promises, legal or otherwise. But what about the people I'd slept with? I tried to review the list of sexual partners I'd had over the years, looking for any that could be blackmailed or otherwise compromised. As far as I could remember, there shouldn't be a problem. I'd always tried to avoid married men, just as a matter of course, and on the few occasions when I'd ended up in bed with one, it had been because the bastard had lied. Well, once or twice I might have suspected, but never mind. Come to think of it, Stephen ought to be grateful and flattered I was prepared to make an exception for him. Maybe this had all been done for me, I thought. Maybe Hazelton really didn't make a habit of this sort of thing, but had set up this particular surveillance operation because he knew how I felt about Stephen, knew how Stephen felt about adultery, and had seen a way, perhaps, to give my beloved to me, and so leave me forever in his debt. I was too hot. The air outside the bed was still sharply chilly, but underneath the Himalayan pile of bedclothes, it had suddenly become sweaty. I pulled off my jumper and thick socks. I kept them in the bed with me in case I needed to put them on again later. What the hell was I going to do? Should I tell Stephen about his wife? Shit. It wasn't just the dishonesty or any advantage I might gain. It was safety. Emma and Frank hadn't used any protection that I could see. I could phone Stephen right now. I could tell him the truth, that I had the evidence and Hazelton had given it to me. That was the most honest course, the sort of thing you could imagine justifying in court. But if I did, maybe he would blame me. Maybe he'd stick by her. Maybe he'd think I was just trying to wreck his marriage. No win. Or I could, even more easily, because it would take a single sentence with no angst, no trauma involved, ring Hazelton and say, okay, do it, let it happen. Let Stephen find out the truth and see what he did next, hoping that he'd turn to me sooner or later. Maybe even arrange to be nearby when he heard the news, and so be the most obvious shoulder for him to cry on, up my chances at some little risk. Or do nothing. Maybe he'd find out anyway. Maybe Mrs. B would be discovered some other way. Or Mrs. Erickson would find out and tell Stephen. Or Mrs. B would grow tired of living a lie and announce she loved somebody else and wanted a divorce. Hell, she knew a good lawyer. That was the best outcome. Doing nothing and still coming out ahead. A low reading on the guiltometer. But that still left me knowing and not doing anything. I tossed and turned in the bed, still too warm despite the chilly air. I slipped off my loose cotton pants and rolled them up. I had my PJs on underneath. The Palace of 1,000 Rooms, with 61 rooms. Huh! Bliss Craig had more than that in one wing. That would be the other reason I'd recalled my first proper meeting with Hazelton and the thing about counting to 1,000 on your fingers. The Palace of 1,000 Rooms was called that because whoever had first built it had counted in base 4, not base 10, so that if you chose to translate it that way, and they had, their 16 was our 100 and their 64 was our 1,000. So the palace had been built with 64 rooms. Except the 3 rooms had dropped off during an earthquake in the 1950s, and they hadn't got round to replacing them yet. Different bases. That must be the explanation. That was why I'd had that dream memory of dinner in Berlin, the week the wall came down. Only it still wasn't. In all my billions of neurons and synaptic connections, it seemed like it only took a few determined troublemakers to distract me from the sort of things I ought to be thinking about, like whether to tell my beloved he was being cuckolded, or whether I should abandon my brilliant career and move to Thulan. What, was I mad? Think around the problem. Don't call Stephen, call his missus. Call Mrs. B. Tell her you know. No, call her, or have somebody else call her, anonymously, and let her know only that somebody knows. Bring things to a head that way. Maybe she'd confess all. Yes, and then Stephen, just, gee, a big soft galoot, forgives her, and heck, if their relationship doesn't, gather strength from the experience. I could see that. Or maybe she'd leave him. I could see that, too. Maybe she'd leave him and take the children. Maybe she'd leave him and take the children and leave the poor gorgeous sap with nobody to turn to. But wait, who's that in the background? Yes, her, the attractive 38-year-old blonde. Oh, but looks younger, with the Scottish Bay Area accent. Well, heck, a girl could dream. Shit, none of this was getting me anywhere. And I wasn't even sleepy anymore. Tired, yes, but not sleepy. I felt for the flashlight again. I switched it on, let the beam travel around the room while I took in where everything was, then switched it off again. I pulled on my socks, trousers, and jumper, stuck my head under the covers. The warm air smelled muskily, pleasantly of perfume and me. I took a few steps, then jumped out of bed, putting the covers back. I felt my way to the window. I pulled back the thick quilted drapes, folded the creaking wooden shutters to each side, and opened the wooden-framed windows with their bottle-bottom panes. No moon, but no clouds either. The town's roofs, the river valley, crumpled foothills and crowding mountains were lit by starlight, with 8,500 feet less atmosphere in the way to filter it than I was used to. I couldn't see any other lights at all. A dog barked faintly somewhere in the distance. A breeze flowed into the room like cold water. I stuck my hands into my armpits and suddenly remembered that when I was a little girl we used to call our armpits our oxters, and leaned forward, sticking my head out into the view. What little of my breath the altitude hadn't already taken was removed by the sight of that darkly starlit gulf of rock and snow. I stayed like that until I started to shiver, then shut everything up with numbed fingers and crawled back into bed, keeping my head under the covers to warm it up again. I shivered in the darkness. The capital city, and not a single artificial light. Tommy Cholongai had given me an encrypted CD-ROM with details of what the business was planning for Thulan. There would be another all-year road to India, a university and a modern, well-equipped hospital in Thun, and schools and clinics in the regional capitals. We'd build a dam in the mountains behind Thun that would provide hydropower and control the waters that washed over the broad, gravelly valley I'd seen from the airstrip, allowing the waters there to be channeled to one side so that a bigger airport could be built, one that would take jets, big jets. During the summer months, the hydroplant would produce much more electricity than Thun would need. The surplus would be used to power giant pumps, which would force specially salinated water into a huge cavern hollowed out in a mountain high above the dam. The idea was that this water wouldn't freeze, and in the winter, when the main hydroplant was useless, this saline solution would flow down through another set of turbines and into another dam, so that Thun would have power all year round. All power lines would be underground wherever possible, a minimum of disfiguring poles and wires. Also on offer was a network of tarmac roads connecting the capital with the main towns, plus streetlights, a water treatment plant, drains and a sewage works for Thun initially, with similar improvements scheduled for the regions later. The plan was to skip conventional wire or terrestrial microwave telephony entirely and go straight to satellite phones for every village and every important person. The footprints of various satellites we controlled would be adjusted to take in Thulan and so provide additional digital web and TV-based information and entertainment channels for those who wanted them. Then there was the stuff the business intended just for itself. A whole network of tunnels and caverns in Mount Drupala, 7,334 meters, a few kilometers northeast of Thun in the next valley. That was where, if possible, the PWR would go. Ah, yes, the PWR. At no point in the CD-ROM was that particular acronym explained. Even in a CD-ROM that had serious encryption, ran to maybe a dozen copies in the world, and was restricted rigidly to those who needed to know, it seemed we didn't want to spell out the words pressurized water reactor. This was the Westinghouse unit we'd bought from the Pakistanis and had mothballed. There was some serious engineering involved in all this. Basically, we'd be turning quite a lot of Mount Jupala into something resembling a Swiss cheese. A hand-picked team of our own engineers and surveyors, armed with everything from rock hammers to magnetic and gravitometric arrays, had already probed, drilled, sampled, analyzed, shaken, mapped, and measured the mountain to within a millimeter of its life. Only we knew it was 3.5 meters higher than the guidebooks and atlases said. The CD held several impressive sets of plans drawn up by some of the world's foremost engineering firms, each of whom had carried out feasibility studies on turning this vast lump of rock into a small, self-contained city. None of whom, however, had been told where this mountain actually was. It was a big job. We'd be buying a couple of specially modified Antonovs to move all the heavy plant and machinery in. We reckoned we'd built up a fair knowledge base concerning heavy engineering in extreme cold, thanks to our Antarctic base. But even so, the whole Mount Jupala project might take a couple of decades, just as well, we thought, long-term. Was any of this something I wanted to be part of? Were we doing the right thing in the first place? Was the whole Thulan venture just a huge act of hubris by billionaires with a bee in their bonnet about having a seat at the UN? Did we have any right to come in here and take over their country? In theory, we could build our new HQ with almost no impact on Thulan. There was a contingency plan for building the new airport in the same valley as Mount Jupala. It would mean leveling off a smaller mountain, but it was less than had been done for the new Hong Kong airport, and we could afford it. Doing all we could do, undertaking every improvement we were prepared to offer, would change the entire country, and especially Thun, probably forever, which sounded terrible given how beautiful and unspoilt it was, and how happy the people seemed to be. But then you looked at the infant mortality rate, the life expectancy figures, and the numbers who emigrated. If we only offered these changes/improvements rather than imposed them, how could it be wrong? I had no idea. At the very least, before I decided anything, I needed a while here, just to start getting the feel of the place. This process was due to start tomorrow, with a visit to the apparently fearsomely weird Queen Mother, in her own palace, further up the valley. Legend had it she hadn't left her bed for the last 26 years. I curled up under the weight of the bedclothes and cupped my still cold hands, rubbing them and blowing into them and wondering why staying in bed for as long as humanly possible was considered even remotely weird in Thulan. Chapter 8. You rise with the sun in Thulan, the same as any place where artificial light is still a novelty, I suppose. I woke to find a little fat quilted lady bustling round my room, slamming open the window shutters to let in some eye-wateringly bright light, talking away either to herself or possibly to me, and pointing at the washstand, where a large, gently steaming pitcher now stood beside the inset bowl. I was still rubbing my eyes and trying to think of something rude to say, like, "When were your people thinking of inventing the door lock, or even the knock?" when she just bustled straight out again and left me alone and grumpy. I washed with the warm water in the bowl. There was a bathroom down the end of the hall with a large fireplace in one corner and a rather grand, scroll-topped bath on a platform in the middle of the room. But it took a lot of water pitchers to fill it, and the palace servants clearly required advance notice to organize both the fire and the water. Technically, my room was en suite. if a cubicle the size of a telephone box with the end of a pipe sticking up between two shoe-shaped tiles counts as ensuite. It was real toilet paper, but it was miniaturized and unhelpfully shiny. I flushed with the water out of the washing bowl. Breakfast was served in the room by my little fat quilted lady, who arrived talked as she plonked down the plates and jugs, and kept talking as she nodded to me and left. I could hear her talking all the way down the hall. Maybe it was a religious thing, I thought, the opposite of a vow of silence. Breakfast consisted of stiff fried pancakes and a bowl of watery porridge. I tried a little of each, recalled the variety of mono-taste beige food from the evening before, and was reminded that managing my weight, and indeed even losing quite a few pounds in a matter of days, had proved remarkably easy the last time I'd visited Thulan. "Her Royal Highness is looking forward to meeting you." "Is she? That's nice." I grabbed a strap and hung on. Thulan had cars before it had roads. Somehow, this came as no surprise. Well, it had a car, if not in the plural. A 1919 Rolls-Royce Silver Wraith, purchased in India by the prince's great-grandfather when he was king. It had been dismantled and carried across the mountain paths by teams of Sherpas and eventually reassembled in Thulan the following summer. There was, however, nowhere to drive it, a point which had perhaps escaped the then-king when he'd made the purchase. At the time, a main road in Thulan consisted of a boulder-strewn pathlet wandering along the side of a steep hill, with broader bits every now and again, where two heavily laden porters or yaks could pass without one knocking the other off the cliff, while the principal street in Thun was basically a shallow V between the randomly sized and sited buildings, with a stream-cum-sewer in the bottom, and lots of little paths strung out along the sides. As a result, the roller sat within the main courtyard of the palace for 5 years, where it was just about possible to run it in a figure of 8, providing the wheel was kept at full lock the whole time, and the transition from left to right, or vice versa, was accomplished without undue delay. Hours of fun for the royal children. Meanwhile, a road of sorts was constructed from the floor of the valley, where most of the farms were, through Thun, and on up to the glacier foot, where the old palace and the more important monasteries clung like particularly determined limpets to the cliffs. I was in that car, on that road, now. My driver was Langton Hemblue, the man who'd greeted me at the airstrip the day before and given me the rapid guided walking tour of the city and palace before abandoning me to the colourful monks. "You mustn't worry," Langton shouted. "About what?" "Why, about meeting Her Royal Highness." "Oh, all right, then." Well, I hadn't been. Langton caught my eye in the rear-view mirror and smiled in what was probably meant to be an encouraging manner. As far as I could tell, his title was Important Steward. I strongly suspected he'd never taken a driving test. It wasn't even as though there was no other motorized traffic around anymore. Registered in Thun alone, there were now at least 17 other cars, buses, vans, and trucks to have collisions with. Most brought in during the heady days of Thulan's motoring golden age, between the summer of 1989, when a supposedly permanent road had been completed direct from Thun to the outside world, and the spring of 1991, when a series of landslides and floods had swept it away again. There were a few more roads within the kingdom nowadays, and except in the depths of winter, when it was blocked by snow, or during the monsoon, when it tended to get washed away, you could drive from Thun down the valley through various other lower towns, then on down the course of the Kamalan River into Sikkim, where, season permitting, you actually had a choice: turn left for Darjeeling in India, or right for Lhasa and Tibet. There was still a track direct from Thun back over the mountains that almost encircled the capital, and which allowed a very determined driver to bring a 4-wheel drive in over the passes from India. But even that meant sliding the vehicle across in a cradle slung under a wire hawser over the river Kunda. The roller bounced and lurched. I clung on. It felt very strange to sit in a car with no seat belts. Grab handles and straps didn't give even the illusion of safety. I'd dressed in as many layers of clothes I'd brought with me as I could. Even so, I was glad of the little wood-burning stove in one corner of the car's rear compartment. This looked like an aftermarket accessory, and I doubted the boys at Rolls-Royce would have approved, but it helped stop my breath freezing on the windows. I made a mental note to buy some warmer clothes in the afternoon, assuming I survived that long. The road which wound up through the capital consisted of big flat stones laid across one of the main V-shaped streets cum streams cum sewers. Langton had explained that as there was just the one main road, it had been designed to take in as many important buildings as possible en route, hence the tortuous nature of the course it took, which often involved doubling back on itself and heading downhill again to take in buildings of particular consequence, such as the Foreign Ministry, the important consulates. This seemed to mean the Indian and Pakistani compounds, an especially popular temple, or a much-loved tea-house. Most of the buildings in Thun were constructed, for the first 1 or 2 stories at least, from large dark blocks of rough stone. The walls were almost vertical, but not quite, spreading out at the base as though they'd started to melt at some point in the past. They generally looked worn but tended, and most had fresh-looking two-tone paint jobs, though a few sported patches and friezes of brightly painted plaster, depicting scenes from the Thulanese version of Hinduism's idea of the spirit world, which, from the gleeful illustrations of people being impaled on giant stakes, eaten by demons, torn to pieces by giant birds, sodomized by leering, prodigiously endowed yak minotaurs, and skinned alive by grinning dragons wielding giant adzes, looked like the sort of place the Marquis de Sade would have felt thoroughly at home in. The top stories were made of wood, pierced by small windows, painted in primary colors, and strewn with long prayer flags, twisting sinuously in the wind. We skidded round a corner, and the Wraith's engine labored to propel us up the steep slope. People ambled or jumped out of the way, depending on how soon they heard us coming, as we rumbled and bounced across the uneven flagstones. "Oh, I have your book," Langton said. "Please, here." "What book?" I reached out to the opening in the glass partition and accepted a small dog-eared paperback with a 2-color cover. "The book you left on your last visit." "Oh, yes. A Guide to Thulan," the cover said. I'd picked it up in Dhaka Airport 4 years earlier, and vaguely recalled leaving it in my room, in the Grand Imperial Tea Room and Resting House, a sort of deglorified youth hostel, which had been my base the last time I'd been here. I remembered thinking at the time that I'd never encountered a book with so many misprints, mistakes, and misspellings. As quickly as I could, without taking my gloves off, I flicked to the work's notoriously unreliable Top Tips and Handy Phrases section, and looked up the Thulanese for thank you. "Kum tao," I said. "Gumpo," Langton said with a big smile. I had the worrying feeling that this was the 6th Marx Brother, but it turned out to mean you're welcome. We cleared the city. The road stopped twisting wildly at random and started twisting wildly at regular intervals, zigzagging steeply up the boulder-littered side of the mountain. Dotted along the roadside amongst the houses were more tall masts, prayer flags, squat stone bell-shaped stupas, and thin wooden prayer windmills, their sails painted with dense passages of holy script. The houses themselves were sporadically spaced, turf-roofed, and from a distance easily mistaken for piles of stones. People walking downhill under dripping, small but heavy-looking packs, or trudging uphill under huge and heavy-looking bundles of wood or dung, stopped and waved at us. I waved back cheerfully. "Do you yet know how long you will be staying with us, Miss Tellman?" Langton shouted back. "I'm still not sure. Probably just a few days." "Only a few days?" "Yes." "Oh, dear. But then you might not meet the prince." "Really? Oh, what a shame. Why? When is he due back?" "Not for a week or thereabouts, I am told." Oh, well, not to worry, eh? He will be most disappointed, I'm sure. Really? You cannot stay any longer? I doubt it. That is a shame. I suspect he cannot come home any earlier. He has been away on business, looking after all our interests. Is he now? Yes, I understand he has said that soon we may all start to benefit from greater outside investment. That will be good, will it not? I dare say. Though, of course, he is in Paris, or some such French place. We must hope he does not gamble it all away. Is the prince a gambler? I asked. I'd watched him at the blackjack table in Bliss Crag. If he was a gambler, he wasn't a very good one. Oh, no, Langton said, and took both hands off the steering wheel to wave them as he looked back at me. I was making a joke. Our prince enjoys himself, but he is most responsible. Yes, good. I sat back in my seat. Well, not a despot, then. The road grew tired with making wild zigzags up an increasingly steep slope and struck out ambitiously along a notch cut in a vertical cliff. 100 meters below, the river lay frozen in the bottom of the gorge like a giant icicle fallen and shattered amongst the sharp black rocks. Langton didn't seem to have noticed the transition from a steep but ordinary road to a slot in a cliff. He kept trying to catch my eye in the rearview mirror. We have been hoping that one day the prince would come back from Paris with a lady who might become his new wife, he told me. No luck yet. I looked away, hoping this might encourage him to return his attention to the business of keeping the car on the narrow road. The view down into the chasm was not an encouraging one. None whatsoever. There was a princess from Bhutan he seemed most sweet upon a few years ago, they say, but she married a tax consulting gentleman from Los Angeles, USA. Smart girl. Oh, I do not think so. She could have been a queen. I rubbed the red tip of my nose with one gloved hand and looked in my guidebook for the word for frostbite. The old palace canted out over a deep, ice-choked gorge a mile down from the glacier foot. Its haphazard jumble of off-white, black-windowed buildings, supported from beneath by a half-dozen enormous charcoal-dark timbers, each the size of a giant redwood. Together they splayed out from a single, jagged spur of rock far below, so that the whole ramshackle edifice looked like a pile of ivory dice clutched in a gigantic ebony hand. This was where the Dowager Queen lived, the prince's mother. Even higher up the mountainside, at the head of tumultuously zigzag paths, monasteries lay straggled across the precipitous slopes in long, encrusted lines of brightly painted buildings. We passed a few groups of saffron-robed monks on the road. They stopped and looked at the car. Some bowed, and I bowed back. Langton parked the car in a dusty courtyard. A couple of small Fulanese ladies-in-waiting in dramatic carmine robes met us at the doors and led us into the dark spaces of the palace, through clouds of incense, to the old throne room. "You will remember to address the Queen as Ma'am or Your Royal Highness, won't you?" Langton whispered to me as we approached. "Don't worry." Guarding the doors was a massively rotund Chinese man who wore camouflaged black-gray-white army fatigues and a jacket made of what looked like yak fur. He was sitting in a chair reading a manga comic when we approached. He looked up and rose carefully, taking a pair of minuscule glasses off his nose and leaving the comic open on his seat. "This is Mihu," Langton whispered to me. "The Queen's manservant, Chinese, very devoted." Mihu moved in front of the double doors, barring the way to the Queen's chamber. The two ladies-in-waiting bowed and spoke to him in slower-than-normal Fulanese, while gesturing at me. He nodded and opened the doors. Langton had to stay in the antechamber with the two ladies. Mihu came into the room with me and stood with his back to the door. I looked around. I hadn't really believed that the Dowager Queen had stayed in bed for the last 2.5 decades, since the death of her husband, but then I hadn't seen the bed. The ceiling of the huge stateroom was painted like the night sky. Its two longer walls were lined by bizarrely proportioned sculptures of snarling warriors, 2 stories tall. These were covered in gold leaf, which had started to peel, so that the soot-black wood underneath showed through like dense sable skin under flimsy gold armor. Tissue-light, the strips and tatters of glittering leaf waved in the faint draughts that swirled through the vast room, setting up a strange, half-heard rustling, as though hidden legions of mice were all crumpling Lilliputian sweet-wrappers at once. Snow-white daylight spilled in from the wall of windows, which looked across a terrace to the valley. Its glare glittered back from the rustling scraps of gold, like 10,000 cold and tiny flames spread out across the walls. The bed sat in the center, a painted wooden construction for which the term four-poster was entirely inadequate. I'd seen houses smaller than this. It took 3 tall steps just to get level with the base. From there, more steps led up through lush velvet drapes and heavy brocade hangings to the surface of the bed, while from the cantilevered canopy, a network of dyed ropes and loops of printed silk hung like a profusion of jungle creepers. Big bed, big bedspread. A vast embroidered purple cover stretched from each corner and edge of the bed, rising like a perfect Mount Fuji of lilac in its central summit, where the Queen Mother's head, pale and surrounded by ringlets of white hair, stuck out of a hole in the middle like a snowy summit. From the angle of her head, it was hard to tell whether she was lying, sitting, or standing. I imagined it was perfectly possible to do all 3 in there. According to Langton, the Queen Mother didn't even have to stay inside if she didn't want to. The whole bed was mounted on trolley wheels running on rails leading to the tall, wide set of double doors set in the west-facing wall of windows, beyond which lay the wide balcony with the view over the valley below. Trundling the whole apparatus out to the sunlight would be a task for Mew, I imagined. With the bed out there and the bed's canopy rolled back, the old lady could get a breath of fresh air and take the sun. There was nowhere to sit, so I stood facing the foot of the bed. The little snowball head, about a meter higher than me in the center of the bed, spoke. "Miss Chelman?" Her voice was thin, but still strong. The Queen Mother spoke excellent English, because she was. She had been the Honourable Lady Audrey Ilsey until she'd married the late King in 1949. "Ms. Yes, ma'am." "What?" "I prefer the title Ms. rather than Miss, Your Highness." "Are you married?" "No, ma'am." "Then you are a miss, I think." "Well," I said, wishing now that for once I'd shut the hell up about the Miss thing, "there's been a change in the way people relate to each other, Your Highness. In my generation, some of us decided to take the title Ms. as a direct equivalent of Mr. to—" "I don't need lessons in recent history, young woman. I'm not stupid or senile. I have heard of feminism, you know." "Oh, have you? I thought perhaps—" There was a commotion in one side of the slope of the mauve hillside of bed cover, just down from where the Dowager Queen's right shoulder must be, as though a volcanic side vent was about to erupt. After some flapping and muttering, a small white hand appeared from an embroidered slit in the cover, clutching a rolled-up magazine. A thin arm, clad in lacy white, waved hand and magazine. "I can read, Miss Tellman," she told me. "The post may take a while, but subscriptions do arrive eventually. I am rarely more than a month behind the times." Another thin white arm appeared from the bedclothes. She opened the magazine out. "There you are. Last month's Country Life. I don't suppose you take it, do you? You sound rather American." "I have met 1 or 2 U.S. citizens who subscribe to the magazine, ma'am. However, I'm not one of them." "So, you are American?" "I am British, Scottish, by birth. I have dual British-U.S. nationality.
I see. Well, I don't see, really. I don't see how one can be of dual nationality apart from purely legally.
Both arms and the magazine disappeared under the covers again.
I mean to say, who are you loyal to?
Loyal to, Your Highness?
Yes. Are you loyal to the Queen, or to the American flag? Or are you one of these absurd Scottish nationalists?
I'm more of an internationalist, ma'am.
And what's that supposed to mean?
It means my loyalties are contingent, Your Highness.
Contingent?
She blinked rapidly, looking confused.
Upon what?
Behavior, ma'am. I've always thought that believing in one's country, right or wrong, was, at best, sadly misguided.
Oh, you have you? I must say, you are a very opinionated young woman.
Thank you, ma'am. I watched her eyes narrow. One arm reappeared with a pair of glasses, through which she surveyed me.
Come closer,
she said, then added,
if you please.
I stepped up to the base of the giant bed. There was a strong smell of incense and mothballs. The fluttering scraps of gold leaf on the walls set up a distracting shimmer on either side. The Queen brought out a white handkerchief and polished her glasses with it.
You have met my son?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think of him?
I think he's a credit to you, Your Highness. He is charming and responsible.
Responsible? Either you know nothing, or you're one of the useless ones, one of the lying ones, the ones that say what they think I want to hear.
Perhaps you're confusing lying with politeness, ma'am.
What?
Well, I don't really know your son all that well, Your Highness. As far as I can tell, he seems a gentleman, well-bred, polite, and a very good dancer, great poise, and extremely light on his feet. The Queen's brows furrowed at this, so I didn't continue with the topic. He seems sad sometimes, and he is a little flirtatious, perhaps, but not rudely or aggressively so. I thought back to what Langton had said in the car. He doesn't seem to be too extravagant, which is always a good thing in a prince, I think, especially when they're away from home. I said, struggling to end on a positive note and failing. I suspect the responsibilities of his inheritance lie heavily on him. The old Queen shook her head, as though to dismiss all this.
When is he going to get married? That's what I want to know.
I'm afraid I can't help you there, ma'am.
Not many can, young lady. Do you have any idea how few princesses there are in the world these days? Or even duchesses? Or ladies?
I've no idea, ma'am.
Of course you wouldn't. You're just a commoner. You are just a commoner, aren't you?
I have to confess that any position I've achieved has been attained through merit and hard work, ma'am, so yes, I'm afraid so.
Don't flaunt your inverted snobbery at me, young woman.
I'm not usually given to flaunting, ma'am. Perhaps it's the altitude.
And don't be downright cheeky, either.
I can't imagine what's come over me, ma'am.
You are a very disrespectful and impertinent girl.
I did not mean to be disrespectful, Your Highness.
Is it so terrible for a mother to worry about her son?
Not at all, ma'am.
It would be terrible not to, I think.
It would indeed.
Do you think he's marriageable material?
Well, of course, Your Highness. I'm sure he will make some lucky princess or lady a wonderful husband.
Platitudes, Miss Telman. That is the sort of thing my courtiers tell me.
I wondered if Mew and the little red-clad ladies counted as her courtiers. The palace had seemed quite empty apart from them. I cleared my throat and said, "He is your son, ma'am. Even if I thought he'd make an absolutely awful husband, I'd be unlikely to say so right out, without at least softening the blow a little." The Queen Mother sounded exasperated.
Then just tell me what you feel.
He'll probably be fine, ma'am, if he marries the right person. Isn't that all one can say of anybody?
He is not just anybody.
Any mother would say the same, ma'am.
Yes, and it would be sentimentality, motherly instinct, or whatever you want to call it. Suvinda is heir to a throne.
Your Highness, I'm not sure how much help I can really be to you in this. I'm not married. I don't expect to marry. And so I don't tend to think in those terms. Plus, I don't know your son or the international royal matrimony circuit well enough to comment. The Queen put her glasses away again.
Why are you here, Miss Telman?
I thought I'd been summoned, Your Highness.
I meant here in Thulan, you idiot.
Then she sighed, and her eyelids fluttered closed for a moment.
I beg your pardon, Miss Telman. I should not have called you an idiot. Do forgive me.
Of course, ma'am. I am here in Thulan to decide whether I ought to accept a post which will mean coming here to live.
Yes. You are one of these mysterious business people my son talks about in such admiring tones. Who are you, really? Are you the mafia?
I smiled. No, ma'am. We are a commercial concern, not a criminal one.
My son says that you want to invest what sounds to me like most unlikely amounts of money in our country. What's in it for you?
We'd like to use Thulan as a sort of base, Your Highness, I said, trying to choose my words with care. We'd hope that we might be welcomed by your people, and that some of us might become citizens. There would be more trade and more dealings in general with other countries, thanks to the improvements and investments we'd like to offer. And so we hope, and we think, it would be appropriate that some of us might be allowed certain diplomatic posts so that we could represent Thulan abroad.
You're not backed by those bloody Chinese, are you?
I wondered if Miu, still standing by the door, understood English. No, ma'am. We're not backed by anybody, in the way I think you mean. If anything, I thought we were the ones who tended to do the backing.
Well, it all sounds jolly fishy to me.
We mean only to help Thulan, Your Highness. The improvements to the infrastructure and so on would be offered, not...
Family, faith, farms, and fealty,
the Dowager Queen said, releasing one arm to wag a finger at me. I beg your pardon, ma'am.
You heard? That's what matters to these people. Those 4 things, nothing else. Everything else is irrelevant.
Well, perhaps better water supplies, a few more primary schools, more primary health care, too, and...
They have water. No one dies of thirst. They have all the education they need. Do you need a degree to walk behind a plough? No. And health? It will always be hard to live here. It's no place for the weak. We all have to die, young woman. Better to work hard, accept the consolation of one's faith, and then go quickly. All this hanging around's just vulgar. People are so greedy these days. Accept your lot, and don't insist on extending the misery of those who would be better off dead. There. That's what I believe. Oh, and you needn't try to hide your feelings. I know what you're thinking. Well, for your information, I've not seen a doctor since I took to my bed, and I will not in the future, no matter what. I've been waiting to die for 1/4 of a century, Miss Telman. I believe the good Lord is keeping me alive for his own good reasons, and so I shan't hasten the process of dying, but I shan't do anything to delay it either, once it begins.
I nodded. That's very stoic of you, ma'am. I hope anybody would respect your choice.
Yes,
she said slowly, suspiciously.
But?
I think it would only be right to offer the Thulanese people a choice as well.
A choice of what? Will they want television, burger bars, jobs in factories and supermarkets, salaries in offices, motor cars? They will doubtless choose all that, if they're offered it. And before you know it, we will be just the same as everywhere else, and we'll have homosexuals, AIDS, socialists, drug dealers, prostitutes, and muggers. That will be progress, won't it, Miss Tellman?
By now, even I was beginning to suspect that there was no point in continuing this argument. I said, I'm sorry you feel that way, Your Highness.
Are you? Are you really? Try telling the truth.
I am, truly. The Queen looked down at me for a while. Then she nodded. She leaned fractionally towards me.
It is a hateful thing to grow old, Miss Tellman. It is not an enjoyable process. And it will come to you one day. I don't doubt you think me an appalling old reactionary. But there is this consolation for me, that there may not be for you. I will be glad to leave this stupid, hurtful, degrading world.
She straightened again.
Thank you for coming to see me. I am tired now. Goodbye. Mew?
I turned round to see the big Chinese man silently opening the doors for me. I looked back to say goodbye to the Queen, but she'd closed her eyes and her head had drooped, as though she'd been a marionette in a fairground booth all the time, and now my money'd run out. I took a last look round the strange room with its glittering, whispering walls of flaking leaf over black wooden flesh, then turned and left. Langton Hemblue almost had to run to keep up with me as I strode back to the car.
My, you had quite a long time with the Queen Mother.
Did I?
Yes, you're very privileged, isn't she a treasure?
Oh, yes, a treasure, I said. Pity she's not buried, I thought. When I got back to my room in the palace at Thun, all my stuff had gone. I stood in the doorway and looked round. The little cot bed in the alcove had been made up. The cupboard where I'd hung my suit carrier and clothes was open and empty. The satellite phone, my computer, my toiletries, all gone. The little table by the bed had been cleared too. My Nitsuke monkey had disappeared with everything else. A swimmy sort of feeling came over me. No phone, no contact. Just what I stood up in. In my pockets, a billfold and 2 shiny discs. Had I been robbed? I'd assumed this was one of those places where you didn't need to lock anything. That was why there was no way of securing the room door. But then how much were the satellite phone and the ThinkPad worth, compared to what the average person here made in a year? Maybe somebody'd been just too tempted, and I too careless. Or had I made that bad an impression on the Queen Mother? Was this some sort of instant revenge of hers for speaking back to her? I turned to try and find somebody to help, and heard a voice in the distance coming closer. The little quilted lady who didn't stop talking appeared at the end of the corridor. She came up, took my hand, and still talking, led me off to another part of the palace. The door had a lock. The floor was carpeted. My suit carrier hung in a wardrobe that could have come out of a Holiday Inn. The window was a triple-glazed sealed unit. Under the window was a radiator, plumbed into pipes which disappeared discreetly through the carpet. The bed was a standard double with ordinary pillows. The Netsuke monkey had been placed alongside my flashlight on the bedside table. The computer and satellite phone sat on a little writing table with a mirror over it. Through an open door I could see a tiled bathroom with a shower and, glory be, a bidet. Still no TV, mind you. The little quilted lady bowed and left, talking. There was a business card on the writing table beside the satellite phone. Joshua Levittson, Honorary U.S. Consul, would like to meet me tomorrow. He suggested breakfasting at the Heavenly Luck Tea House at 8. I went to the window. Same view, a story higher. The room was warm. A faint thermal was drifting up from the radiator. I turned it off and tilted the heavy window open. My email included a plaintive note from Dwight Litton, reminding me that I was missing the premiere of his Broadway play. I didn't bother to reply. Instant message transmission. How you doing? That line work on all the girls? So they say. I wouldn't know. No, of course not, Stephen. So, how's Shangri-La? Cool. Think you might want to stay?
Too early to tell yet.
Saw the Queen today. A character. I'll tell you about it later. You won't believe. I've been moved within the palace from a rather Spartan but characterful room to something that looks like it's been filched wholesale from the nearest Ramada. How's things with you? Fine. Working on a big restructuring exercise for 2 of the biochemical multis. Also taking part in, mostly email, discussions about MAI fallout. Domestically, looking after bambinos while Emma visits old girlfriend in Boston. Hello, Kate? You still there?
Sorry for the hiatus. Some sort of glitch at this end. Had to reconnect.
End of transmission.
I awoke, breathless again. Where was I? Where had I been?
I couldn't even remember what the original problem had been. What slight or remark, what insult or minor injury had occasioned the incident. All I remembered was that I had gone to Mrs. Tellman for comfort and received a strange sort of it. She held me. I sobbed into her bosom. It was probably a very expensive blouse I was soaking with my tears, but at least I was too young to be allowed to wear mascara. The marks of my fury and despair would soon dry and leave no mark. We were in the hotel in Vevey, where Mrs. Tellman stayed whenever she came to visit me at the international school. Lac Léman was a dark presence in the night, its white-flecked surface visible by moonlight between the wintry showers that fell upon the waters from the mountains. I was 14 or 15, young enough still to need to be held sometimes, old enough to be troubled by, even ashamed of such a need. She smelled of the exotic perfumes I remembered from her car 6 years earlier.
But it's not fair.
Life isn't, Catherine.
You're always saying that.
When it stops being true, I'll stop saying it.
But it should be fair.
Of course it should.
Well, then why can't it be?
Why can't we all live in palaces and never have to work? Why can't we all be happy and never have to cry?
I don't know,
I said defiantly. I'd begun to get used to this sort of rhetorical defense.
Why can't we?
Mrs. Tellman smiled and offered me her handkerchief. There are 2 schools of thought. I rolled my eyes dramatically. She ignored me and went on. Some people will tell you that we can never have true fairness or justice or happiness or freedom from having to work. We're sinners and we deserve no better anyway. However, if we do as we're told, we may achieve perfect happiness forever after our own death. That is one point of view. Another is that we may begin to attain all those goals in this world if we apply ourselves, even if the final fulfillment of those dreams will certainly take place after our own death. I prefer the second outlook, though I accept I could be wrong. But, Catherine, in the meantime, you must understand that the world is not fair, that it does not owe you a living, or even an apology, that you have no right to expect happiness, and that all too often the world can seem like a mad, bad place to be. When people behave rationally, kindly, generously, and lovingly towards you, or those you care about, be grateful, appreciate it, and make the most of it at the time, because it is not necessarily the normal way of things at all. Reason, kindness, generosity, and love can seem like very rare resources indeed. So make the most of them while they're around.
I just don't know why people have to be horrible to other people.
Catherine, unless you're a saint, you must know.
But I don't.
You mean you've never been horrible to anyone? Never teased other girls? Never been unkind? Never been secretly delighted when something bad happened to someone you don't like? Or are you going to tell me there's nobody you don't like?
But they're horrible to me first.
And they probably thought they had their reasons. You're very clever. Some people resent clever people. They think they're showing off.
What's wrong with being clever?
I asked indignantly. A lot, if you're not a very clever person yourself, and you feel that a clever person is showing off or trying to make you look stupid. It's like a strong person showing off how strong they are.
But I don't care if people are strong. They can show off how strong they are as much as they like. I won't care.
Ah, yes, but then you're clever.
But that's not...
I didn't say the word fair. I balled the handkerchief she had given me in my hand and thudded my head against her chest again.
That's not right,
I said lamely. It's right to them. She held me and patted me on the back. And that's all that matters. To themselves, people are usually right. I felt for the bedside table. I was in Thulan, in Thun, in the royal palace. I found the little monkey and rubbed it between my fingers. In my dream, the old queen had been a cross between one of the demon warriors that guarded her bedchamber and the Netsuke monkey that guarded my bedside. There was some sort of fading thing about monkey guards my subconscious had probably filched from the Wizard of Oz, but it was all already pretty vague and strange and just not of this world. In my dream, I'd been trapped inside a dark, cold palace carved within a mountain. It was full of smoke, and I'd been stumbling around trying to find the queen. But then I'd been chased through the fume-filled halls by something, or a lot of somethings. I could hear them whispering, but I couldn't make out what they were saying because somebody'd pulled out half their teeth. They kept the removed teeth in little pouches on their belts, where the teeth clicked and rattled in a jittery accompaniment to their lisping voices. Whatever they were, I knew that if they touched me, there was something in their touch, in their sweat, that would burn and burrow down to my bones and poison me and make me one of them. Dark wraiths of pain consigned to wander the hollowed-out palace forever. They could run faster than me, but there was some sort of rule or some sort of effect or gift that I had that meant they couldn't bear the gaze of my eyes, and so I had to run backwards, keeping them always one corner or room or corridor or door behind. And running backwards had been slow and difficult and scary, because I couldn't be sure that there weren't any of them behind me too, lying in wait for me to run backwards into them. And so I had to keep glancing over my shoulder to make certain, and that gave the ones I was running away from in the first place a chance to catch up. All the time I kept shouting, "It's not fair, it's not fair, it's not fair," while my feet clattered in the silence of the shadowy halls. The dream ended, unresolved, before they could catch me or I could finally make my escape to the world outside. I awoke remembering my meeting with the Queen and the words of Mrs. Chelman, and needing to touch the little monkey, which was my guardian, just to know that it was what it was, something inanimate and fixed and incapable of malice or love, but if anything, something on my side as well as by it, something made reassuring just by its familiarity, and talismanic by the illusory fidelity gained through the long continuity of its presence. Chapter 9. I'd shopped in the afternoon, picking up a trail of small pillow children who'd seemed determined to follow me everywhere as soon as I'd stepped outside the palace gate. The last time I'd been here, shopping in Thulan meant forgetting about credit cards and using cash. Luckily, I thought, I'd remembered this and brought vast amounts of US dollars from Karachi. only to discover that some of the more up-to-date retailers in the capital did now take plastic. The main foreigners' outfitters in Thulan was the Wildness Emporium, a huge stone barn of a place which smelled of kerosene and was full of very expensive Western hiking and climbing gear. It was run by two turbaned Sikhs who looked like they were fed up explaining that no, it wasn't meant to read the Wilderness Emporium. I'd picked up a very thick and much-pocketed mountaineering jacket in yellow and black, a matching pair of insulated dungarees, and another set of padded thermal trousers in vivid red. I'd also bought a pair of no-nonsense hiking boots that looked like old Timberlands, but had less fiddly laces that went through hooks instead of eyes at the top, a complicated multicolored hat with ear flaps, Velcro chin flaps, and an adjustable peak, and a pair of stiff black ski gloves with draw-strung gauntlet extensions that came up to my elbows, a fleece in aquamarine, a couple of pairs of thick socks, and 2 sets of vests and long johns completed my new wardrobe. The two Sikhs, brothers as it turned out, once we'd got talking, had happily relieved me of a bothersomely bulky wad of bills and urged me to come again any time. I'd staggered into the street, wearing some of this gear and carrying the rest, and been mobbed by children once more. They'd insisted on helping me carry my stuff. Heading back up to the palace, I'd taken a different route and discovered a shop that sold native Thulanese gear, so we stopped off there and left with a gorgeous black fur hat I felt only a little guilty about buying, a matching hand muff, a pair of black hide boots with fur on the inside, and 50mm thick soles made from layers of auto tires, which makes them sound horrible, but actually they were beautifully stitched and finished. A little satin jacket with mandala designs, and a long red quilted jacket with matching trousers. And all for not very much money at all, really. In fact, for so little that I'd tried to leave a tip. But the old Thulanese couple who owned the place had just looked mystified. I'd felt so bad I'd taken another turn round the stock and come back to the counter with the most expensive-looking thing I could find. And trust me, I'm good at spotting this sort of thing. A long, slim silk and satin jacket, jet black with gold and red dragons sewn into it, delicately quilted and sparkling with gold thread. Seeing what I'd selected, the old couple had made a show of having synchronized heart attacks, puffing out their cheeks and shaking their heads and bustling amongst the racks to bring me much cheaper jackets that were almost as nice, but I'd clutched the one I'd chosen to my breast and refused to let it go, regardless of all cajolings and remonstrations, until, eventually, with much puffing and shaking and hand-waving, I'd been allowed to buy this beautiful, beautiful thing for, well, still not very much money. The only thing I forgot to buy was a big bag or rucksack to carry it all back in. Usually I remember to do this when I've made a lot of purchases abroad. But for the children, I'd have needed a wheelbarrow to take all my new clothes back to the palace. I didn't know whether to offer them money or not, and in the end they'd just left me at the gates with lots of bowing and smiles and nervous giggles. I confess that I had briefly worried that one of my bags might not make it all the way back with me, or that something would disappear from one of them, and so felt quite utterly mortified when, in my room, after checking the bags were all there, I opened them up and discovered that not only did they contain everything I'd bought, several of them held more. Little homemade sweets and savouries, wrapped in carefully folded greaseproof paper and tied with ribbon, and tiny artificial flowers made from wire and cut silk. The weather early the next morning was appalling. A furious snowstorm whirled outside my triple glazing. I could hear it through the glass, through the stone walls. I had mixed feelings about this sort of weather. It would make getting around difficult, but on the other hand, it might hold off the prince for another day or two. At least it hadn't stopped the palace generator from working. Electric power, hot water, and a working hairdryer. I treated myself to my second shower in 12 hours, lost myself within the comforting hum of the hairdryer, then hesitated when it came to dressing. Western or ethnic? I chose Western, so I pulled on the dungarees, seriously pocketed jacket and fake timbies, and plunked the complicated hat upon my head. As an afterthought, just before I left the room, I stuck one of the little wire and silk flowers in the Velcro fastening of one of the jacket's pockets. By the time I was squeaking through the snow in the main courtyard, the weather had abated somewhat. The wind had dropped, and only a few flakes were falling, though the mass of cloud above the valley looked low and dark and heavy with more snow. Children met me at the gates again, appearing from every direction. To my shame, I realized I'd no idea if they were the same ones as yesterday or not. It was time to stop treating them as a mass, I guessed. I hunkered down and smiled and started trying to find out names. "Me? Catherine," I said, pointing at myself. "Kath-Rin." They giggled and looked down and snorted and shuffled their feet. Eventually I worked out what I hoped were a few of their names, and got them to understand I wanted to go to the Heavenly Luck Tea House. I tied a few pointy hats on properly and wiped a couple of snotty noses with a paper handkerchief. I stood up, took hold of the offered chubby little hands, and we tramped downhill through the snow. "Miss Tellman? Hi, Josh Levittson." "How do you do?" We shook hands. Mr. Levittson was not what I'd been expecting at all. He was young, though his tan skin was deeply lined. He was full-bearded, blonde, and wore a slightly grubby fawn parka with a matted fur hood lining, and a pair of leather-sided circular mountaineering glasses with surfaces like oil on water. "Fine, just fine. You having breakfast? We've got tea here for both of us." The Heavenly Luck Tea House was within a skied penalty shot of the football field airstrip, with a view over that and the snow-filled valley. It was warm and steamy and full of people, mostly Thulanese. Polished wood was everywhere, and the floorboards creaked like a swamp full of demented frogs. "What do you recommend?" "Ricoeur Surratt, Champy, and Thuc." "What's that?" "Corn pancakes. They keep syrup behind the counter just for me and my guests. Porridge and thick noodle soup. Kampa. Spicy, if you like." "Perhaps a little of each. I'm not terribly hungry." He nodded, waved one arm, and shouted the order. He poured us both some strong tea into cups with no handles, but little ceramic tops. We exchanged a few pleasantries and agreed to use first names before he sat forward and lowered his voice a little. "Just to let you know, Kate, I used to be with the company." "The CIA?" I asked quietly. He grinned. "Yeah, but now I'm with the business." He lowered his glasses to wink. "I see." This had, of course, been mentioned in the CD-ROM Tommy Cholongai had given me. Mr. Levittson wasn't actually an employee of ours, but we did pay him quite a lot of money, and he had a vague idea that we were interested in the place for more than the odd diplomatic passport. "You let me know if I can be of any help." He spread his arms wide. "I'm at your disposal, Kate. I have a lot of contacts. Smoke?" He pulled a little painted tin from one pocket of the grubby parka and took out a slim hand-rolled cigarette. "No, thank you. Mind if I do?" I glanced round at the counter. "I take it you're not expecting the quickest of service." 10-15 minutes on a good day." He lit the roll up with a Zippo. Some smoke rolled across the table. Not a cigarette, then. A joint. He must have seen me sniff. "You sure?" he asked, through a smoke-wreathed grin. "A little early in the day for me," I told him. He nodded. "Heard you saw the old lady yesterday." "The Queen Mother? Yes." "Was that a weird fucking setup or what?" "Weird just about covers it." "She say anything about the prince?" "She wanted my opinion on his manageability." "Yeah, she's been talking about that a lot recently." "Do you visit her often?" "Nah, just been the once, when I first got posted here 3 years ago. But like I say, I got contacts everywhere." Above the oil-on-water glasses, his sun-bleached eyebrows arched. "So what's happening with the business here? I keep getting hints there's some sort of major shit coming down, or Maybe not shit. Maybe more like Major Mana coming down, you know? He pulled the mountaineering glasses down again and gave me what could almost have been a leer. You part of that? But you can't tell me even if you are, right? But you're here, and you're, what, a level 3, yeah? Best-looking L3 I've ever seen, by the way. Hope you don't mind me saying so. No, I'm flattered. So what's happening? He leaned closer again. What was all that stuff out on Jupala last year? And down on the valley floor here and upstream? All that laser range finding and drilling and surveying shit? What's all that about? Infrastructure improvements, I said. On Mount Jupala? You kidding me? I sipped my tea. Yes. He laughed. You aren't going to tell me a damn thing, are you, Kate? No. So why did they send you? Why do you think anybody sent me? I'm on sabbatical. I can go where I like. Weird time of year for a holiday. A sabbatical isn't a holiday. So why'd you come? To see what the place is like this time of year. But why? Why not? He sat back, shaking his head. He attached a roach clip to the remains of the joint and sucked hard, brows knotted with either concentration or the sharpness of the hot smoke. Whatever, he said, on an indrawn breath on top of what he'd already smoked. He pinched the roach out and left it folded in the teacup saucer. So, where do you want to go? When? Whenever. I got a Jeep. Get places Langton's limo won't. Anywhere you want to go, let me know. That's very kind. I may take you up on that. Are you free this afternoon? Sure. Where to? You're the local knowledge. Suggest somewhere. Well, there's... Aha! Hey, that was quick. Here's breakfast. Uncle Freddy! Kate, dear girl, you made it to Thulan then, yes? Yes. Managed to avoid the prayer flags. Been having a look round. Done the palace and bits of the city. Seen the old Queen, and had a guided tour of the lower valley and the nearest town just this afternoon. The weather's atrocious now. Nearly didn't make it back. Prince returned yet, is he? No, he's not due back from Paris for another few days. Oh. He wasn't going to Paris, dear girl. He was in Switzerland, Uncle Freddy said. At CDO. CDO is what we usually shorten Chateau d'Ay to. Oh, well, no, he's still not due back until next week. Jolly good. Did you give the Queen Mum my regards? No, I didn't know you knew her. Audrey? Oh, golly, yes, from way back. Meant to say. Thought I had. Senility, probably. Still, she didn't mention me then. Afraid not. Not to worry. Heard she'd gone a bit batty, actually, if not totally gaga. How did she seem to you? Eccentric, in that sort of feral way that old English ladies go sometimes. Probably the altitude. Probably. Who's your guide if the prince isn't back? The honorary U.S. consul. Youngest chap, second-generation hippie. Secured me a breakfast that was surprisingly edible, and then took me down to Joy Tem in his Jeep. It's a bit like Thun, except lower down and flatter, and surrounded by rhododendron bushes. Visited an abandoned monastery. Saw a few farms and prayer windmills. Nearly skidded off the road into ravines a few times, that sort of thing. Sounds terribly exciting. And you? I've tried you a few times, and you never seem to be in. Oh, just faffing about as usual. Driving. You should get a mobile. What? One of those things you hang above cots? No, Freddy, a phone. Pah! And disturb a good drive by having a phone go off in my ear? I should, Coco. The skies were clear the next day, though confusingly, for me and probably no one else in Thun, snow swirled everywhere for a few hours beneath that cloudlessness. A stiff, freezing wind blasted down from the mountains and across the city and the palace, and seemed to scour most of the snow away, brushing it off down the valley in tall, white, dragging shrouds, and gathering it into huge drifts beneath the river's steeper banks. Josh Levittson had warned me about wind chill the day before, and anyway, this wasn't the first time I'd been in a cold place. I made sure I'd had a scarf over my mouth and nose when I went out, dressed in Western gear again, But even so, the ferocity of the chill was stunning. The children were nowhere to be seen. The city seemed deserted. My eyes watered in the icy blast, and tears froze almost instantly on my skin. I had to keep turning and bending and brushing drops of salty ice away and rubbing feeling back into my cheeks. I pulled the scarf up higher and eventually found my way down to the Wildness Emporium, where the Sikh brothers fussed over me and poured me warm porke, tea with roasted barley and sugar in it. It tasted much better than it should have. There also I bought a polarized ski mask for my eyes and a blue neoprene thing that fitted over the rest of my lower face and made me look a little like Hannibal Lecter, but which was much more effective than the scarf. Suitably kitted up, with not a square centimetre of bare skin left exposed to the elements, I left the brothers happily counting even more of my dollars and set off into the wind again. People were keeping indoors. It was the best time to see the city, just as a set of buildings and the spaces in between them. I walked all over it until hunger and chance brought me within sniffing distance of the Heavenly Luck Tea House around lunchtime, and then sat, extremities tingling, tucking into dal but, sticky rice with lentil soup poured over it, and jakpak kampa, spicy stew with mystery meat, a watery yogurt called dai, pretty similar to a plain lassi, washed it all down. The other diners, all seriously quilted, mostly male, some still wearing pointy hats, laughed and grinned and talked at me in machine-gun Thulanese, and I just grinned like an idiot and laughed when they laughed and made dumb faces and fanned my mouth in what was apparently a quite hilarious manner when I bit on a chili in the stew and nodded and shrugged and mugged and whistled and just generally behaved like a complete cretin for about 40 minutes, and then finally left the place with a huge smile on my face under the blue neoprene Hannibal Lecter mask, feeling full, content, and warm, as well as perfectly blissfully happy, and with the sense that I'd just spent one of the most pleasantly communicative and life-affirming lunches I'd ever experienced. Catherine, Mr. Hazelton? You are well, I hope. I'm fine. And your stay in Thulan, is that going well? Very well. I've never been. Would you recommend a visit? That depends on your tastes, Mr. Hazelton. It's fine if you like a lot of mountains and snow. You don't sound very enamored of the place, Catherine. I like lots of mountains and snow. I see. I was trying to decide whether you'd decided, trying to make up my mind whether you'd made up your mind, or not. Uh-huh. You're being very reticent, Catherine. Am I? Is there somebody else there in the room with you? No. You're upset with me, aren't you? Upset, Mr. Hazelton? Catherine, I do hope you believe me when I say I had nothing to do with the contents of that disc. It came into my possession, and I confess I thought to turn it to my advantage. But what else was I supposed to do? Catherine, if I'm wasting my time with this call, tell me, and I'll hang up. Perhaps we can talk again later. What was the purpose of your call, Mr. Hazelton? I wanted to know if you'd come to a decision regarding the contents of the disc I had delivered to you. Have you decided to do nothing, or are you still mulling it over? Oh, I'm mulling away furiously here. Are you, Catherine? Would I lie to you, Mr. Hazelton? I imagine you would if you thought it was the right thing to do, Catherine. Well, I'm still thinking. The problem hasn't gone away, I'm afraid. Right now, even as we speak, Mrs. Buzetsky is... Boston. She's in Boston. And she's not really visiting an old-school chum at all. Ah, you know. You must have spoken to Stephen. How is he? Do you think he suspects anything yet? I'm sure I couldn't say, Mr. Hazelton. I'd better go, Catherine. Give my regards to the prince when he gets there, will you? In the late afternoon, Langton Hemblew appeared and announced he was to take me to the Foreign Ministry for the formalities to be completed. I was to bring my passport. I asked him to wait and changed into my ethnic clothes. Then we took the roller a short distance down into the crowded city to a squat building with plain painted walls. I was shown into a large room where a bulbously tiled cylindrical stove in one corner radiated heat, and 4 young yellow-robed clerks perched on high stools behind tall desks. All 4 stared at me, and then put their heads down and scribbled furiously, when a tall, bald, orange-robed man appeared from a door to one side of the big stove, announced he was called Shlam Fivaloo, Senior Immigration Officer, and invited me into his office. We sat on either side of an impressive desk, topped by a curved gallery holding lots of compartments containing rolled-up documents. Mr. Fivaloo put on a dainty pair of glasses and inspected both my passports as though he'd only ever seen 1 or 2 such odd documents before. The last time I'd been here, I'd gone through immigration control and customs in the arrivals hall at the airfield. This had consisted of ducking through the cargo door of the crashed Dakota, giving my name to an adolescent sitting behind a tiny rickety desk and shaking his hand. Obviously, things had become a lot more formal since then. Mr. Fivaloo nodded, searched about the desk for a while, muttered something about a damned stamp, then shrugged and wrote something into my UK passport before handing both back and wishing me a pleasant stay. As I stepped out of the ministry, I looked at what he had written. He'd printed the date and "Welcome to Thulan." Langton held the roller's door open for me. He was smiling widely. "You look happy," I said, as we set off back up the hill. "Oh, yes, Miss Tellman," Langton said, his face positively radiating happiness from the rear-view mirror. "His Holiness the Prince will now be returning tomorrow." "Yes. Unfortunately, I'm not sure—" "What?" I jerked forward in my seat. "Tomorrow." I'd thought I'd have at least 3 more days here before having to worry about Suvinder showing up. "Yes, isn't that wonderful news? Now you will get to see him after all. He too will be happy to see you, I'm sure." Yes, I expect he will." I watched the Wildness Emporium slide past. One of the Sikh brothers saw me. He smiled and waved enthusiastically. I waved back, feebly. I couldn't even get the plane out. It had been and gone again since I'd arrived, and tomorrow's inbound flight, bringing the Prince, was the next one. The alternative to flying was finding some motorized transport and taking the long road north and west and eventually south and back to India. Days of hair-raising travel and nights in dubious rest houses, from what I'd heard. Or I could hike straight out, if the passes were open, which was unlikely at this time of year. I'd done some trekking in Nepal in my early 20s, so I wasn't totally inexperienced. But I wasn't hill-fit either, or that young anymore. Anyway, I supposed it would look terribly rude. "What brings the Prince back so early?" I asked. "We do not know," Langton admitted, hauling the ancient car straight as we passed a butcher's and skidded on a patch of what looked like chicken entrails. He laughed. "Perhaps he has run out of money in the Paris casino." "Ha ha," I said. I sat back. Suvinder. Oh, well. Maybe having the Prince here wouldn't be so terrible. He wasn't that difficult a guy to deal with, and he would, I assumed, make it even easier for me to travel around the country and gain access to, well, whatever I needed to gain access to. So, not such a bad thing after all. Look on the bright side, I told myself. The Prince arrived back the following morning. What seemed like most of Thun turned out to watch the plane land. It was another clear but bitingly cold day, though the wind was barely more than a breeze. Langton Hemblew, wearing a slightly threadbare chauffeur's outfit, which was a size or two too big for him, and which included tall boots, jodhpurs, and a peaked grey cap, drove me down to the airfield in the Rolls-Royce, but explained apologetically that I would have to make my own way back to the palace, as the car would be required by the Prince and his entourage. I told him this was fine by me, and joined the crowd on the banking above the football pitch airfield like everybody else. They'd removed the far set of goalposts, I noticed. Some of my little pillow friends appeared. Dulsung, Graumo, and Pohum, if I'd got their names right. And we stood together, though they couldn't see very well over all the adults in front. Dulsung was the smallest, so I lifted her onto my shoulders. She giggled and slapped a pair of sticky hands onto my forehead, below my black fur hat. The two boys looked up enviously at her, put their pointy-hatted heads together, and conferred for a moment. Then each tugged at the nearest pair of quilted trousers, pointed meaningfully up at Dulsung, and after some teasing were duly hoisted onto neighbouring sets of shoulders. Everybody else seemed to see the plane before me. People started pointing, and a few cheers rang out. Then I saw the tiny scrap of metal against the grey-black rocks of the mountains, high above and away to one side, its dark shadow flickering over ridges and gullies as it tipped and fell towards us. It looked about the size of a small bird of prey. The sound of the engines was still lost in the spaces between the mountains. I looked up towards Dulsung, pointed at the aircraft, and said, "Aeroplane!"
"Roplane!"
The plane raced down, wheeling and stooping through the winds, no longer making straight for us, but heading diagonally across the sky above the ice-choked gorge. It curved out to one side of the city, turned sharply over the gravel beds in the valley downstream, and came flying back straight towards us. The wind, I realized, must be in the opposite direction from when I'd landed. The square-sectioned, hunched-looking craft seemed almost static in the air, the drone of its engines audible now. The plane jiggled, riding waves of wind and shaking its wings as though it was shrugging. It seemed to be about to overshoot and go round again. Then it dipped suddenly and flared, wheels smacking the far end of the field in a cloud of dust and gravel with a thud, just about where the goalposts would have been. Everybody seemed to take this as a cue to start clapping. Even Dulsung removed her hands from my forehead to slap them together a few times. Over this racket, the plane's engine note had changed and swelled, and the machine seemed to bow, compressing the nose wheel's landing gear as it rushed towards us with a swirling grey-brown cloud rising behind it. I could see the two pilots in their seats. I got ready to run. The engines screamed, the whole plane shuddered and slowed, and then it turned, tipping slightly and skidding to a halt, still not quite into the nearer penalty box and a good 50 meters away from where I stood. I joined enthusiastically in the applause while the cockpit window slid open and a Thulanese flag on a stick was jammed into its hole. A small line of welcoming officials formed up on the gravel, and Langton Hemblue manoeuvred the roller onto the touchline near a couple of four-wheel drives, and then got out and stood, cap under arm, by the rear door. The prince was the first out of the plane, waving from the doorway, dressed in what looked like a niftily tailored dark blue version of the traditional quilted trousers and jacket. People waved back. Some were drifting away already, presumably those who came only to watch the plane, or hardline Republicans disappointed to have witnessed another safe royal landing. More people spilled out of the aircraft behind the prince. I glanced up at Dulsung. Her muddy boots were leaving marks on my quilted red jacket. I pointed. "The prince," I said.
"The prince."
Suvinder looked round, seemingly distracted, as he progressed down the line of bowing officials. He motioned Langton Hemblue over while everybody else was getting themselves and their luggage organized. Langton and the prince talked briefly, then Langton pointed at our bit of the crowd, and they both shielded their eyes and stared in our direction. They weren't looking for me, were they? Then Langton looked right at me, waved and called out. He touched the prince's sleeve and gestured in my direction. In front of me, heads were starting to turn. The prince caught my gaze, smiled broadly, and waved, shouting something. "Shit," I breathed.
"Shit,"
said a little voice quite clearly above me.
"It is so good to see you again,"
the prince enthused, clapping his hands and smiling like a schoolboy. He wasn't wearing any rings, I noticed. There were 7 of us squeezed into the back of the roller, bouncing uphill to the palace. I was thigh to thigh with Suvinder, who was relatively comfortable in the middle of the rear seat, with B.K. Busandi, his private secretary, on the other side. He's a good whore, the Exchequer and Foreign Secretary, whom I'd last seen at Bliss-Craig, sat directly across from me. Hokla Ninife, the Home Secretary, was sitting sweating next to the cabin's stove, while Jungatai Rumdi, the Prime Minister, and Srihumpi, the commander of the militia, had been the last 2 to get in, and so had to squat, each with their backs to a door. I'd have assumed they'd be better off in one of the 2 4-wheel drives following us up the hill, but apparently there was some big protocol thing about travelling with the prince. I'd been introduced to the officials and dignitaries I hadn't met before, and they'd all been very polite and cordial before we clambered into the back of the car. But I sincerely hoped I wasn't inadvertently treading on as many metaphorical toes as I had physical ones. At least they all seemed happy enough, sitting or squatting, hunched in their thick clothes with big smiles on their round, hairless faces, nodding at me and making appreciative noises. I put it down to the understandable euphoria of at last having their chunky Thulanese asses only half a metre above the ground, in a vehicle, travelling at little more than a fast walk, which, if it broke down, would just sit at the roadside decorously wisping steam, rather than plummeting abruptly towards the nearest patch of icy rock. "You've seen my mother," Suvinder went on. "She's well?" "Yes, I think so." "How did you get on?" I thought carefully. "We had a full and frank discussion." "Oh, very good." Suvinder looked delighted. I glanced round the others. The cream of the Thulanese hierarchy looked appreciatively on, nodding their approval. The prince's suite was in the same recently modernized section of the palace as my room, though a floor higher. The whole royal complex was suddenly full of people dashing about, slamming doors, waving bits of paper, carrying boxes, and clattering open shutters. I stood with B.K. Busandi in the lounge of the prince's private suite, watching servants I'd never seen before rushing round the room, distributing bits of luggage and straightening pictures. The lounge was relatively modest, even restrained. Plain walls held a few gauzy watercolours, a polished wood floor was scattered with intricately patterned carpets, a couple of big cream-coloured settees, and a few pieces of what looked very old and elaborately carved wooden furniture, including a low central table. A servant carrying a bunch of fresh flowers appeared through the door and set them in a vase on a sideboard. I straightened the little wire and silk flower I'd worn the day before, and had transferred to my red quilted jacket, then noticed again the muddy grey marks Dolsung's boots had left on my lapels. I took them off as best I could and dusted my hands. "You must tell me all you have done since you have arrived," the prince called out from somewhere beyond the bedroom door, judging from the echo from the bathroom. "Oh, just sightseeing." "You will not be rushing away, I hope. I would like to show you more of Thulan." "I can stay a few more days, I guess, but I wouldn't want to interfere with your duties, sir." There was a pause. Then the prince stuck his head round the door from the bedroom, frowning. "You do not call me sir, Catherine. To you I am Suvinder." He shook his head and disappeared again. "B.K., deliver my invitation, would you?" B.K. Busandi bowed to me and said, "We are holding a reception to celebrate His Highness's return this evening. Would you be his guest?" "Certainly, I'd be honored." "Oh, good!" the prince called out. The high valleys were torn ribbons of scrappy green, rammed between the force of mountains, pitched tumultuously against the sky. In them was a whole raised world of tenaciously adapted bushes, trees, birds, and animals, somehow able to grow and multiply in this winded sweep of gust-eroded ice, naked rock, and barren gravel. The reception was held in the palace's main hall, a relatively modest space, not much larger than the throne room in the old palace, but much less bizarre in its decoration, with a stalactically carved wooden ceiling and walls covered by what looked like crosses between Afghan rugs and tapestries. After consulting with Langton Hemblue on the propriety of the little blue-black Versace, regretfully deemed too short, I'd chosen a long green silk sleeveless number with a high Chinese collar. This is the sort of dress that makes me look long and hard at myself. However, I passed the inspection of my own inbuilt body fascist program, and happily people did later compliment me on the dress in that way that means they think you look good in it, and not in the way that means they're astonished how tolerable a job it's doing of making mutton look like lamb. There were perhaps 200 people present at the reception. The majority were Thulanese, but there were a couple of dozen Indians and Pakistanis, and a smattering of Chinese, Malays, and other Oriental people whose nationalities I wasn't so sure of, and some Japanese. A lot of Westerners seemed to have crawled out of the woodwork, too. I hadn't known there were so many in Thulan, let alone Thun. I was introduced to the Indian High Commissioner, the Pakistani and Chinese ambassadors, and various consuls, honorary and otherwise, including Josh Levinson, who looked awkward in a three-piece suit that had probably last been fashionable about the time of his senior prom. Perhaps to take his mind off this, he was already quite drunk when we shook hands. The prince guided me round his ministers, advisers, and family members. This last category included his rather subdued brother and sister-in-law, whose son was the heir to the throne if Suvinder didn't have any children, and who was at a business-run school in Switzerland. I also met representatives of the other noble families, of which there were about a dozen all told, a swathe of subtly varied, saffron-clad lamas, a couple of Hindu priests clad in borderline garish, and I was introduced to the remainder of the Thulanese civil service that I hadn't met in either the Twin Otter 4 years earlier or the Foreign Ministry the day before. I made a point of bowing and smiling a lot. A gift I've always been very grateful for is never forgetting a name. So I was able to greet Senior Immigrant, Home Secretary Hokla Ninife, and Prime Minister Jungatai Rumdi without having to be prompted. They all seemed pleased. I spotted a female face I knew I'd seen before but couldn't place until I realized it was one of the old Queen's ladies-in-waiting. The remaining foreigners included a clutch of VSO Brits and Peace Corps Americans, all appropriately young, enthusiastic, naive, and full of energy. A few teachers, mostly English and French, a couple of Aussie doctors, and one Indian surgeon. Some Canadian rough diamond-type engineers and contractors engaged on relatively small-scale infrastructure work, a handful of sweaty mixed European businessmen hoping to land contracts with the various Thulanese ministries, and a physically attractive but corrosively smug Milanese geology professor with his own little entourage of students, all female. Only when you started to look, only once you'd had your fill of gazing at the dazzling white peaks above, and refocused your sight to what was really around you, did you see the variety of forms displayed.
They are very bad workers.
Are they?
Impossible. Quite useless. They cannot keep time. I think sometimes they cannot tell time.
The speaker was a tall, bulky Austrian businessman with a tight grip on his cocktail glass. "Oh, dear," I said.
"Yes, we have a factory. Just a very small concern, you understand. Something quite tiny, really. In Sangamanu, making eyeglasses and ethnic jewelry. We received funding from the World Bank and various NGOs, and the project was seen as a way of providing much-needed employment. It could be acceptably profitable, but the employees are quite hopeless. They forget to turn up many days. They wander off before the clocking off time comes. They seem unable to understand that they must be there 5 or 6 days out of 7. They go ploughing fields or gathering wood. It is quite unacceptable. But what is one to do? This factory means nothing to my company. I say nothing, of course it means something. But really it is so small in scale that it means next to nothing. But you see, in Sangamanu, it is the biggest employer. These people should be grateful that it is there and do their best to make it a success, as we have done. But they do nothing. They are just pathetic. They are a very childish sort of people, I think. They are immature, yes? Like children are.
Really? I said, shaking my head and looking as though I found this fascinating. I created an excuse to get away from the guy shortly afterwards, leaving him agreeing sternly with the German surveyor that, yes, the people here were just impossible. I went in search of anybody not conforming to their own national or cultural stereotypes. I spotted Srikum P., the militia commander, standing stiffly in his rather grand ceremonial uniform, which looked as if it might have been fashionable in the British Army about 100 years earlier. "Mr. P.," I said, bowing.
"Ah, Miss Tellman."
Srikum P. was old, slightly stooped, shorter than me, and had the greyest hair of any Thulanese I'd seen so far. "I very much like your outfit. You look terribly grand. That sword's quite wonderful." Mr. P. responded very well to flattery. Apparently, as well as being commander of the militia, he was Minister of War, Secretary of Defense, and Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces. After he'd shown me the dazzlingly bright and beautifully inscribed sword, a present to one of his predecessors from an Indian Maharaja at the turn of the century, we were soon talking about the ticklish nature of his job and the generally unwarlike nature of the average Thulanese male.
"We are very bad soldiers," he said, with a happy shrug.
"Well, if you don't need to fight."
"Very bad soldiers. Monks best."
"Monks?"
He nodded. "Monks have competition. Of this."
He mimed drawing a bow. "Archery competitions?" I asked.
"That's right. 4 times a year. Each
season?"
"That's right. 4 times year they competition. All Sampal. All monk house against all other. Arch. But always get drunk first."
"They get drunk first?"
"Drink kotse."
This was the local brew, a fermented milk beer that I'd tried exactly once when I'd come to Thulan the first time. I think it's safe to say that even its greatest fan would agree it was an acquired taste.
"Get drunk," Srikum P. continued. "Then they fire arrow. Some very good. Hit middle of the target. Bang spot on. But start good, then drunk, and not good. Laugh too much. Fall over."
He shook his head.
"Sorry state of affairs."
"You can't use the monks as soldiers, then?"
He mugged horror and dread. "Rinpoche, Tunke, Head Lama, Chief Priest man, they not let me. None of wood. They are most..."
He blew out his cheeks and shook his head. "Didn't you have a sort of samurai or something? I thought I read about a warrior caste. What were they called? The Tree?"
"They no good either. Worst. All gone soft. Very soft peoples now. Too much of living in houses, they say. Just not officer material, don't you know."
He shook his head again and regarded his empty glass.
"Sorry state of affairs."
"What about the rest of the people? Where do you get your soldiers?"
"Not got soldiers," he said, shrugging. "Got none. Not a bean."
"None at all?"
"We have militia. I am commander. Men have guns in house. We have more guns to give. Here in palace, also in government house in each towns. But not barracks, not standing army, not professionals or territorials."
He tapped his chest.
"This only army uniform in country."
"Wow." He gestured to where Suvinder was talking to a couple of his ministers. The prince waved. I waved back. "I ask Prince for money for uniform for men," the militia commander went on. "But he say, 'No, I am afraid not yet, Tricom, old fellow. Must wait. Maybe next year.' Well, I am very patient. Guns more important than uniforms. Not wrong there."
But if, say, the Chinese invaded, how many men could you put up? What would be the maximum?
"Government military secret," he said, slowly shaking his head. "Very top secret." He looked thoughtful. "About 23,000.
Oh, well, that's a fairly respectable army. Or militia. He looked dubious.
"That how many guns? Men not supposed to sell them or use them for other thing, like for plumbing house. But some have."
He looked glum. "Sorry state of affairs," I said.
"Sorry state of affairs," he agreed, then brightened. "But Prince is always saying he happy to have me most unemploymented man in Thulan."
He looked round, then leaned closer and dropped his voice. I bent to hear.
"I get performance-relate bonus every year there is no war."
"Do you?" I laughed. "How splendid! Well done."
The militia commander offered to refresh my glass, which didn't need refreshing, then wandered off in the general direction of the drinks table, looking pleased both with himself and the financially agreeable absence of war. I did some more circulating and found myself talking to one of the teachers, a young Welsh woman called Cerys Williams.
"Oh, Cerys, like the girl in Catatonia."
"That's it, same spelling." I'm sure you get asked all the time, but what's it like teaching here? Cerys thought the Thulanese children were great. The schools had very little equipment, and the parents were inclined to keep children away from lessons if there was anything that had to be done on the farm. But generally they seemed very bright and willing to learn. How long do they get in school? How many years? Just primary, really. There is secondary education, but you have to pay for that. It isn't a lot, but it's more than most of the families can afford. Usually they educate the oldest boy up to 3rd or 4th year, but the rest tend to leave when they're 11 or 12. Always the boy, even if there's an older girl? She gave a rueful grin. Oh, well, almost always. I'm trying, well, we're all trying really, but I think I'm trying hardest to change that. But you're up against an awful lot of generations of tradition, see? I'll bet. But they're not stupid. They're coming round to the idea that girls might benefit from higher education. We've had a few successes. It still usually means only one child per household goes to secondary, mind you. I imagine there might be a few eldest boys who feel resentful because of that. She smiled. Oh, I don't know. They're happy enough to leave school when the time comes. I think most of them would much rather it was their sisters who had to stay on. More circulating. The Prime Minister himself filled me in on the workings of the Thulanese governmental system. There was a form of democracy at the most local level, where people in each village and town elected a head man or mayor, who then chose town constables to uphold the law, or didn't bother. There was very little crime, and certainly I hadn't seen any sort of police presence in Thun so far. The chief of each noble family and the head man and mayors formed a parliament of sorts, which met irregularly and could advise the monarch. But after that it was down to appointees of the monarch and appointees of appointees. Anyone in the kingdom could appeal to the throne if he thought he'd been hard done by in the courts or elsewhere. Suvinder took this part of the job seriously, though Jungatai Rumdi thought people were inclined to take advantage of the prince's good nature. He'd suggested a sort of Supreme Court set up instead, but Suvinder preferred the old system. Oh, shit, no, they're great people. You wouldn't want to confuse them with anybody who gives a fuck, mind you.
Rich was an Aussie civil engineer. He laughed. Some of the fellas disagree, but I think they've got a great attitude to life. But then they think they're going to be reincarnated or something like that, you know? I smiled and nodded. Who needs crash barriers if God's looking after you? And you might come back as something better next time anyway, you know? Fucking hard little workers, though. Don't know when to stop. And more circulating. Michel was a French doctor. Moodily good-looking, but one of those people who makes no effort to be attractive or even interesting beyond keeping their good looks kempt. He was a bit dour, as we say, but provided an overview of medicine in Thulan, which was pretty basic. High infant mortality, poor ante- and postnatal care in the outlying villages, whole population prone to influenza epidemics, which killed a few thousand each winter, some malnutrition, a lot of preventable and or easily treatable blindness, goiters and other deficiency conditions, a problem in some of the valleys where they didn't get a full spectrum of minerals and vitamins in their diet, no sign of gender-biased infanticide, AIDS known but not common. On which negative but happy note, the good doctor propositioned me in a bored sort of way that left it open whether he was so used to women falling into his arms that he'd got out of the way of putting much effort into it, or was so frightened of rejection he thought it wise not to invest the suggestion with too much significance. I did my impression of the Roman Empire and declined. Blue pine and chair pine, prickly-leaved oak, Himalayan hemlocks and silver firs, juniper and scrub juniper filled the crannied spaces where any soil had gathered. The last stunted, blasted by the wind, burned by frost, but still just growing, only finally petering out at 5 kilometers above sea level. This is a pluralist society. We respect the beliefs of our Hindu brothers and sisters. Buddhists tend not to see themselves as being in competition with others. The Hindu faith is like Judaism, providing an ancient set of rules by which one may live one's life and order one's thoughts. Ours is a younger religion, a different generation of thought, if you like, grafted upon a set of much older traditions, but having drawn lessons from them, and respectful of them. Westerners often see it as more like a philosophy, or so they tell us. Yes, I know a few Buddhists in California. You do? So do I. Do you know... I smiled. We swapped a few names, but predictably came up with no matches. Saher Beis was Rinpoche, or head lama of Baiware Monastery, the biggest in the country. I had already seen it, albeit from a distance, strung across the rock faces above the old palace a few kilometers out of Thun. He was slight, indeterminately old, shaved bald, and wore very deeply saffron robes and little wire-frame glasses behind which intelligent-looking eyes twinkled. "You are a Christian, Miss Tellman?" "Nope." "Jewish, then?" "I have noticed that many people whose names end in M-A-N are Jewish." I shook my head. "Evangelical atheist." He nodded thoughtfully. "A demanding path, I suspect. I asked one of your compatriots what he was once, and he replied, 'Devout capitalist.'" The Rinpoche laughed. "We have a lot of those. Most are less open about it. Life as acquisition. Whoever dies with the most toys wins. It's a boy thing." He gave me a lecture on the dynamic nature of the West and the United States of America in particular. It was most illuminating. "But it didn't persuade you to move to New York City and become a venture capitalist or a stockbroker?" "No." He laughed. "What about other faiths?" I asked. "Do you, for instance, get Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses turning up here?" I had a sudden comical image of 2 guys in sober suits and shiny shoes, covered in snow, shivering outside the giant doors of a remote monastery. "Very rarely."
The Rinpoche looked thoughtful. "Usually by the time we see them, they are changed," he said. His eyes bulged. "Oh, I find physicists much more interesting. There have been some famous American professors, and the Indian Nobel Prize winners I have talked to. And it struck me that we were, as one says, on the same wavelength in many ways."
Physics. That's our Brahmin faith. You think so? I think a lot of people live as though that's true, even if they don't think about it. To us, science is the religion that works. Other faiths claim miracles, but science delivers them through technology, replacing diseased hearts, talking to people on the other side of the world, traveling to other planets, determining when the universe began. We display our faith every time we turn on a light switch or step aboard a jet.
"You see, oh, very interesting. But I prefer the idea of nirvana."
As you said, sir, it's a hard path, but only if you think of it.
"One of your American professors said that to study religion was merely to know the mind of man. But if one truly wanted to know the mind of God, you must study physics."
That sounds familiar. I think I've read his book.
The Rinpoche pinched his lower lip. "I think I see what he meant now, but I could not explain to him that the thoughts of people and the phenomena we seek to explain through physics might all be revealed as subsidiary to the attainment of true enlightenment, which would be like the result of one of those experiments which use high energies to show that apparently quite different forces are in fact the same. Do you see what I mean? That having achieved nirvana, one might recognize all human behavior and the most profound physical laws as being ultimately indistinguishable in their essence."
I had to pause while I let this sink in. Then I stood back a pace from the Rinpoche and said, "Wow, you guys don't just wander into this job, do you?" The Rinpoche's eyes sparkled, and he held one hand over his mouth while he giggled modestly. Amongst and above them, snow pigeons, sunbirds, jungle crows, barbets, choughs, warblers, babblers, grandulas, accenters, Himalayan griffon vultures, and Thulanese tragopans hopped, flitted, scurried, dived, wheeled, or stooped. I was on my way back from the toilet. I nodded and smiled at the little lady-in-waiting as she headed where I'd just been, then spotted Josh Levinson letting himself out of a door and onto a terrace overlooking the dark town. I followed him. He stood by the stone parapet, swaying, hands cupped in front of his mouth as he fumbled with the Zippo, his face suddenly yellow in the flame as the lighter flared. He looked up as I approached. "Hey, Miss Tellman, you're going to catch your death of cold out here, you know that? Nice dress. Did I say that earlier? You're a babe, you know that? If you don't mind my saying so, that is. Here, you want a toke? Sun's over the yard arm and shit, right?" "Thanks." We leant on the stonework. It really was quite cold, though at least there was no wind. I felt the hairs on my arms prickle, goosebumps rising. The grass was strong. I held it in for a while, but ended up coughing on the exhale. I handed the skinny joint back to Levinson. "Good shit. Local? Thulan's finest. Every pack comes with a sanity warning from the Lord High Surgeon General." "Do they export much? I've never heard of Thulanese." "Nah, me neither. For consumption on the premises only." He studied the joint before handing it back to me. "Maybe just as well. Prices might go up." We smoked in silence for a while.
Is it true they have opium poppies in some of the lower valleys? I asked.
Yeah, some. That leaves the country, but it's minimal.
He sucked smoke and handed the J back.
Compared to other places. Tried that stuff once,
he said, pronouncing the words as he sucked more air in. Then he grinned and shook his head until he blew out a cloud of fragrant smoke.
Just the once, though. Too nice. Far too nice.
I shivered. Absolutely. Moderation in all things. Here.
Couldn't agree more. Thanks.
Silence.
What were you looking at?
Can you see the old palace from here?
Nah. Further around the valley there. Higher, too.
Right. Silence. Breeze.
Yep.
Wind getting up.
She'll be fine until the east wind blows.
What?
Nothing.
Silence. Jeez, the stars.
Cool, huh? Hey, you look cold.
I'm absolutely fucking freezing.
Better get back in. People will talk.
Indeed. Good grief, my teeth are chattering. I didn't think that really happened. A stiff vodka martini gave the impression that it was counteracting the effects of the joint. Probably doing nothing of the sort, but I felt like I needed it anyway. I didn't entirely trust myself not to slur my words or babble, so I circulated in minimum speech mode for a while, standing on the outskirts of groups and listening, or just nodding knowledgeably, stroke sympathetically, as somebody else sounded off. I narrowly escaped being collared a second time by the boring Austrian with the factory, but in the course of this maneuver bumped into the prince.
"Catherine, you are enjoying yourself?"
"Having a total hoot of a time, Suvinder. What a swell party this is. How about you, Princey baby?" Ah, well, Catherine. Still in potential babble mode, then. Just shuts up, you idiot.
You are a scream, Catherine. Oh, yes, it is good to be back.
And I'm enjoying this party very much. Now, listen. As I was saying,
I would love to show you more of the country. Langton Hemblue is keen to take a 4-wheel drive and take us all over the place. We might need a week. It is such a beautiful country, Catherine. Can you spare us that long?"
He put his hands together in a beseeching sort of way.
"Oh, Catherine, please say you can."
"Ah, what the hell? Why not?" I heard myself say. My, that grass was strong.
"Ah, you wonderful girl, you have made me so happy."
Suvinder went as though to take my face in his hands, but then changed his mind and just grasped my hands. They'd more or less warmed up by now, with no visible signs of frostbite, and shook them together until I thought my teeth would start chattering again. That night, I slept very, very well indeed. I'd half thought that I might not be spending it alone. There had been a few attractive possibles in the crowd at the reception, which had had a pretty good social, conducive buzz about it. Plus, I was feeling pleasantly, mellowly receptive and sort of generally well-disposed to men, which always helped. But in the end, well, I was just too tired, I guess. It had been a good party. I'd met lots of people, encountered an only slightly smaller number of interesting people, gathered a lot of information, and, overall, just had a fine old time. I didn't even feel I'd made a mistake accepting Suvinder's offer to show me round the country. I was aware I might, come the chill light of morning, but not then. Not right at that moment, not yet. Here, too, was a mostly unseen rainbow of animals. Grey langurs, red pandas, blue sheep, black bears, and yellow-throated martens. Their presence, like the leopards, tars, gorals, musk deer, muntjacs, pikas, and serows, that shared the mountain with them, usually witnessed only by their droppings, prints, or bones. The prince and I visited the towns of Joytem, Kruset, Sagamanu, and Kamalu, and Gerosakane. Langton Hemblew trundled the old land cruiser slowly through dozens of huddled villages where people stopped and grinned and nodded formally. Children ran away laughing. Goats limped, hobbled, sheep wandered indifferently, and chickens pecked at dirt. In the ruins of the great monastery of Trisol, we took tea. The rhododendron bushes flourished everywhere in the lower valleys, their leaves glossy, thick, and so deeply green they were nearly black. The valleys had once been much more heavily forested, and here and there mixed woods still lay across the folded hills and lined the steeper slopes. Where the forests had been, now farms were strewn across the undulating countryside, their terraces looping along the pitched gradients of the land like contour lines made solid. Relatives, noble families, lamas, and government officials greeted the prince with a variety of reactions that ranged through polite affection, restrained respect, simple friendliness, and what certainly looked like unalloyed joy. There were no great crowds of people brandishing the national flag and shouting hip hurrah, but no cloaked anarchists lobbing bombs either. People waved a lot and smiled. We visited one hospital. It was clean but sparse, just a building with many beds in many rooms, with little of the equipment the average Westerner associates with institutional medicine. Survinder took little presents for the patients. I felt rudely healthy, as though my own constitution, which felt pretty sturdy and glowing, was an insult to these sick people. We went round a couple of schools, too, which were much more fun. We visited the yak market in Kamalu, saw a Hindu marriage near Gerosakane, and a Buddhist funeral in Cruset. We took short hikes into the hills to visit half-frozen waterfalls, abandoned forts, picturesquely ancient monasteries, and picturesquely ancient monks. In the lower valleys, we crossed the milky rush of rivers by open wickerwork tube bridges. The prince puffed and panted up the trails, using a couple of tall walking sticks, perspiring freely and apologizing profusely for it. But he always made it, and we never had to stop and wait for him. Langton carried whatever picnic or other stuff he thought we might need, and wouldn't let me carry anything other than the pair of binoculars and the Canon Sure Shot I'd bought in Joytem. I was pleased to be able to keep up with Langton, even though he was loaded down with all the gear, had 10 years on me at least, and, I suspected, was throttling his pace way back to make life easier for us. It was on one of these walks I lost the little artificial flower Dolthong had given me. Katjats were snacks. We nibbled on a lot of katjats. Pancakes featured strongly. Jerdu was roast millet flour. Pico roasted wheat flour. I'd been studying my guidebook and knew words like fa for village, thackle for innkeeper, kug for crow, moor for death, that sort of thing. Some words were easy to remember because they bore a similarity to their English, Indian, or Nepalese equivalents, like thay for tea, rupa, which was the local currency, and namist, which was the everyday form of hello. We stayed in 2 Thulanese stately homes, one warm and unfriendly, the other the opposite. A government rest house, minimalist, big rooms, but a padded hammock for goodness sake. Still, very good night's sleep. The Gerosakane Grand Hotel, Guest, Tea and Bunkhouse, long on sign, short on grandness, and a monastery, where I had to sleep in a special annex hung out over the walls because I was female. Somewhat to my surprise and much to my relief, Survinder was a perfect gentleman. No flirting, no hands on knees, no tappings on my door at midnight. All in all, it was a very restful and relaxing holiday in a pleasantly tiring sort of way. I'd deliberately left my laptop and both phones back in Thun. The ordinary mobile was totally useless here anyway. It was like a sabbatical within a holiday within a sabbatical. Or something. Anyway, I felt very good. I thought of Stephen a few times, and took out the 2 discs I had, the CD-ROM with the business plans for Thulan, and the DVD with the evidence of my beloved spouse cheating on him, and held them up to whatever light was available, and watched their rainbow surfaces shimmer for a while, before putting them both back in my pocket. Maybe, I thought, everything will have changed when I get back to Thun and make a few calls and send a few emails. Stephen will have found out about Emma's infidelity. She'll have taken the children, and he'll be winging his way to Thulan to forget. The business would have suddenly discovered somewhere even better to buy, but donate billions to Thulan just to say thanks. Somehow, being away from all electronic contact, even if only for a few days, made this seem much more likely. As though there was a capacitance for change and difference in my life, which was constantly being shorted away to ground by all the calls I made and emails I exchanged, but which, left alone for a while and allowed to charge up fully, would, when finally released, blast through all problems and light up all and any darkness. Well, hoping is always easier than thinking. I stayed up talking to the prince a couple of nights over a whiskey or two. He talked about the long-mooted change to becoming a constitutional monarch, about better roads, schools, and hospitals, about his love for Paris and London, about his affection for Uncle Freddie, and about all the changes that would inevitably ensue if and when, because he talked about it as though it was unavoidable, the business came in and took over his country. "It is a Mephistophelian thing, what?" he said sadly, staring into the flames of the rest house's sitting-room fire. Everybody else had turned in for the night. There were just the two of us, and a decanter of something peaty from Islay. "Well," I said, "if you were thinking about this constitutional monarchy thing anyway, you aren't losing so much. Maybe in some ways you gain. The business will probably prefer to deal with a single ruler than a chamber full of politicians. So remaining—" I tried to think of a polite alternative to the word that had first occurred to me. But it had been a long day, and I was tired, so I couldn't. "Undemocratic for as long as possible will suit them fine. And any pressure for reform, well, they'll just buy that off with improvements, if not outright bribes. You should look on it as securing your position, Savenda." "I did not mean for me, Catherine," he said, swirling his whiskey around in his glass. "I meant for the country, the people." "Oh, I see." Boy, did I feel shallow. "You mean they don't get a say in whether all this happens?" "Yes, and I can't really tell them what it is that might happen." "Who does know?" "The cabinet, Rinpoche Base as a sort of idea, and my mother managed to get wind of it too somehow." "What do they all think?" "My ministers are enthusiastic. The Rinpoches, indifferent is not the correct word. Happy either way. Yes, my mother has only the vaguest notion, but despises the whole idea utterly." He sighed heavily. "I thought she would." "Well, she's a mother. She just wants what's best for her boy." The prince drained his glass. He inspected it as though surprised to find it empty. "I'm going to have some more whiskey," he announced. "Would you like to have some more whiskey, Catherine?" "Just a little, very little. That's too much. Never mind." "I think she blames me," he said morosely. "Your mother? What for?" "Everything." "Everything?" "Everything." "What, like the Second World War, toxic shock syndrome, TV evangelists, the single achy-breaky heart?" "But no. Just for not having remarried." "Ah." We hadn't ever touched on the subject of the prince's short-lived marriage to the Nepali princess who died in the helicopter crash in the mountains 20 years earlier. "Well, one has to mourn," I said. "And then these things take time." Platitudes, I thought. But this was the sort of thing you felt you had to say. I read once that Ludwig Wittgenstein had no small talk, no casual conversation at all. How hellish! Sylvinder gazed at the flames. "I was waiting to meet the right person," the prince told them. "Well, hell, Prince, your mother can't blame you for that." "I think mothers have their own idea of original sin, to use the Christian term, Catherine," Sylvinder said with a sigh. "One is always guilty." He glanced round towards the door. "Always I wait for her to come through the door, any door, whenever I am in Thulan, and sometimes when I am further afield, scolding me." "Well, she does seem kind of committed to her bed, Sylvinder." "I know." He shivered. "That's what is so scary." He did touch me that evening, but only in a friendly, companionable way, taking my arm as we walked to our respective rooms. No attempt at a kiss or anything. Just as well. I was set for a struggle with that damned hammock. Though once I was in, it was very comfortable. The next day was the last. We headed back towards Thun on a fine, clear, cold day, and had a picnic lunch in the ruins of the old monastery at Trisol. Langton Hemblue unpacked the little table and 2 chairs, set the places, arranged the food, and brewed a pot of Earl Grey tea, then went off to visit a relation who lived nearby. The trees growing within the walls rustled where the tops stuck out into the light breeze, and little rose finches and redstarts hopped and jumped round us, almost but not quite accepting morsels of food from my hand. Choughs called out, their cries echoing in the empty shell of walls. Sylvinder chattered a little and spilled some tea on the table, which wasn't like him. I felt content and harmonious with everything. I had mixed feelings about heading back to Thun, and I was surprised to find that, while I was certainly looking forward to getting back to my emails and phones, if anything, given the chance, I'd have chosen to continue the tour around Thulan. But then it was a small country. There wasn't much more to see, perhaps, and I'd been lucky to have had the undivided attention of somebody with as many responsibilities and calls upon his time as the prince. It was the sort of time when it paid to remember what Mrs. Tellman had said back in the hotel room at Vevey that night. Appreciate at the time, enjoy the moment, count your blessings. "Catherine," Sylvinder said, placing his teacup down. Somehow I just knew we were suddenly in formal territory. I turned from feeding the little birds to sit square and upright. Plumped up in our thermal jackets, we faced each other across the little table. "Your Highness," I said. I clasped my hands on the table. He addressed them rather than my face. "Have you enjoyed the last few days?" "Immensely, Sylvinder. One of the best holidays I've ever had." He looked up, smiling. "Really?" "Of course, really. How about you?" "What?" "Have you enjoyed yourself?" "Well, of course." "There you are, then. Hurrah for us!" Yes. He was looking at my hands again. "You have enjoyed my company, I hope?" "Very much indeed, Prince. You've been the perfect host. I'm very grateful for your time. I feel very favored. I just hope your subjects don't resent me monopolizing you for so long." He waved one hand dismissively. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Very glad to hear that. Catherine, He exhaled suddenly, an exasperated expression on his face, and sat back, slapping the table. "Oh, this is no good. I will come right out with it." He looked me in the eye. And dolt that I am, I swear that I still had absolutely no idea what was coming next. "Catherine," he said, "will you marry me?" I stared at him. For a while. "Will I said, eloquently. Then I felt my eyes narrow. "Are you serious?" "Of
course I'm serious, the prince squeaked, then looked surprised. Of course, he said, in a normal voice. Suvinder, Prince, He searched my eyes. Oh dear, this has been a complete surprise to you, hasn't it? I nodded. Well, yes, I gulped. I mean, it is. Have I made a complete fool of myself, Catherine? He asked, his gaze dropping. Prince, I took a deep breath. How do you really, clearly, kindly say to someone you've come to like, even like quite a lot, that you just don't love them, and so, no, of course you don't want to marry them? No, of course you haven't made a fool of yourself, Suvinder. I'm very, very flattered that you... He turned sideways in his seat, crossing his legs and arms and casting his gaze to the sky. Oh, Prince, I said, recalling the drunken call in Bliss Craig a few weeks earlier. I know people have said this sort of thing to you before, used these words, but I mean it. I'm not just trying to be kind. I like you a lot, and I know how much you must have... But hold on, I mean, you can't marry a commoner anyway, can you? I can marry whom I like, he said, resentfully, scratching at the tablecloth with one fingernail, as though trying to remove an invisible stain. My mother and anybody else can go hang. Tradition implies I must marry a princess or someone similar, but there is nothing but this succession of precedents, from an age when there were many more princesses around. This is the 20th century. My God, it is almost the 21st century. I am not unpopular. I have taken the precaution, even though I have resented it, of gauging the reaction of people to you. Ordinary people seem to like you. My ministers do. The Rinpoche base was most taken with you, and thought we would be most happy. So it would be a popular match. He sighed. But I should have known. Hold on. They don't know, do they? He glanced at me. Of course. Well, not the ordinary people. But I told the cabinet members in the plane on the way to Thun, and the Rinpoche before the reception the other night. Oh, my God. I sat back, stunned. I remembered them all nodding at me, smiling and nodding at me. They weren't just being friendly, they were sizing me up. What about your mother? Her I was leaving till later, Suvinder admitted. An appalling suspicion began to form in my mind. Who else knows? I asked, keeping my voice cold and flat. He turned to me. A few people, not many, all most discreet. He sounded bitter as he said, Why? Are you so ashamed that I have asked you to marry me? I said I was flattered. I think I still am. But I mean, did anybody in the business know? He looked defensive. I don't know. No, I mean, one or two perhaps knew that I might. His voice trailed off. I stood up. This was all meant, wasn't it? He rose too, reaching out to take my hands in his, while his napkin fell to the grass. Oh, Catherine, he cried, do you really think so? I jerked my hands away. No, by the business, you idiot. He looked mystified and hurt. What do you mean? I stood there and looked very carefully into his eyes. There was a lot of stuff going through my mind in those moments, none of it nice, and some of it positively paranoid. So this was what they meant by thinking on your feet. Prince, I said eventually, is this the way the business makes sure that Thulan is really theirs, by having me marry you? Did they suggest this? Did any of them? Dessou, Trelongai, Hazelton? Did they even hint that this might be a good idea? Suvinder looked as if he was about to weep. Well, not in so many words, I suggested. Well, I think they know that I have very strong feelings for you. I did not, and they did not. I don't think I've ever seen a man look so abject.
Sometimes you just have to trust your feelings. I reached out and took his hand. Suvinder, I'm sorry that the answer is no. I like you, and I hope you will stay my friend, and I accept that it was a sincere offer from the heart. And I'm sorry I called you an idiot. His eyes glistened as they looked at me. He gave a small and sorry smile, then lowered his head until I couldn't see his eyes. I'm sorry I didn't protest when you did, Suvinder mumbled at the table. I looked down at the white tablecloth, in the man's shadow directly under his face. A clear droplet hit the linen surface, darkening it and spreading. He turned away with a sniff and walked off a little way, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket. Suvinder? Yes, he said, still not turning to look at me. He blew his nose. I am so sorry. He waved one hand and shrugged. He carefully folded the handkerchief again. Look, I said, why not tell people that I'm thinking about it? He looked back with a smile. What would be the point of that? It might... No, you're right. It's a stupid idea. He returned to the table, pocketing the hanky and taking a deep breath, his head high. Oh, look at us, eh? I am ashamed at myself for spoiling a perfectly good picnic, ruining a most pleasant holiday. You haven't ruined anything, Suvinder, I said, as he held my seat for me. Good. I must say I'm still hungry. Let us eat, shall we? Let's. He hesitated as he was about to take his seat. May I say one more thing? Then I promise never to raise the subject again. All right. I think I love you, Catherine. He paused. But that is not why I asked you to marry me. Oh, I said. I asked you to marry me because I think you will make a wonderful wife, and because you are somebody I can imagine being with for the rest of my life, when perhaps love of a sort, of a very important and special sort, might grow between us. I think it is wonderfully romantic to marry for love alone, but I have seen so many people do so and live to regret it. There are some lucky people, no doubt, for whom everything works out just perfectly, but I have never met any. For most people, I think, to marry for love is to marry at the summit, as it were. It must be downhill from there on. To marry for other reasons, with one's head, and not just one's heart, is to embark on a different sort of journey, uphill, I suppose, he said, looking embarrassed. My goodness, I do not choose my metaphors so well, do I? But it is a journey which offers the hope that things will become gradually better and better between the people concerned. He spread his hands and gave a sharp sort of laugh. There. My thoughts on the Western romantic marriage ideal. I did not put it, or rather them, very well, but there you are. No more. You put it just fine, Suvinder, I told him. I did, he said, pouring some more tea from the padded pot. Oh, good. Please, another sandwich. We cannot feed them all to the birds. Even moving higher than Thun, scaling tracks that seemed to zigzag up forever to still higher valleys, you could find yourself beneath the lowest limit of an animal's domain, snow leopards that lived perpetually above the tree line, and varrows that even in winter never descended below 4,000 meters.
You what? You go to this remote Himalayan kingdom? The prince proposes to you and you turn him down? Are you fucking insane?
Of course I turned him down. I don't love him.
Ah, so what? Say yes anyway. What girl gets a chance to marry a prince these days? Think of your grandchildren.
I don't want grandchildren. I don't want children.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You do too. No one's mileage varies that much.
I'm telling you I don't, damn it.
Yeah, right.
Luce, I wouldn't lie to you. I've never lied to you. Oh, come on, you must have. I'm your girlfriend, not your analyst. What a terrible attitude. And I don't even have an analyst. Exactly. What do you mean, exactly? That just shows how much you need one. What? Not having an analyst shows how much I need an analyst. Yes, you're mad. Yes, but at least I've got an analyst. Slow gliding in the air above them all slid the wing-spread shapes of the bone-eating lammergeiers, forever cruising the blade-thin winds that sliced across the frozen peaks. Mr. Hazelton. Catherine? I just had a funny thought. Funny? How do you mean? I thought you'd be ringing about Freddie. Mr. Hazelton, I've just received a proposal of marriage from the prince. Am I supposed to... What about Freddie? You haven't heard? Oh, dear. He was in a car crash. He's in, what do they call it nowadays? Intensive therapy. Catherine, I'm very sorry to be the one to tell you, but they don't seem to think he's going to make it. He was asking to see you, though I don't know by the time you'd be able to get there. Suddenly, I remembered, or half-remembered, a joke Uncle Freddie had told me once. Something about a man, a fanatical hunter who was a great marksman with a double-barreled shotgun and was forever bagging vast quantities of grouse and pheasant, but who in the end went mad and sincerely thought he was the piece of cotton on the end of a length of string that shotgun owners use to clean out the barrels of their guns. The punchline was his wife saying, "But, Doctor, do you think he'll pull through?" This had sent Uncle Freddie into a tearful, knee-slapping frenzy. I could still see him hooting and guffawing and bending and struggling to catch his breath through his laughter. I said, "Tell them I'm on my way." Chapter 10. I fussed and fretted throughout the rest of that evening and into the night, making calls, sending emails, trying to sleep, not sleeping. Savinder looked shaken when he heard about Uncle Freddie. He arranged for the Twin Otter to bring forward its flight the next day. It would leave at dawn from Dhaka and turn around as quickly as possible. Luckily, the weather forecast was fairly benign. Tommy Cholangai's Lear wasn't available, but there would be a company Gulfstream waiting for me at Siliguri by noon. The prince had to pay a belated visit to his mother that evening. I spent most of the time in my room on the phone. My little quilted, chattering lady, who was called Mrs. Pelumbu, brought me a meal, though I didn't eat much. I called Leeds General, the hospital in the UK where Uncle Freddie had been taken, and eventually persuaded them that I was both a relation and that I was the Kate that Freddie kept asking to see. He was in intensive therapy, as Hazelton had said. A road traffic accident on the A64 2 days earlier, during heavy rain. 4 other casualties, 2 discharged, others not in danger. They wouldn't actually tell me how bad he was straight out, but they did say if I wanted to see him, I should get there as soon as I could. I tried Bliss Craig. Miss Haggis answered. "How bad is he, Miss H?" You... Miss H was reduced to little more than personal pronouns. The small amount of sense I did manage to get out of her only confirmed that Uncle Freddie was very poorly indeed. And in a sense, I didn't even need that. Just hearing how emotional and distraught this former paragon of stainless rectitude had become was enough to tell me things must be fairly desperate. It also made me wonder if she and Uncle Freddie... Well, never mind. Instant message transmission. "Hi, Stephen. Lost Event Horizon here. Catherine, I heard about Freddie Farrandonald. Can you get back there to see him? Is there anything I can do? I'm starting back tomorrow, weather permitting. You can tell me what the word is in company. Any details?" "Yep, thought you might ask. So I found all this out. He was driving to some place on the coast nearby, Scarborough, during the evening. It was raining. He skidded on a corner and hit a car coming in the opposite direction. Wouldn't have been too bad, but the whatever he was driving was so old, it didn't have a seat belt.
Apparently, he went through the windscreen and ended up wrapped around a tree or a bush or something. A lot of head and internal injuries. We'd have got him to one of our hospitals. We had a Swiss Air ambulance waiting at the local airport for him the next morning. But he's in too bad a way to move. Catherine, I'm sorry, but from what I hear, he isn't even 50-50. He keeps asking for you. I think Miss H's nose is out of joint, and not just because he's not asking for her. Apparently there's another woman there keeping vigil. This is the party he was on his way to visit in Scarborough. Uncle F had a fancy woman. Well, that figures. Look, thanks for collating all that stuff. Do we have anybody on the ground I can contact? A lady called Marion Cranston. A level 5 from GCM. She's at the bedside, too. Well, there or thereabouts. In case he changes his will or something, I guess. But also just to have a company presence, too, most likely. Galantine Sidon-Muel. London, Genève, New York, Tokyo are our lawyers, wholly owned. Thanks. We have a number for her? End of transmission. I called Marion Cranston at the hospital in Leeds. She wasn't much help, the epitome of lawyerly obfuscation. Basically, she confirmed what I already knew. The line was very clear, and I could hear that she was still clicking and tapping away on a keyboard as she talked, sort of absent-mindedly to me. This I did not appreciate. After I hung up, I sat for a few seconds thinking about calling GCM and getting her replaced with somebody else, then decided I was upset and possibly just taking it out on her. I'd done the same sort of thing myself on occasion, though not when the person I was talking to was a couple of levels above me in the corporate hierarchy. I'd always given them my full attention. But what the hell? One could be too severe. Hi again. So you want my analyst's number? No, I do not. Listen, more tribulations. I told Luce about Uncle F. They have autos without seat belts? Jesus, I suppose it was a right pea super, oi, governor? Will you stop that? The poor old bastard's at death's door, and all you can do is come on like Dick Van Dyke. Okay, I'm sorry. The car's a classic, or was. That's why it didn't have a seatbelt. I've said I'm sorry. Don't go all prickly Brit defensive on me. But why does the old guy want to see you? Were you that close? Well, fairly. I was like a daughter to him, I guess. Yeah, like a daughter in the close-knit down-home, swigging moonshine on the porch and whistling Dixie sense. This is still the old geezer who used to grope you up, right? Is this some new Valley phrase? Or are you in some continuing and pathetic attempt to sound British, confusing grope and touch up? Answer the question. Look, we've been through all this. He's my Uncle Freddie, who sometimes gives me an affectionate pat on the butt. End of story. He's a nice old guy, and now it sounds like he's dying 6,000 miles away from me, and I've got to wait 10 hours before I can even start heading to his bedside, and I idiotically thought I'd call you for a little understanding, maybe, but instead, all right. So long as you're sure he never abused you. Oh, not that again. I'm hanging up. No, you've got hang-ups. Hello? In my dream, in the depths of that cold night, the east wind blew. Mihu, the Chinese servant who looked just like Colin Walker, Hazelton's security chief, cracked open a window in the eastern wall of windows, and the Queen Mother complained of a draught, so the canopy on that side of the bed was dropped. In the night, while the Queen slept, he went out onto the terrace for a while, then slipped back into the chamber and opened the western windows, which led out onto the terrace. The Queen stirred and muttered in her sleep, but did not wake. Then, while Josh Levetson and the little lady-in-waiting looked on, Mihu/Walker opened the eastern windows to let the wind in. The lowered side of the bed's canopy acted as a giant sail, bulging like a dark purple spinnaker, and making the whole framework of the bed creak and flex. The Queen Mother woke up groggily just as the bed started to move. The giant statues, with the frayed, shining armor, stared down, their tattered gold leaf whispering wildly in the gale blowing through the long room. A gibbous moon flared in the cloudless night sky, pouring through the space and scintillating on the tiny strips of tinkling leaf as they tore and lengthened and ripped away and went flying through the moon-dark room like shrapnel confetti. The bed began to move along its rails. Mihu-Walker decided it wasn't moving fast enough and put his huge hands on the east side of its frame and pushed. Contained within a blue glittering cloud of golden flakes, the bed rumbled along its tracks and out into the night. The Queen Mother screamed. The bed's wheels hit the end of the tracks, but there was nothing there to stop them. The wheels clattered down onto the stones, striking sparks. The bed's canopy, loops and folds and curtains all flapped and snapped and fluttered in the golden-seeded breeze. Still picking up speed, Wheels and the Queen Mother still screaming, the bed hit the terrace wall and crashed on through, tipping momentously into the black gulf beyond. Somehow, Mihu-Walker's hand stuck onto the bed, and he could not let go. And so he went with it. And Uncle Freddy, trapped in the bed by straps and tubes and wires, screamed as he fell into the night. I woke from that one with the sweats. I checked my watch. 20 minutes since the last time I'd looked at it. After that, it was a relief to lie and worry about everything. Uncle Freddy, Suvinder, Stephen's wife. In a bizarre, horrendously guilt-making way, it was a relief to have something to have to do. I remembered the feeling I'd had when I'd flown back alone from my Italian school trip, knowing that my mother was dead. The tears did not come, and I just felt numb, surrounded by layers of insulation that even seemed to muffle the words of people. I recalled the noise the jet made as we flew over the Alps, all feathers of white spread over the land far below. I was having problems with my ears and gone slightly deaf. The stewardesses were kind and solicitous, but I assumed they must have thought they were dealing with a half-wit from the way I had to keep asking them to repeat things. I really couldn't quite make out what they were saying. There was a roaring in my ears, a compound of the jet's engines and the air tearing past the fuselage and the effects of the pressure on my inner ears. That, more than anything else, was my insulation, the thing that kept everything at bay. Then, more than now, you were isolated in a plane. Nowadays you can make calls from your seat phone. Then, once you were up in the air, that was it. Aside from the very unlikely possibility of a caller persuading air traffic control or somebody to patch them through to the flight deck, once you took your seat, you weren't going to be disturbed. You had that time, that interval between the responsibilities that the ground beneath your feet implied, to detach yourself from things, to take an overview of your life or just whatever problems ailed you at the time. It struck me only then that maybe that was why I always felt good on planes, why I liked them, why I slept well on them. Shit, did it really go back to that flight from Rome to Glasgow? And that roaring in my ears, that strange, numb knowing that I was cut adrift from my mother forever, and wondering what would become of me? I knew I hadn't really worried, or at least I hadn't worried that my biological father would come and reclaim me for himself in the life I thought we'd left behind. But I did get that detached, now what feeling, that impression that everything was going to change, and I would too. And so I kept myself awake all the way through the night, thinking this sort of thing, wondering if Uncle Freddy was going to live, and if he didn't, whether I'd get there in time before he died, and what it might be, if there was any specific thing, that was so important he was calling for me and not anybody else. And should I let Hazelton let Stephen know about his wife and her lover? And would the prince, despite all he'd said, hate me for turning him down? And had it all been set up by the business as the ideal way of tying Thulan tightly to us? And how else were we going to do this? And should we do it? Did the people in the place deserve or need or want to have
all that might happen to them happen. And was this whole thing about planes born in that other flight back after catastrophe? And did it go deeper than that? To layers of insulation I'd been wrapping round myself all my life, to all the hierarchies of contacts and business associates, and good reports and executive levels and salary increments and payoff guesses, and colors of credit cards and classes of aircraft cabin and higher-level interest rates and even friends and lovers I'd collected round myself over all the years. Not to keep the world away from me because people were the world, but to keep me away from me. My last thoughts as dawn was coming up, and I fell briefly asleep again, were that all this stuff about flying beds and aircraft and sleeping on them was making certain that I'd be so tired and sleep-deprived that I was bound to sleep on the plane, the Gulfstream if not the Twin Otter. Then, before it seemed I'd really got back to sleep at all, the alarm went off and it was time to get up, feeling groggy and terrible and dizzy with the effects of interrupted sleep, and stumbled sticky-eyed to the bathroom. I stood beneath a tepid shower, listening to the wind moan in the vent to the outside air, and making my own moaning noise as I heard it pick up and start to gust. I dressed ethnic, in the long red jacket and matching trousers. It was only after I'd put everything on that I remembered I'd meant to dress Western. Oh, well. My bags were already on their way down to the airfield when I did my usual last look round the room for anything I might have forgotten. Just a formality, really. I'm a conscientious packer, and I hardly ever forget anything. The little Nitsuke monkey. It was still sitting there on the bedside table. How could I have missed you? I thought. I stuffed it in a pocket of my long red padded jacket. The Twin Otter landed, I thought, spectacularly. Not an adverb I enjoyed settling on as the mot juste in the circumstances. The Prince, bundled up against the cold, stiff wind, took my gloved hand in his. The wind was making my eyes water, so I guessed it was doing the same to his, and he wasn't being a big sissy or anything. He asked, "Will you come back, Catherine?" "Yes," I said. Dark clouds were moving fast across the sky, torn to great rolling ribbons by the high peaks. Swaths of snow dragged down the slopes. The pilots were hurrying the few pallid passengers off the craft and helping with the unloading, loading, and refueling. The crowd was small. Gravelly dust was picked off the football-landing field and thrown into the air. Everything was late. The plane had been delayed at Siliguri with a burst tire for an hour. I used the time to do a bit of present shopping while the weather worsened. When we heard the plane had taken off and was on its way, I wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or terrified. My insides settled on both, which just seemed to leave my lower brain confused. "You promise?" "I promise, Savinder." "Catherine, may I kiss your cheek?" "Oh, for goodness' sake." He kissed my cheek. I hugged him briefly. He nodded and looked bashful. Langton Hemblu and B.K. Busandi looked in different directions, smiling. I saw a way out of our mutual embarrassment and went over to where my little pointy-hatted friends had appeared. I squatted down to say hi. Dulsung wasn't there, but Gromo and Pokum and their pals shook both my hands and patted my cheeks with sticky fingers. I tried to ask why Dulsung wasn't there, and they tried to tell me, miming something that seemed to involve lots of twirling and fiddly work. I distributed the gifts I'd bought earlier. I gave Gromo 2 presents and tried to make it clear that one of them was for Dulsung. But he looked suspiciously surprised and delighted and promptly disappeared. I hailed Langton, who came over with a big bag of boring but useful stuff like pencils, erasers, notebooks, dynamo flashlights, and so on. We presented this to the children, getting them to promise to share it all out. We'd just finished doing this, and I'd given away the last of the presents, when Dolsung appeared, breathless and smiling broadly. She offered me a little homemade wire and silk flower. I squatted down so our faces were level, accepted it from her, and attached the new flower securely to my jacket. I looked round for Gromo, but there was no sign of him. I had nothing to present to Dolsung. I'd given everything away. I checked my pockets for a gift I might have missed. Only one lump remained in any of the jacket's pockets. The little monkey. That was all I had left. My tiny, door-faced Netsuki piece. I pulled it out of my pocket, held it in my fingers for a moment, then offered it to her. Dolsung nodded, then accepted it with both hands. Her face split into a huge smile, and she reached up with both arms. Still squatting, I hugged her. The little monkey was in her right fist. I could feel its chunky hardness against the back of my head. Then it was time to go, and so I went. I left as I'd arrived, just me and the guys up front in the plane. Once the ground had dropped away, along with my stomach, I looked back to see the people I'd left. But by the time we turned after takeoff, all there was to see was the inside of a big black cloud full of jackhammer turbulence and glimpses of swirling snow. The flight was horrific. We got there. We got to Siliguri. It was pretty damned frightful. One of those flights where you contemplate death and terror so closely that no matter what happens, even if, when you arrive safely, the you that got on the plane really hasn't survived at all, the you that gets off is different. I'd given away my little Netsuki monkey. What had I been thinking of? Ah, well, never mind. It had seemed like the right thing to do. It still did. Anyway, it was my own fault for almost leaving it in the bedroom. Otherwise, it would never have been in my pocket in the first place. A superstitious person would have thought that somehow the little carving had wanted to stay in Thulan. A Freudian... Well, never mind what a Freudian would have thought. Luce had asked me once, was I a Freudian? I'd told her no. I was a Schadenfreudian. During one of the wilder bits of the flight, I found myself touching and stroking the little flower in my lapel. My hand was on the brink of jerking away again as my brain thought, hello, is this some sort of rosary scene going on here? I looked down at my hand as though it belonged to somebody else. Then I thought, no, this is just a childish thing. Comfort, not superstition. Same difference, I thought. Of course, a really superstitious person would have thought that the monkey supernaturally knew that the plane was going to crash in the mountains and had made sure it was safely on terra firma at the time in the hands of a new owner. The plane dropped sickeningly and hit another seemingly solid wall of air. I grabbed the flimsy seat arms with both hands. Yeah, very fucking comforting, I thought. Gulf Stream all the way. Siliguri to Leeds, Bradford, just like that in a tad over 8 hours. Would have been less but for headwinds. I'd assumed we'd have to touch down somewhere to refuel, but no. The plane's seats were big and broad and leather, in a cabin gleaming with mahogany. There was a restroom with gold and marble fittings. Up front, there was a no-nonsense flight crew, and back with me, a welcoming but unfussy stewardess who served hot and cold food and drinks that would have earned a Michelin star back on the ground. Plus there were today's papers, this month's magazines, some of them women's magazines, hot diggity, and every TV channel under the sun and over the horizon. I got myself a serious news fix. Oh, and the flight was blissfully smooth. I changed from Thun haute couture to a smartly corporate blouse, pinstripe skirt and jacket, and shoes more suitable for hospital visits in Europe in winter. Dolsung's little artificial flower went in an inside pocket. Contemplating myself in the generously sized and perfectly lit mirror above the deep marble basin, my avaricious side, stunned into shocked silence like most of the rest of me by the traumatic transition from Thun to Siliguri, woke up briefly to look round the plane and say, "I want one," while a side I didn't even know I had reared its curious head, and with a shake of it said, "How sickeningly ostentatious and wasteful." But then both these disputing demispheres fell promptly asleep as soon as I settled my occasionally fondled, but assuredly never abused, butt into my seat. I awoke over the North Sea, looking down at the flares of oil and gas rigs. The seat fully reclined, and a cashmere stole wrapped over my legs. The aircraft and the air roared and shushed around me. I yawned and made my way past the smiling stewardess, I nodded and said thanks, to the restroom to tidy my hair and apply some makeup. A frustrating delay waiting for a customs official to turn up at Leeds Bradford. Then a smooth journey in a chauffeur's Merc, rear seat unforgivingly hard, to the hospital. The air smelled strange and felt thick. Somehow I hadn't noticed this back at Siliguri, but I noticed it now. It was pretty late by then. I'd let Marion Cranston know I was on my way as soon as we'd hit cruising altitude out of Siliguri, and she'd told the medics. But whether I got to see Uncle Freddy or not depended on how he was. When I got to the IT unit, they asked me to turn my mobile phone off. I was allowed to set eyes on Uncle F. Tiny, skin yellow white, head bandaged, almost invisible from some angles because of all the machinery and wires and tubes and stuff. Then I had to tiptoe away, because he was asleep at last, for the first time for any length of time since he'd arrived here. He'd been told I was on my way. Maybe he felt able to sleep now. I felt touched and flattered, and worried, all at once. Marion Cranston and the mysterious geriatric floozy from Scarborough were nowhere to be seen, having retreated back to their respective hotels. I asked if there was any point my staying through the night. I felt well enough rested from my extended snooze on the Gulf Stream to handle one of these all-night bedside vigil things, but the medical staff said no, better to come back in the morning. They seemed marginally more sanguine about Freddy's chances than they'd sounded before. I stayed half an hour just to make sure he really was safely asleep, then left. I still worried, and let myself out of the hospital with a feeling of hopelessness and dread, half certain that, after all, he'd die in his sleep during the night, and I never would get to talk to him. Mercedes to Bliss-Craig. A red-eyed Miss Haggis, very obviously keeping control of herself. The house felt terribly empty. It should have felt cold, too, and probably would have if I'd come from anywhere other than Thulan. Instead, it felt warm, but still empty and desolate. I woke up in the middle of the night with a dream of drowning in warm water. Where was I? Warm air, not in Thun. I felt for my torch, watch, and the little monkey, then recalled where I was and flopped back. York Room, Bliss-Craig, Uncle Freddy. I lay looking up at the darkness, wondering if my drowning dream counted as a premonition, and whether I should ring up the IT unit to see if there was some sort of crisis. But they had the number here. They'd phone me or Miss H if there was anything serious to report. Better not bother them. He'd be okay, sleeping soundly, bound to pull through. I reached out for the Netsuke monkey. Nothing there between the watch and the torch. Of course, Dulsung had it, half a world away. I hoped she looked after it. Actually, there was something there, between the torch and my watch. A little homemade artificial flower. I patted it, turned over, and went back to sleep.
Kate, my girl.
Uncle Freddy, how are you feeling?
Bloody awful. Wrecked the car, you know.
I know. Breakfast had been interrupted by a call from the hospital to say that Uncle Freddy was awake and asking to see me. There was still half an hour before the car was due to arrive, so I suggested that Miss Haggis and I go together in her ancient Volvo estate. She just shook her head. She'd go when she was asked for. We opened up the stables-cum-garage, and I drove the Lancia Aurelia into town. Miss H. would phone the car company to tell them they wouldn't be needed. Marion Cranston was there in the IT unit's small lounge, and the mystery woman. Marion Cranston was tall, athletic, a little plain, a little vague, and mousy brown. Mrs. Watkins, the object of affection in Scarborough, was there too. Younger than I'd expected, petite, plump, nicely turned out, lots of brassy dyed blonde hair, soft Yorkshire accent. I thought we might all troop in together, but Uncle Freddy asked to see me alone. Seeing the set-up closer to, I realized we couldn't all have trooped in anyway. There was just about room for one person to squeeze in between all the machines and sit by Freddy's side. The nurse, who made sure I got settled in without tearing out any vital tubes or wires, bustled off immediately afterwards, called to some other emergency. He looked shriveled, reduced, lying there. His eyes looked bright in the subdued light, but seemed shrunken back inside their bony orbs, the skin waxy and stretched thin around them. His face and hair were the same yellow-white color. I patted a few stray wisps of hair back into place.
"Lovely old Delage it was," he said.
His voice was soft and wheezy.
"No bugger'll tell me if it's a write-off or not. Could you find out for me?"
"Of course. Oh, I came in the Aurelia. Hope you don't mind."
"Not at all. May need to be used." Have you met Mrs. Watkins?"
"Just now. She's out there with Miss Cranston, the lawyer." Uncle Freddy wrinkled his nose.
"Don't like her."
"Marion Cranston?"
Legal eagle. More like legal vulture."
He coughed and wheezed for a couple of seconds before I realized he was really laughing, or trying to. I held his thin, cool hand. "Steady now, you'll shake your tubes out." He seemed to find this funny, too. His other arm was in a cast. He lifted the hand I was holding away for a moment to wipe at his eyes, with a weak, painful-looking delicacy. "Let me do that." I pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed at his eyes.
"Thank you, Kate."
"You're welcome."
"I hear you've been in Thulan."
"Just returned."
"Did I drag you back, my dear?"
"Well, I was ready to come back."
And how is Suvinder?"
"He's well."
"Did he ask you anything?"
"Yes, he did. He asked me to marry him."
"Ah. Care to tell an old man what your reply was?"
I said I was flattered, but the answer was no. Uncle Freddy's eyes fluttered closed for a while. I wondered if he'd gone back to sleep, and even if he was conking out on me. But there was still a weak pulse in the wrist above the hand I was holding. His eyes came slowly open again.
"I told them it was a mad idea."
"You told who, Uncle Freddy?" Oh, shit, I thought. You were in on it, too. Uncle F., how could you?
"Dessous, Hazelton,"
Uncle Freddy sighed. He did his best to squeeze my hand. There was more pressure from the weight of his thin hand than there was from his fingers.
"That's one of the things I had to say to you, Kate."
"What, Uncle Freddy? That you knew?"
"That I'm sorry, dear girl."
I squeezed his hand gently. "No need."
"Yes, there is. They asked me which way you'd jump, Kate, how you'd react. They asked me not to say anything to you. I agreed not to. Should have."
"Was this just Dessous and Hazelton? Or did the Prince take part in these discussions?"
"Just those two. And Tommy Cholongai when they brought him in later. They were only hoping Suvinder would pop the question. Drop a few hints, maybe. But I should have said something to you, Kate.
Uncle Freddy, it's all right.
They're worried, Kate. They thought they had this all tied up, but then they realized that they were relying on Suvinder's word, or, more to the point, on his greed. And it gradually dawned on them he wasn't actually as selfish as they'd assumed. Not like them, I suppose.
A cultural thing, maybe?
Perhaps. But either way, they thought if they could get you in there, they'd be going some way to guaranteeing the deal.
I bet they did.
I expect they'll still go ahead with the whole thing. Do you think so?
I've no idea.
I think they wanted to know how. Damn, I don't know what the word is. Mine's going. I don't know.
Take your time.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think I've... Well, anyway. They wanted to know how you might react to the place, to the country, to the people, I suppose. Would that maybe persuade you if Suvinder himself didn't, you see?
I think so.
Take it their fiendish plan didn't work then.
Oh, I don't know. I suppose I did kind of fall in love with the place. But I can't marry the country. He blinked a few more times and looked oddly surprised.
Have you met Maeve?
What? Mrs. Watkins, yes.
Not bad, don't you think?
He winked with a sort of feeble lasciviousness. Pretty good for an old codger like you, I agreed, smiling. Haven't really had a chance to talk to her, but she seems very nice.
Very dear to me, Kate. Very dear.
Good. That's nice. Have you known her long?
Oh, absolute yonks. But we've only been, involved for about a year.
He sighed.
Lovely place, Scarborough. You ever been?
No.
Worth a visit. Road's not really that tricky either. Just impatient, I suppose. Don't think Maeve thinks it...
He seemed to lose the thread somewhat, then shook himself out of it.
The prince, was he upset? I mean, at you turning him down?
A little, but still okay about it. More sad than anything else. The ironic thing is, I like him a lot more now. I mean, I don't love him, but... Oh, it's all so complicated, isn't it, Freddy? It's like you just never get the one you want.
Or you do at long last, but then you go and crash your car on the way to see her and end up in somewhere like this.
Well, you'll just have to get better, won't you? Though I think we'll have to get you a chauffeur after this.
You reckon?
I reckon.
I think a chauffeur's, don't you?
No, Uncle Freddy, I think a chauffeur.
I don't know, Kate, he said, looking away. I don't think I'll be leaving here alive.
Oh, come on now. Just stop that.
I'm being honest with you, Kate,
he said softly.
Can't you be honest with me?
I am, Uncle Freddy. They thought you were going to go belly up until last night. Now they think you just might make it. But then they don't know you the way I do. In fact, I'm going to warn them that they better surround you with male nurses from now on, or at least make sure no female ones bend over within striking distance. He coughed and wheezed again. I dabbed at his eyes.
I'm sure you are.
Well, look, if you... I said, making getting-ready-to-go movements.
Don't go. Stay a bit. I have more to say, Kate.
Okay, but they don't want me to stay too long.
Listen, dear girl. There's something going on.
You mean, apart from trying to marry me off to Suvinder?
Yes. That bugger Hazelton's up to something.
Busy man, isn't he? I said, thinking of the DVD disc.
Kate, I didn't get you into any trouble, did I? I mean, by agreeing to invite you to Blitzkrieg for the weekend. It was Miss H. who told me. They had people watching you and that American chap, Buzetsky, while you were there.
Did they now?
Well, I wasn't sure whether to say anything or not. They didn't discover anything, or...
There was nothing to discover.
You're pretty attached to the fellow, aren't you? Even I could see that.
Didn't need to be told.
Pretty. But sadly, it isn't mutual.
I'm sorry.
Me too. But then he is married.
Yes, I gathered that. That's why I was worried.
How?
That they might, I don't know, find something that they could use against you or him or both of you. Only it was a bit late by the time I found out. Again, though, I could still have said something. I feel bad, Kate. I should have been more open with you.
Well, nothing happened, Freddie. I threw myself at the man, but he pushed me away politely. The most sensual we got was me watching him swim and him giving me a peck on the cheek. No blackmail material, if that's what you mean. This was ignoring the fact I'd asked Stephen to take me in no uncertain terms, words any decent parabolic mic or something planted in his suit could have picked up with ease. But apart from causing me a little embarrassment at sounding so desperate, so what?
Ah, well, no harm done then.
Well?
What?
See this? I pulled the DVD out of my pocket.
CD, isn't it?
Digital video disc. It does have blackmail material on it. Not of me, not of Stephen Brzezinski, but of somebody connected. Hazelton made sure I got this, thinking that I might use it to get myself something I want, in which case Hazelton hopes I'll feel beholden to him.
Crafty beggar, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
God, I worry for Suvinder, Kate.
What do you mean? Why?
Because they've got the boy, his nephew, in school in Switzerland. Oh, I don't know, Kate, they might be exaggerating. But they seem to think he's theirs, willing to do whatever they suggest, greedy the way they'd like him to be. If that's true, Suvinder had better watch himself.
This took a moment to sink in. You think they might have Suvinder killed?
Wouldn't put it past the blighters, Kate. They're very serious about this, you know. Lots of money involved.
I know. Lots of people involved, too, in Thulan.
I don't think they care about the people there, Kate, except as obstacles.
I think you're right.
Oh.
Uncle Freddie sighed with surprising force. He blinked up at the ceiling a few times. You're looking tired, Freddie. I'd better go.
No. Just in case, you have to listen.
He clutched at my hand, suddenly strong.
It's this Silex thing.
Silex? I had to think. The chip factory near Glasgow. It seemed like a long while ago. What about it?
They nobbled our chap, the fellow we had transferred from Brussels.
What do you mean, nobbled?
He's been bought off, turned, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't matter how I know, but I do. He's saying it's all above board up there. Bugger's lying. And I think it's Hazelton again.
Are you sure? Uncle Freddie was starting to sound paranoid, developing a Hazelton fixation. Next, he'd be the one who'd forced him to have the crash.
No, not sure. But his people were there, at the Silex plant. At least one of them.
He winked at me. I had never seen the movement of an eyelid look so labored and so difficult.
I had somebody else there. Somebody I knew I could trust. Said that Podenhort fellow had been there. Our Brussels chap met him at the factory, but didn't mention it. That's how I know.
I closed my eyes briefly. This is getting too complicated, Uncle Freddie. I'll have to think about it later. Come on, you look pretty washed out. I really think I'd better go.
Kate.
He kept hold of my hand. What, Freddie?
Bliss Craig.
What about it?
Oh, Kate. I don't know what to do.
He started to cry, not sobbing, but just crying quietly, tears rolling down his cheeks. Freddie, what is it? Come on, don't upset yourself. I dabbed at his eyes again.
I'd left it to you, Kate.
You did what?
I'd left it to you. Then I changed my will to leave it to the National Trust,
because I didn't want to give you an added reason to stay in this country if you might be moving to Thulan. But
his voice sounded thin and desperate.
But now I don't know what to do. I can change the will back again if you want the dreadful old pile. I mean, I don't know. You could call in Miss Thing, Miss Cranston the lawyer. I could do it now.
Hey, Uncle Freddy. Look, I'm honored you even thought of willing it to me. But what would I do with a huge place like Bliss-Craig anyway?
Look after it, Kate. That's all I've ever done.
Well, then I'm sure the National Trust will do a much better job than I could. But you've got to stop talking like this, Freddy. You're not dead yet. Come on now. I had no idea if this pull-yourself-together old bean stuff would work with Uncle F. I felt awkward with it. But then how else are you going to feel when you're with somebody who might be dying and who seems convinced they are, or are about to? Especially when he's already crying and you feel you might be about to.
It'll be all right,
he said, falteringly and unconvincingly.
Are you sure you don't want it?
Positive. I'd just get lost. Look, you're not going to die yet. But I take it you've provided for Miss Haggis for when the time does come.
Oh, yes. Her flat is hers, and there's money.
Then there's nothing to worry about. Stop distressing yourself. Good grief. Give it a few weeks and you'll be back there yourself, trying to get the damned catapult to work again.
Yes.
Look at you. You can't even keep your eyes open. Get some sleep.
Yes.
He stopped fighting and let his eyes close.
Sleep,
he said groggily. I'll see you tomorrow, I said, rising. I let go of his hand and let it rest on the pale green disposable sheet.
Tomorrow,
he whispered. I don't believe this. You are making this up. A fucking for-real prince offers to marry you and you turn him down and take the next jet out of town. Then barely a day later, an uncle on his deathbed wants to give you some vast estate in England with a house the size of the fucking Pentagon, and you turn your nose up at that as well? Are you crazy? Oh, right. This from the woman who claims to believe sisters should do things for themselves. And Freddie is not on his deathbed. Look, there's nothing unsisterly in letting somebody will you enormous amounts of realty, especially when it's an old man on his deathbed. I mean, that's perfect. If he ever did expect you to put out in return, he sounds far too weak to do anything about it now. Even if you were prepared to drop your precious self-righteousness and your pantyhose, which I doubt. Luce, I swear, talking to you cleanses my soul. You're a fucking atheist. You haven't got a soul. What are you talking about? If I ever start to worry that I might be in any way deceitful, shallow, vindictive, overly acquisitive, exploitative, or cynical, I only have to talk to you for a few minutes to realize that I am something close to a saint in comparison. Bullshit! Don't you see, Luce? You're the reason I don't need a shrink. All I need every now and again is to be reminded that I'm not a bad person. And you do that. I should thank you. Actually, I should pay you, but I'm not that saintly. Catherine, get some help. Your brain has left the building. Book yourself into a clinic. I'm serious. You're not serious, and I'm not ill. You are too. Talk about denial. Apart from anything else, you're denying yourself the chance to own half of North York State or wherever this Bliss-Craig place is. And you're denying yourself to be queen of an entire fucking country. Look. Can we come back to this some other time? To talk about what? The Archangel Gabriel appeared before you, asking you to be the mother of God for the second coming, and you turned that down too? No, it's an opportunity I have. I don't know whether to take it or not. Can I run it past you? Why bother? The mood you're in at the moment, you'd turn down the offer of a cure for cancer and an end to world hunger. Well, look. I've been given some blackmail material. Blackmail? Seriously? Seriously. Film of somebody fucking somebody they shouldn't be fucking. Somebody they're not married to. So this person's married? Yep, she is. Aha! Anyone I know? No. Thing is, I only have to say the word and the husband gets to see the film. And you get to see the husband? Well, maybe. Ho ho! So is this to do with your beloved? Yes. I can probably destroy his marriage if I want. Of course, whether he falls into my arms is another matter, but... Okay. You want to know what I would do? Yes. Let me just check. Are either of the people in the film richer than you? No. Right. So there's no point in, like, actually blackmailing them. Luce, even for you... I'm just checking. Okay. Sorry. Go on. Right. Well, I'm very tempted to say, whatever you do, don't use the film. Just sit on it. I feel I should say that because it seems like you always do the exact opposite of what I suggest anyway. So if I apply a bit of reverse psychology and advise you to do whatever is most against your best interests, you'll end up doing the right thing through sheer cussedness. Whereas really, you think I should give the word and let him know his wife's cheating on him? Yeah, do it. If you really want this guy, and you really don't want to ascend to the Yeti throne or whatever the fuck it is, do it. Give that film the green light. But then I could be blackmailed by the person who got the film to me in the first place. Hold on. I've got it. What? The solution. What? What is it? It's this. Be positive. Be affirmative. Say yes to everything. Say yes to everything. Yes. Take the mansion and half of York State, sell it, buy hospitals and schools for the needy of, what's it called? Thulan. Yeah, Thulan. Which I think you should become queen of. Tell the prince you'll be his wife, but it'll be one of these formal marriages the Europeans used to have, because you release the film too, and do everything you can to be in the right place at the right time to get your guy and carry him off to Thulan as well, to be your secret lover. So I should suggest to the prince that we get married, but it's never consummated. Yeah, a morganatic marriage, or whatever it's called. I don't think that's what a morganatic marriage means. Isn't it? Shit, and I used to think it meant a good marriage, like a rich from J.P. Morgan. Yes? No, not that either. But that's your suggestion? It is. And if it all works out, I expect a damehood or something, or a fucking tiara loaded with diamonds at the very least. A castle would be nice. Hell, leave Bliss Craig to me, if you like. It could be your embassy in England. I don't know that Suvinder would be very happy with an unconsummated marriage. Oh, Suvinder, is it? Okay, then. Consummate it. Consummate it? Yeah. He's a little plump. How little? Maybe an extra 20, 30 pounds? How tall is he? About my height. No, a bit taller. That is not grotesquely obese. Does his breath smell? I don't think so. Does his body smell? No. Well, only of scent. Well, I mean, never mind. Teeth straight? The teeth are good. The teeth are an asset. And he's a good dancer, light on his feet, even graceful. You could say graceful. Well, that's good. Yeah, but they're old-fashioned dances, waltzes and shit. The waltz may be making a comeback. That's a neutral for now. Could become a plus. Okay, what else? Full head of hair? Yep. Maybe too full, slightly bouffant. Irrelevant. Hair in a man's head is like the opposite of salt in a dish. You can take it away, but you can't add it in. That is so nearly profound it's painful. Keep going. Is he slimy, repellent, actually, like, ugly? None of the above. Can you imagine fucking him? Hello? Catherine? Hello? I just imagined it. And? It wasn't that good for me. Did you imagine having to fake orgasm? Yes, probably. Maybe. But you don't actually feel sick. Not sick. Possibly a little soiled. Why soiled? I never imagined fucking a guy I didn't actively want to fuck before. You haven't? Never. You're unreal. But anyway, it wasn't that awful, right? Right. But imagining fucking him isn't the same as actually fucking him, is it? Well, that's what your imagination's for, you idiot. It's like onboard VR. If it's not that terrible in your imagination, it'll probably be even better in reality. So, I marry him, fuck him, but keep my beloved as lover. Yes. That may be a little sophisticated. I'm not sure how that'll play someplace where a good wife is worth 3 yaks. Be discreet. Anyway, he's a man. He'll want to play away, too. Think reciprocity. What about children? What about children? What if I'm expected to produce? There's a royal line to be continued here. Well, maybe you're not fertile. I am. You checked? I checked. So go on the pill. Tell him they're headache tablets. He'll never know. That is almost plausible. Anyway, once you're in a stable relationship, in fact, once you're in 2 stable relationships with the king, prince, and your beloved, you may change your mind. You may realize you've wanted children all along. So you would have me believe. The prince, his coloring, is he dark-complexioned? Compared to the beloved, I mean. Would it be possible? No, I don't think I want to look down that. No, you're right. Maybe not. Definitely not. I could get beheaded or something. They behead people for that sort of thing there? Actually, they don't have the death penalty at all. More civilized than the U.S. in that respect. Yeah, well, fuck 'em. How many aircraft carriers they got? Not a lot of coal for aircraft carriers in landlocked Himalayan states. Stealth bombers? Cruise missiles? Nukes? You're right. They're pathetically ill-equipped to enter an escalating correctional system conflict with Old Glory. You do realize you could end up with 3 passports at the end of this? Dear holy shit. I hadn't thought of that. Well, hold on. I got a call waiting. Oh, shit. I've got a bad feeling about this, Luce. Miss Haggis was sitting on the parapet at the end of the mile-long reflecting pool, her feet dangling almost in the water, her usually neatly bunned hair hanging down in grey lengths around her undone collar. She didn't look round when I parked the old Lancia on the gravel behind her. I went up and sat with her on the stone, my legs drawn up under my chin. A very light rain, what we'd called a smear in Scotland, was falling from the bright grey overcast. I'm very sorry, Miss Haggis. Yes, she said dully, still staring at the flat water. Sorry. I put my arm out tentatively. She inclined millimetrically towards me. She didn't exactly relax and start sobbing, but she leant against me and put her arm around my waist, patting me. We sat like that for a while. In Scotland, sometimes crying is called greeting, and it only struck me then that it was odd, that something you usually did when you were saying goodbye to somebody, one way or another, should also mean welcoming. On the way back to the house, I stopped and looked up at the place. So did she, gazing wonderingly at it, as though taking in its baroque confections of stonework for the first time. She sniffed, buttoning the collar of her dress and tucking up her hair. Do you know what's happening to Bliss Craig, Miss Tellman? Apparently it's going to the National Trust, but I think only on condition you get to stay. She nodded. I pulled a piece of paper out of my pocket. And this is my inheritance. She squinted at the note. David Rennell. He used to be a gardener here. Nice lad. Mr. Ferran Donald found him a job with the company. Yes, most recently just outside Glasgow. I'm sorry if this isn't a good time, Miss H., but Uncle Freddie obviously thought this was important, and I'd like to talk to Mr. Rennell as soon as possible. Would you make the introduction? Of course, Miss Tellman. I didn't really need the introduction from Miss H., apart from having my identity confirmed quickly. Uncle F. had told David Rennell to answer all my questions if I ever got in touch. You've been in there? Yes, Miss Tellman. There doesn't seem to be any big deal about it anymore. People are wandering in and out, clearing up and that sort of thing. He had a nice Yorkshire accent. Call me Catherine. I'll call you David, all right? All right. So, David, what was there? What did you see? Just a big empty room. There were containers for etching materials in there, but I talked to one of the guys. They were empty, and just put in there the other day, after everything was moved out. What was moved out? I don't know. Whatever it was, it all disappeared in the middle of the night on the 20th. Somebody saw a load of desks being shifted next morning. I think some of them might still be around in the warehouse. Could you describe the room in more detail? About 10 meters by 20, ceiling the same height as the rest of the factory, with the usual ducting and so on. Carpet tiles on the floor, lots of cables lying round and coming out of conduits in the floor. What sort of cables? Power cables. Lots of others, like printer cables and that sort of thing. I picked up a couple of connectors and plugs and so on. Aha! Well done. Could you possibly do me a favour, David? Certainly. And maybe take some time off? I was to meet David Rennell in the car park at Carter Bar, right on the border between England and Scotland. It was a coolish, blustery day. The view from the shallow pass, looking north into the undulating hills, forests and fields of the Scottish lowlands, was moodily dramatic, and changing all the time under the clouds that sped and tumbled above. I got a veggie burger from a van at one end of the car park and sat eating it in the car. Very stakeout. Meeting on the border. Very Cold War. It had been a good drive. I'd left the phone off for most of it, just driving the Aurelia across the moors on secondary roads, thinking. Thinking a lot about Uncle Freddy, about what a laugh he'd been, and how much I was going to miss him, and the occasional invitation to Bliss Craig. Probably next time I wanted to go, I'd have to pay, and there'd be a National Trust shop and lots of those carmine-coloured ropes with brass hook ends attached to brass stands that corral visitors into the accepted circular route in your average English stately home. Ah, well, it would mean more people would get a chance to see the weird old place. For the good, in the end. No grouching about that. Uncle Freddy was another matter. Another one dead. My real mother, Mrs. Tellman, last year. Her husband, technically my adopted father, according to the legal paperwork, 10 years earlier. Not that I'd seen him more than once. Now Freddy. I wondered if my biological father was still alive. Probably not. The truth was, I didn't want to know. And if I was honest with myself, I'd have to admit that I'd be relieved to discover he was no longer in the land of the living. Guilt about that. Was this the same as actually wishing him dead? I don't think so. If I'd had the choice, if somehow I could make him alive by thinking him so, I would. But I didn't want to meet him. Didn't want some bogus emotional reunion. And anyway, it didn't seem fair that he might have survived when the people I'd cared about most, my mother, Mrs. Tellman, and Uncle Freddy, were dead. What had been his contribution to my life? One drunken ejaculation. Then he'd slapped my mother around, gone into prison for theft, come out to pursue his career as an alcoholic, and turned up at my mum's funeral to shout names at me and Mrs. Tellman. At least he'd had the decency not to contest the adoption. Or he'd been bought off, which was more likely. And, if he knew I'd become, by his standards, disgustingly rich, he'd never bothered me for cash. I supposed I ought to make inquiries, find out if he was still alive or not. One of these days. The drive went on. The weather came and went, sending rain and sun and sleet and slush. The high roads across the moors were wild and grey one moment, then bright and fresh with purple heather the next. I stopped at Hexham to put some 4-star into the Aurelia's tank, and was reminded of the calibratory nature of travelling in a covetable car. If guys in garages start to admire the car more than you're getting old. Honours even, then. I drove on into the north. David Rennell arrived in a dark blue Mondeo. I bought him a burger and a soda, and we sat in the steamed-up Aurelia, for all the world like a married-to-others couple having a clandestine meeting towards the end of the affair. Rain beat on the roof. David Rennell was a tall, wiry-looking guy with short auburn hair. Bless him, he'd brought a couple of Polaroids of the desks they'd moved out of the mysterious, no longer top-secret room in the middle of the Silex plant. Not ordinary desks. Too many shelves. Lots of holes in the flat surfaces for cables. He'd brought a handful of the connectors and plugs that had been lying around the place. "That one looks like a phone jack, except not," he said. Did you come up with anything else?" I'd asked him to have a think while he drove down here. The usual, no matter how trivial stuff you see in cop shows. "I talked to somebody who saw one of the trucks that took the stuff away." "Any haulier's name?" "No, they were just plain. They didn't have any markings, but the person I was talking to thought they looked like Pike Frith trucks. Though he wasn't sure why. Means nothing to me, I'm afraid." Pike Frith was a wholly owned subsidiary of ours, one of the few European companies that specialized in shifting delicate scientific instruments and sensitive computer gear. Come to think of it, their trucks did appear slightly different from your average lorry, if you looked carefully enough or were into the subtleties of truck design. Air suspension. I just nodded. "Oh, yes, and the Essex kids have all disappeared. They all seemed glad to see the back of 'em up there." He pronounced it "up there," which was really rather cute. "Who the hell are the Essex kids?" "It's what the Silex people call this lot that have just left. They mostly worked in the room, and they kept themselves to themselves. They brushed, though, so they say. Had a big party on the Friday, and then never showed up on the Monday. All transferred." I felt confused. Were they really from Essex? "I think they were from South. Don't know about Essex." "And Freddie said you saw Adrian Podenholt there, at the factory?" "Yes, just last week." I felt my eyes narrow as I looked at him. "You're absolutely certain it was him?" David Rennell nodded. "Positive. I've met him a few times. Helped him get some of Mr. Ferrandonald's cars started, reloaded for him when he was shooting." "Did he see you?" "No. But it was him. Definitely." Things that make you go, We went our separate ways. I drove back a different route to Blisscraig, still savouring the picturesque B-roads, even when the sun went and night descended. I had many more miles to think stuff over. The Lancia really was a hoot to drive. Uncle Freddie's funeral was in 3 days. I had plenty of time to visit London. Chapter 11. Suzerain House stands in Whitehall in London, the only non-governmental building left on that stretch of the embankment. It looks out over the river towards the 60s concrete brutalism of the National Theatre complex, like an ancient grizzled gunslinger regarding an upstart cowboy just arrived in town. It is spectacularly ugly, in a brooding, noxious sort of way. Its main dark brown rectangular tower block slopes inward slightly and is set back from the Thames, separated from it by a huge glassed-in section several stories tall, whose roof rises from the embankment side towards the main block. Enormous ornamental windows stare from the very top of the main tower. I used to wonder why the whole thing looked so familiar from a distance, until I realized it was shaped like a giant, old-fashioned cash register. The place is part office, part apartment block. It was where Adrian George worked. I took the train from York to London the morning after Freddie died, calling AG en route and arranging lunch. I was sorry to hear about old Freddie Ferrandonald. Yeah, it was a shame. Do you have anything in particular in mind for lunchtime? I thought Italian. I meant agenda-wise. Not particularly. I lied. We met in a fairly swish French place Adrian George favoured in Covent Garden. He wasn't big on Italian food. He wasn't big on drinking either, citing a heavy workload that afternoon. AG was shortish but trim and dark and handsome. I could remember him when his eyebrows met in the middle, but maybe he'd lost out on too many girls whose mothers had warned them about men with hirsute foreheads, because it looked as if now he'd shaved that center line. We conversed pleasantly enough, company gossip mostly. He was one of those people I got on best with through email. Just as loose with somebody, I found it better to talk to on the phone. I only mentioned his reported sighting of Colin Walker, Hazelton's security chief, in London a month earlier, right at the end of our meal. He tried not to react, laughing it off as mistaken identity. He insisted on picking up the bill. I said I'd go back to Suzerain House with him. The weather was cool, windy and dry, and I thought we might walk along the Strand or the Embankment, but he wanted to take a taxi. He chattered. I already knew all I needed to. Once we'd gone through security in the lobby, we went our separate ways. He up to the exec floors, me to the basement, to see an old friend.
That one's a Bell K connector.
Alan Fleming was, as usual, a mess. He'd been in a wheelchair for 20 years since a climbing accident in his teens, and despite having a very nice wife called Monica, who was totally devoted to him and turned him out neatly every day, it usually only took him minutes after he arrived at work to look as if he'd spent the last month sleeping rough. Sometimes he accomplished this between the garage, where he parked his converted Mini, and his workshop. Alan was Suzerain House's resident computer nerd. His workshop, somewhere deep under the main building, and way below the surface of the Thames, even at low water, was like a museum of computing, filled to its high ceilings with bewildering amounts of electronic hardware, ancient and modern, but mostly ancient, which in computer terms for the truly, seriously antediluvian stuff, of course meant about the same age as him or me. We'd known each other since post-grad days, when we'd both been in that year's security intake, before I'd come to my senses and left to be a proper exec, specializing in high-tech. Alan was in charge of computer and IT security, specifically here in Suzerain and the other outlying London offices, but in effect, along with a few other similarly gifted geek wizards in the States, also anywhere the business had modems and computers. He was our insurance against hackers. If he couldn't worm his way into your system, probably nobody else could either. I'd shown him the plugs and other bits and pieces that David Rennell had brought me from Silex. "What's a Bell K connector?" I asked, staring at his cardigan and wondering how he'd managed to get so many buttons done up through the wrong holes. I bet he hadn't left the house like that.
"It's a specialist phone line connector,"
he said, pulling absently at some of his curly brown hair and twisting it so that it stood out from his head like a tiny horizontal pigtail.
"A dedicated landline, probably. Very high capacity, especially for the time. Better than ISDN. Made by Bell Laboratories, as you might expect, in the States. Still copper technology, however. Your next step up would be your optical."
"What was its time?"
"Oh, just a few years ago."
"Sort of thing you might find in a chip manufacturing plant?" Alan turned the little connector over in his hands, then took off his unfashionably large-framed glasses and blew on each lens in turn, holding them up to the light and blinking.
"Not particularly. You wouldn't want it for telephony purposes. I'd have thought. And your standard parallel serial and SCSI ports would handle most non-specialist applications."
"I thought this was specialist."
"Yes, as I said. But this is for specialist telephonic applications."
"Such as?" Alan replaced his glasses, a squint on his nose. He rocked back in the chair and looked thoughtful.
"Actually, the place you'd most likely see something like this would be in the stock exchange, or a futures market, somewhere like that. They use high-capacity dedicated landlines, so I understand."
I sat back in the ancient peeling plywood and black tubing seat, an idea forming in my mind. I pulled a Polaroid of a desk out of my pocket. "See this?" Alan sat forward and peered.
"It's a desk,"
he said helpfully. I flipped the photograph round and looked at it myself. Well, my copy of Jane's Book of Fighting Desks is not to hand, but now you mention it. He took the photo from my hand and studied it. Yes, lots of holes for cabling. And that extra level, that raised shelf, it does look a little like the sort of desk that might belong to a commodities trader, or someone of a similar nature, doesn't it? Yes, it does, doesn't it? Kate, I'm in a fucking meeting. What the hell is so important you have to get me called out of it? I'm at your dentist's, Mike. Mr. Adate is quite rightly concerned. I need you to tell him to let me see your file. You what? You pull rank on me for that? Look, don't blame me. I thought you were supposed to be here in London. I didn't know you were going to go jetting off to Frankfurt. Yes, to meet some very important... Oh, for Christ's sake, what is all this about? Quickly, Kate, please, I need to get back in there. It's very important I see your dental records file, Michael. I'm going to hand you over to Mr. Adate now. Please authorize him to let me see it. Then you can get back to your meeting. Okay, put him on. The standard human mouth contains 32 teeth. Mike Daniels must have had good, conscientious parents who got him to brush his teeth thoroughly after each meal and snack, and in the evening before retiring, because he had had a full set, with just a couple of fillings in lower bicuspid molars, when he'd been drugged in a London club a month earlier, had about half of his teeth removed, and then been left in his own bed in his flat in Chelsea. I sat in Mr. Adate's warm and luxurious waiting room with a bunch of recent Vogues. Well, this was Chelsea. National Geographics, of course, and Country Lives. I thought of the Dowager Queen in her giant bed in the old palace, and sitting in that warmth, shivered. I looked at the diagram of Mike Daniels' teeth. I took a note of those that had been taken and those that had been left. I closed the file, stared at a potted palm across the room, and did some mental arithmetic. In base 10, a 10-figure number. 2.1 billion and some change. No need to use your fingers at all. My mouth went dry. From the start that morning, I'd considered staying in London overnight, and had brought a few bits and pieces in a travelling bag. But in the end, after leaving Mr. Adate's, in fact, on the curb while the taxi was pulling up, I decided to head back to Yorkshire. I rang Miss H. to tell her I'd be staying at Bliss-Craig that night. We had dinner on the train, my laptop and I, looking through a load of files I'd downloaded about the Pajantan Island deal and the Shimane Aerospace Corporation. This was the deal that Mike Daniels had been flying out to Tokyo to sign when he'd been dentally assaulted. Hence the anguished call to me that night in Glasgow. Pajantan Island is a piece of guano-covered rock in the middle of the southern part of the South China Sea, between Borneo and Sumatra. It is, to put it politely, undistinguished, except for one thing. It is almost bang on the equator. Shift the place 3 kilometers south, and the 0 degrees line would go straight over it. It's less than an hour's flight from Singapore, just big enough for our purposes, or rather, the purposes of the Shimane Aerospace Corporation, for we were merely investors, and it was uninhabited. The idea was to build a spaceport there. Now, this is high horse territory for me, though I do know what I'm talking about, and it is my job. But space, and anything associated with getting into it, is going to be so fucking big, and soon it's frightening. Space is already very big business indeed, and it's going to get a lot bigger in the near future. The US through NASA, Europe through ESA, the Russians, the Chinese, the Japanese, and various other minor players are all desperate to grab as much of the launch market as possible, and private enterprise is determined to catch up. I've seen detailed plans of about a dozen different ways of getting into space, even leaving out the exotic far future stuff like giant elevators, rail guns, and giant lasers, using craft with helicopter-like rotors with rockets in the tips, or Well, never mind. The point is not that if we're lucky, one of them might just work. It's that all of them might work. Whatever method you use, the best place to launch stuff into orbit is from the equator, or as close to it as you can get, which is why NASA chose southern Florida for its spaceport, and the SU had to settle for the delights of Kazakhstan. The Earth, just through rotating, gives you a free energy boost to help lob your payload above the atmosphere, and that means you can lob more or use less fuel than you could if you launched from further up or down the curve towards the poles. One space launch concern, in which I am delighted to say we have some investment, is taking advantage of this by using two huge ships, a command and control vessel and the rocket-carrying ship itself, to send payloads up from the oceans on the equator. The time before last that I was in Scotland, I got to clamber over the launch ship while it was in dry dock in Greenock on the Clyde. It was just techie heaven. These are real ships, built for an entirely pragmatic, unromantic, unsentimental, return-hungry consortium. But they are just such a fabulous Thunderbird-style idea, I'd have been seriously tempted to recommend investing in them just for the sheer mad beauty of the project. Happily, it looks like a good business deal, too. But you never know. The ships will only be able to handle stuff up to a certain size. To be on the safe side, we're also the major investor in the Shimane Aerospace Corporation's Pijantan Island project, which, if all goes according to plan, by 2004, we'll be sending state-of-the-art rockets roaring into space with their valuable satellite cargoes. This was heavy engineering, cutting-edge technology, and serious science. The budget was jaw-dropping. So were the returns, if we'd all got our sums right. But the point was that the bigger the project and the bigger the budget, the easier it is to hide things in both of them. Like this little item here, a tracking station in Whenuaua. Now, why Whenuaua? I looked up a map of the Pacific. Why not Nauru, or Kiribati, or even the fucking Galapagos? Sipping my coffee somewhere around Grantham, I used the mobile and the laptop's modem to do some more long-range web searching. Eventually, as the train sped through the night, picking up speed after Doncaster, deep in some otherwise entirely ignorable PR nonsense, which just goes to show you never know when something useful will turn up, I found a little video clip of Kirita Shinizagi, Chief Executive Officer of the Shimane Aerospace Corporation, visiting Whenuaua earlier this year and inspecting the site for the new tracking station. "Next stop, York," the guard's voice said over the speakers, while my head was somewhere between London, Tokyo, Whenuaua, and Pijantan Island. I disconnected the mobile from the computer. The phone rang. Hazelton's number came up on the display. I hesitated 2-3 rings before answering. "Hello? Catherine? Mr. Hazelton? Catherine, I was so sorry to hear about Freddie." "Thank you. Will you be able to make the funeral, Mr. Hazelton?" "Sadly, no." "Catherine, are you able to think straight, or are you too distraught? If this is a bad time to talk about things, I can always wait." "I think I can still string 2 thoughts together, Mr. Hazelton. What was it you wanted to talk about?" "I wondered how you felt you'd got on in Thulan. I was going to ask before, but of course we were rather overtaken by events when you realized that Freddie was in hospital. We never did finish that conversation." "No, we didn't. I recall that at the time I was about to ask you if you'd had any hand in suggesting to the prince that he ask me to marry him." "You were? I don't understand, Catherine. Why would I want to interfere in your private life?" "That's all right, Mr. Hazelton. I've had more time to think since then. The question no longer applies." "I see. I confess I wasn't entirely sure I'd heard you right when you told me that at the time. However, I've spoken to Suvinder since, and yes, he was and is very serious about it. I understand you turned him down. That's very sad." "Of
course, it's entirely your decision, and you must do as you see fit. But the prince did sound very dejected.
He's a better man than I thought he was at first, Mr. Hazelton. I've come to like him, but I don't love him.
Ah, well, there we are then. This has, as you can imagine, all become rather more complicated because of that development. Are you still thinking of the proposition Jebbet and Tommy put to you?
Yes.
Good. The amount of power invested in whoever takes up the post there would be very considerable. You might have decided not to become Queen of Thulan, Catherine, but you could still become something like the President. What do you think? Have you had any thoughts? Or would it now be too awkward with Suvinder there?
Oh, I've had thoughts, Mr. Hazelton.
You're being very cryptic, Catherine. Is there somebody there with you? Can't you talk?
There's nobody here. I can talk. I'm still thinking very seriously about taking up the post in Thulan.
But you haven't come to a decision yet.
Not yet.
You couldn't give us a balance of probabilities assessment, even? Which way you're leaning, as it were?
There are very strong reasons for going, and very strong ones for staying where I am. It's too delicately balanced. So, no, I'm afraid I can't. But once I've made my decision, I'll stick with it.
And when do you think that will be, Catherine?
I think another few days should do the trick.
Well, we shall just have to be patient, shan't we, Catherine?
Yes. Sorry about that.
Of course. There is the other matter, isn't there? I don't want to have to push you on that, too, but it has been a couple of weeks now.
You mean that B-movie you provided me with?
Yes. I was wondering if you'd come to any decision on that, too.
Yes, I have. Instant message transmission. Stephen, we need to talk. Call when you can. Voice or this. End of transmission. Uncle Freddy had a Viking's funeral. His coffin was placed in an old motorboat, one of those polished wooden things with 2 tandem separate seating compartments and a stern deck that slopes in a curve all the way down to the water. It had been filled with various flammable stuff and moored out in the center of the lake where we'd fished a few weeks earlier. A crowd of us, a big crowd too, given that Freddy hadn't had many relatives, looked on. One of his drinking cronies from the pub in Bliskrig village was an archer. He had one of those elaborate modern bows that looks much more complicated than any gun, with balancing weights sticking out apparently at random and all sorts of other bits and pieces. He loaded up an arrow with a big bulging head made of bound rags soaked in petrol. Another drinking chum lit it, and then he shot it out towards the motorboat. The arrow made a noise I'll never forget as it curved up through the clear, cool air. Uncle Freddy's pal was obviously very good, or he'd done this before, because that one shot was all he needed. The arrow slammed dramatically into the woodwork. The flames caught and spread, and the boat was soon ablaze from end to end. I stood watching it burn, thinking that there were probably all sorts of terribly British and very sensible rules and regulations about the proper disposal of bodies that were being flouted here. Well, fuck him if they can't take a joke. Freddy, the man who put the fun in funeral. Uncle F left me a small landscape painting I'd once admired. Not by anybody famous, and not valuable, just nice and something to remember him by. What do you give the girl who has everything? Your undivided attention, of course. So, having not bequeathed me the entire house and estate of Bliskrig, Freddy did the next best thing and left me something I would be able to pack in a bag and take away with me. The Charn Monsters, the Business, Conjurations and Interludens Division, had been kept at bay by the terms of Uncle Freddy's will. I think Miss Haggis was grateful for that, though there wasn't much she could do about the presence of Maeve Watkins. Still, they seemed to get along politely enough, Miss H serving Mrs. W. tea in the drawing-room with a civility that was one notch up from Frosty, and Mrs. W. seeming slightly embarrassed and modestly grateful. The company was represented by Madame Chasso, the other level one, apart from Hazelton, who'd been at the weekend party at Bliss Craig 3 weeks earlier. I asked to have a word with her alone. We sat in Bliss Craig's toweringly impressive library. She settled her small, elegant frame into a seat, carefully smoothing her black skirt under her bony legs. "What is it that concerns you, Catherine?" She looked around, then pulled a small container, like a powder compact, from her handbag. "Oh, do you think it is permitted to smoke in here?" "I don't know. You don't mind if I do?" Her accent was confusing, halfway between French and German. "No, I don't." She offered me a cigarette, which I refused. She lit up. The little container was a closable ashtray. She placed it on the table at her side. "I understand you might be moving to Thulan," she said, tapping the end of the Dunhill gently against the edge of the little ashtray, though the ash wasn't ready to come off yet. I watched this, trying to judge how much to say, trying to think back to what I knew of Madame Chasso. How close was she to Hazelton? The fact that she was supposed to have a thing going with Adrian Bodenholt didn't mean much by itself. If it did mean anything beyond the purely personal, it might even mean that Hazelton was using Bodenholt to keep an eye on her. Though it might mean something else, too. Possibly. She blinked behind her small glasses. "The rumor I have heard is that Prince Ovinda has proposed to you." She smiled. "That is very interesting." "Yes, 'tis, isn't it? I wondered at one stage if that had somehow been set up." "Set up? How do you mean?" "I mean that somebody, or some people at the highest level of the business, decided that having an agreement with the prince, legal or otherwise, wasn't good enough to guarantee that Thulan was really ours, and that having one of our own high-level execs married to the ruler would be a far more satisfactory way of cementing the relationship between us and Thulan." "Ah, yes, I see. But it would be something of a long shot, yes?" "Not that long, perhaps. The people concerned already knew that the prince was keen on me. And I was sounded out, first by Mr. Dessous and then by Mr. Cholongai. I misinterpreted at the time. I thought they were really trying to find out how suited I would be to becoming a sort of ambassador to Thulan, which is the pretext that was used to get me to go there. I thought they were worried that I was insufficiently committed, not so much to the company as to the idea of personal monetary success, and I suppose laissez-faire capitalism itself. What they were really worried about, I think, is that I was too committed to those things." She blinked. "Can one be?" "I think so, if you're hoping that the person concerned might find something in a poor, underdeveloped third-world country that you can't find in her very comfortable existence in one of the richest parts of the richest state in the richest country in the world." "I have heard that Thulan is enchanting," Madame Chasso said, persuading some ash to drop from her cigarette. "I have never been there." She looked over her glasses at me. "Would you recommend a visit?" "In a personal or a business capacity?" She looked surprised. "I think one may only savor enchantment in a personal capacity, no?" "Of course. Madame Chasso, may I ask if what I'm talking about here is all new to you, or did you already know of anything like this before?" "But, Catherine, if all that you are speculating about had been spoken about at my level, you would be asking me now to reveal what the board has discussed. You must know that I cannot do that." She smiled and put one hand on her tightly gathered hair. "However, there are less formal occasions when such subjects arise between board members, and in that context I can tell you that there was some talk of you being just the right person to represent us in Thulan. And the point was made that the prince's high regard for you would be to the good in this respect. I do not think that any of us thought for one moment he would make you a proposal of marriage. For my part, and I mean no disrespect, I would have imagined that he would want to marry, or would be obliged to marry someone of a certain social class? That's what I thought. Apparently not. That is also interesting. She looked thoughtful. Have you made a decision yet, Catherine? I told the prince no. Oh. The rumor I heard was that you were undecided. Well, that might be unfortunate or fortunate. Would you still consider the post in Toulon? I am still considering it. Good. I hope you did not turn the prince down only because you thought that we had maneuvered you into the position of being asked. No, I turned him down because I don't love him. She seemed to think about this. We are so lucky, aren't we, she said, to be able to marry for love. This was probably as distracted as I was ever going to get her. Do you know anything about the Silex thing, Madame Chassot? She frowned. No. What is the Silex thing? I'm not sure. I thought perhaps you could tell me. I'm afraid I cannot. Then I may have to ask Mr. Hazelton. Ah, Mr. Hazelton. Do you think he knows about it? He may. Silex is a chip manufacturing plant in Scotland. There seemed to be something odd about it. I was looking into it. I paused. I think Adrian Podenhort was too. I wondered if he'd said anything to you. Why would he do that, Catherine? Now there was a reaction. She coloured faintly. My bet was that Madame Chassot was either an extraordinarily gifted actress, or she'd been telling the truth so far. I hear rumours too, Madame Chassot, I said. I gave a small, nervous-looking smile and lowered my eyes. I'm sorry if I've embarrassed you. Adrian and I are close, Catherine, but we do not discuss business, how should I say, gratuitously. Of course. I smiled in what I hoped was a friendly way. I was hoping to have a word with Adrian about the matter, but please don't say anything to him. I'll go through Mr. Hazelton. We talked a little more after that. Madame Chassot smoked a few more cigarettes.
Tillman?
Mr. Dessous, hello.
How the hell are you, Tillman? What can I do for you? And why did this call have to be scrambled? Yeah, and why aren't you calling me Jeb like I told you?
I'm fine, Jeb. You?
Mad as hell.
I'm sorry to hear that. What's happened?
Damn feds took away my Scuds, that's what.
Oh, dear. Do you mean Scud missiles?
Course. What the hell else would I mean? Thought I'd hidden them too good. Those fornicating, interfering scumbags must have been tipped off. Informer in the ranks, Tillman. At least you're not on the list of suspects. I never did tell you where they were hid, did I?
Not that I can recall. Where were they?
Inside a couple of grain silos. My idea. Grain silos, missile silos. Clever, huh? Thought that'd be the last place anybody'd look if they ever did come snooping round.
Didn't they do that in a Man from U.N.C.L.E. episode?
What?
I'm sure there was a Man from U.N.C.L.E. episode where the bad guys hid missiles in grain silos. Long time ago, of course.
Damn! You mean it wasn't an original idea? Hell's teeth, Tillman. No wonder they guessed. Never watched the program myself. Serves me right for not being more into popular culture, I guess. One of those FBI bozos must have seen the same episode as you, Tillman. Maybe we haven't got a turncoat here after all.
Maybe not.
So, Tillman, what's up?
Freddie Ferrandonald, Jeb.
Oh, yeah, sorry to hear about that. You there for the funeral?
Yes, it's just finished.
So, Tillman, Toulon. Hazelton says you told the prince to go to hell. That true?
No, Jeb. I just refused his offer of marriage.
Same thing to a guy, Tillman. You gonna tell me old Suvinder doesn't feel like he's been kicked in the teeth?
I hope he doesn't feel like that. We parted on what I thought were very good terms.
Tillman, any guy with a nickel's worth of brain cells thinks long and hard before asking a girl to marry him. And if he isn't only asking because he's got her pregnant and he feels he ought to ask, then he gets nervous as hell worrying about what she's gonna say. This guy's a prince. Not only has he got his own future to think of, he's got the future of his whole damn country to think about, too.
Plus, the way people around him see it, and probably him too, is he's doing you a big favor and making a huge sacrifice even thinking about asking you. Because you're not some princess or lady or something. You're a level-free exec. You're probably a lot better off than the prince, but that doesn't seem to be what matters to these people. It's breeding. Pile of horse manure, if you ask me. But that's the way it is, and the fact remains that even if we bumped you up to level 2, you'd still be just some kid out of a project in Scotland.
Schemes. We call them schemes in Scotland, Jeb. But I take the point. However, I think I'll let Savinder down as gently as possible, and I hope we'll still be friends.
Hooey, frankly, Tellman.
You don't think that's possible?
I doubt it. You've wounded the man's pride. And if and when the prince does get hitched, and you're around, no self-respecting wife's gonna let him stay buddies with you.
Well, I may not be there anyway. I'm still thinking about whether to take the post in Thulan or not.
So I hear. Well, don't take forever, okay? We ain't got that long. What are you going to do now?
I'm going to ask if you know what happens to Whenuaua once we complete the deal with Thulan.
Jesus wept, Tellman. You be careful what you're saying, will you? This call might be encrypted, or whatever you call it, but...
What happens, Jeb?
What do you mean, what happens? Nothing happens. That bunch of food coupon-grabbing, good-for-nothing welfare dumbasses get whatever they can from the U.S., the French, and the Brits before the dung hits the fan. We get the hell out, and they go back to incest and alcoholism. Why the hell are you so concerned about them all of a sudden? Jesus, Tellman, you haven't gone soft on us just because you saw a few Sherpas and their cute little kids, have you? You might get to be our representative to Thulan, Tellman. You ain't our ambassador to the fucking UN. God damn it, Tellman, now you've got me swearing. What the hell's wrong with you?
Jeb? Mr. Dessous?
What?
I suspect we're getting kufabbled. There was a near silence at the other end of the line. Listening carefully through the odd lilt of white noise, the scrambling circuit added to the connection, I could just hear Dessous breathing. I hadn't even been sure that he would recognize the name of the French exec who'd cheated the business out of what it saw as rightly its own over a century ago. Obviously he did. He cleared his throat.
You serious, Tellman?
I'm afraid so.
Okay. So how significant is the operation?
It's at your level, Jeb. Another pause.
The hell it is, huh?
I thought maybe you were in on it, but now I don't think you are.
Uh-huh.
But I don't know enough yet, and I can't start accusing anybody. I just wanted someone to know.
I see. Well, you be careful what you're getting into there, Tellman.
I'm trying to be. In the evening, after the funeral and after all the rest of the mourners had left, Miss Haggis and I sat up round the fire in the little living room just off the main kitchen, drinking whiskey and reminiscing. Madame Chassot had been chauffeured back to Leeds Bradford and her Learjet. The locals had retreated to the pub when Uncle F had put a couple of grand behind the bar for them to have a proper wake to mourn his passing. And Mrs. Watkins had returned to her Leeds hotel. Freddie's few relations, all distant, had made themselves so, despite having been invited to stay. I got the impression Miss H. was relieved they hadn't accepted. I hoped I wasn't spoiling things by being the only one to stay, and after a couple of drams I said as much. "Oh, you're no trouble, Miss Tellman." I'd suggested we might try first names, but Miss H. had seemed almost girlishly embarrassed and shaken her head. "It's always been a pleasure to have you here. Even the time I got stuck in the dumbwaiter? Ah, well, you weren't the first or the last." This had happened the second time I'd been brought to Bliscraig by Mrs. Tellman, when I'd been 10. The first time I'd been so stunned and awestruck by the place, I'd barely dared to sit down. When I visited a second time, I'd been a lot more blasé and had decided to explore. The dumbwaiter I'd elected to do some of my exploring in had got stuck, and it took several strong men a couple of hours to rescue me. Uncle Freddie had thought it was all quite a hoot, and had sent down supplies of cakes and lemonade.
To my intense embarrassment, he'd also hollered down that I was just to shout out if I needed a chamber pot lowered to me, too. Has anyone ever explored every single nook and cranny of this place? Mr. Farringdonald did, when he first bought it, Miss Heggis said. And I think I have, though I'm not sure you can ever be certain. You never get lost? Not for years. Sometimes I have to think where I am, mind. Miss Heggis sipped at her whiskey. Mr. Farringdonald used to tell me he knew of secret passages that he wasn't telling me about, but I think he was just teasing me. He always said he'd leave the map in his will, but, well... I'm going to miss Freddie, I said. Miss Heggis nodded. He could be a rascal sometimes, but he was a good employer and a friend to me. She looked sad. Were you glad he never married? She looked sharply at me. Glad, Miss Tellman? I'm sorry. I hope you don't mind me asking. I just always felt that this was almost as much your house as his. And if he'd brought a wife here, well, you'd have had to share the place with her, too. I hope I'd have got on as well with her as I did with him, Miss Heggis said, only a little defensively. I suppose it would have depended on the wife, but I would have done my best. What if Uncle Freddie had married Mrs. Watkins? Could you have got on with her? She looked away. I think so. She seemed pleasant enough, I thought. Yes, pleasant enough. Do you think she loved him? Miss Heggis drew herself up in her chair and smoothed her hair with one hand. I really wouldn't be able to say, Miss Tellman. I hope she did, don't you? It would be good to know that someone loved him. Everyone should have that. She was silent for a while. I think many of us did, in our various ways. Did you, Miss Heggis? She sniffed and looked into her whiskey glass. I had a lot of affection for the old rogue. Whether you'd call it love, I don't know. She looked me in the eye. We were never linked, Miss Tellman. She looked at the ceiling and around the walls. Except by this place. I see. Any road, in the end, it isn't my house, Miss Tellman. Never was. I'm a servant. He could have dismissed me at any time. I don't mean that he ever threatened me with that, or ever reminded me of it. Just that it's always at the back of your mind. Well, that can't happen now. She nodded. It was very good of Mr. Farringdonald to leave me the flat and to provide for me. Will you stay here once it's handed over to the National Trust? She looked mildly shocked. Of course. I imagine they might want to employ you. Actually, I think they'd be foolish not to. Would you work for them? I might, she nodded. It would depend. If I was wanted, I'd be happy to. I suspect Uncle Freddie would have liked that. Do you? Definitely. She looked round again, took a deep breath, and said, This has been my love, Miss Tellman, this place. I've been in service here, one way or another, for nearly 50 years, since I left school, for your uncle, his business, the army, and the Cowell family. I've never thought to marry, never wanted to. Bliss Craig's been all I've ever needed. She lifted her head up. There are those here and in the village who think I've missed out on life. But I don't think I have, not at all. There's plenty of others to fall in love and have lots of children. I've given my life to this house, and I haven't regretted it. Well, not for more than an hour or two at a time, and then not often. She gave a small, flickering, vulnerable smile. We all have our blues, don't we? But I wouldn't have changed anything if I could have. She laughed lightly and swirled her whiskey as she looked at it. Goodness me, listen to me. I'll be dancing on the tables next. I raised my glass. To Bliss Craig, I said. And so we drank a toast to the place, and maybe to places in general.
Suvinder, hi, how are you?
Oh, Catherine, I'm sorry. I did not mean to call you. I must have pressed the wrong button. Are you well? You sound sleepy.
That's okay, I'm fine. You all right?
I am well, but I'd better go or you will be upset with me. Say you forgive me for calling you so late.
I forgive you.
I bid you good night, Catherine.
Good night, sweet prince.
Oh, Catherine.
That's a quotation, Suvinder.
I know, but you said it to me. I shall sleep well. Good night, dearest Catherine.
I rang Adrian Podenhall the following morning. He was in Italy, picking up his new Ferrari from the factory in Modena. He'd be driving it back to the UK over the next couple of days. I told him I wanted to meet up with him, and he sounded surprised. So I reckon Madame Chassot hadn't said anything to him. We arranged to rendezvous in Switzerland the following day. Chapter 12. Miss Haggis drove me to York in her old Volvo estate. I think we both had slight hangovers. I took a GNER train to London. Tea reasonable, opened the laptop, but beyond playing a few variations with the calculator on a certain 10-figure number, didn't do anything. Just sat staring out the window and decided the best bit of the East Coast main line was definitely from York northwards, not south. Played Katie Lang's Ingenue on the Walkman and sang along in my head. Where is your head indeed, Catherine? Taxi to Heathrow. Annoying driver. Did not take "I'm reading a newspaper" hint, and only finally shut up when I put the earphones in. Played Kate and Anna McGarrigle's Matapedia all the way along the M4. Folk. Not the sort of thing I'm usually into, but just sublime. Degree of tearfulness at some of the tracks. Running repairs to face required in lounge restroom. Gave self talking to. Swissair flight to Geneva. Service coolly correct and flawless as usual. LWB silver-colored 7 Series company car to Chateau d'Ay. Elderly but efficient driver called Hans. Thankfully silent. Switzerland, where the money comes. I have mixed feelings about the place. On the one hand, it is sumptuously beautiful in a rugged, blatant and snowy way, and everything works. On the other hand, they shout at you for crossing the street when there's no traffic visible for miles, just because the crossing signal is showing a red man, not a green man, and if you pass them in a car doing a kilometre more than the legal limit, they honk their horns and flash their lights. Plus, it's where all the third world dictators and other assorted robbing bastards stash the loot they've sucked out of their own countries and their own people. This is a whole country where money goes to money. This is one of the richest nations on earth, and some of the dosh comes from some of the poorest countries, who, once they've been bled dry by the latest thieving scumbag, then get the IMF stepping in with orders to tighten their belts. Somehow being whisked along the N1 towards Lausanne, in the midst of all the other Beamers, Mercs, Audis, Jags, Bentleys, Rollers, Lexi, and the rest, it all looked even more self-satisfied and opulent than it usually did. The snow-topped mountains around the lake alone appeared aloof from it all. Even those, though, didn't look quite the same anymore. One of the things I've always liked about Switzerland is that they've civilized a lot of their hills. You can get cable cars up there. You can drive up them, between them, through them, and underneath them, or climb into a train and be clunked and trundled to cafes and restaurants at the top, where the only things more breathtaking than the views are the prices. Then you can ski back down. I always appreciated that accessibility, that refusal to treat each and every peak as something which absolutely had to be left pristine, so that only the mountaineers and the local fauna ever got to appreciate it. And I still like the idea, in theory. Yet now, looking at the peaks across the lake, I couldn't help comparing them unfavorably with those of Thulan. and almost scorning them for being so compromised, so tamed. Fuck me, I thought. I'm going native. I gave a single snort of laughter through my nose. Hans, the white-haired driver, glanced at me, saw I wasn't trying to attract his attention, and promptly looked away again. I slipped Joni M's latest into the Walkman, but only half listened. I'd left my phone off for the journey as far as Geneva. I'd switched it back on when I got into the BMW, but deliberately hadn't checked on any messages or previous callers. It rang as we were passing Vevey and turning up into the mountains for the long loop round to Château d'Ay. I looked at the incoming number. I found myself smiling. "Hello?" "Catherine." "Suvinder, how are you?" "I am well. I thought I might call at a more civilized hour and inquire how everything went at Freddie's funeral. It was bad enough that I could not come myself, but, well, there was so much to be done here. And I had just come back. Did it all go, I don't know the right word, fittingly?" "It did. A Viking's funeral." I had to explain to Suvinder about what a Viking's funeral was. "And Miss Haggis sends her regards." "That is kind of her. She always made me feel most welcome." I used to find her scary at first, but I had a good long talk to her just last night. I looked up at the mountains around us. "Yes, Catherine?" "Hello?" "Sorry, yes. A good talk. Suvinder." "Yes?" Nothing. I'd been going to say I might be back in Thulan before too long, but I didn't know how to say something like that to him without investing it with too much in the way of implication. So I settled for, "How is everybody?" "All here are well, though my mother learned of my proposal to you and was highly upset. She is still not speaking to me, for which alone I owe you a favor, I think." "Suvinder, shame on you for saying such a thing. You should go to her and try to make amends." "I will not apologize for what I asked, nor will I retract my offer to you, not even to please her. She must learn to move with the times, and also that I am the ruler, not her." "Well, good for you, but you should still try to make up." "I suppose I should. Yes, you are right. I will see her tomorrow, if she will see me." "Well, I'd send my regards, but I don't think it would be a good idea for you to mention that." "I think it would be politic not to." I heard him sigh. "Catherine, I must go." "Okay, Suvinder. You look after yourself, all right?" "I will. You too." I clicked the phone off. I sat there, tapping its little warm black body against my other hand, looking out at the mountains and thinking. Château d'Ay is, as I've said, the closest thing we have to a world HQ. The compound starts just above the town itself, on the far side of the railroad tracks. It doesn't look like much, considering. A big old chateau that looks like it can't decide whether it really is a chateau or a schloss. Lots of grounds, the sort of grounds that get bigger the longer you look at them, following walls and fences that are discreetly concealed as possible, and a mountainside scattered with smaller buildings and houses. Bliskregg is a far more impressive sight. The bit above ground, however, is not even half the story. Some people have tried to nickname the place the Iceberg, because so much of it is hidden under the surface. In the dusk, Château d'Ay, the town, looked rich and neat and tidy as ever. It had snowed recently, and the place looked quite picturesque in a neat and tidy way. I swear they cleaned the slush. The road to the compound swept over the railway and up to a tall set of gates and a designer guardhouse. One of the 3 guards recognized me and nodded, but they checked my passport anyway. The gates hummed open with an inertia-rich deliberation that would make you wary of taking anything flimsier than a main battle tank through them uninvited. The 7 Series purred upwards past the trees and the crisply white lawns and pastures, its way lit by ornamental light clusters with 3 softly glowing white globes apiece, and, on about every 5th or 6th lamp, a little closed-circuit television camera. The chateau swung into view, tastefully floodlit and looking chocolate box pretty against the black and white of the wooded mountainside beyond. Above it, necklaces of white road lights wiggled on up the slope to higher buildings. The mostly male staff at the chateau went gliding around, white-jacketed, efficient, seeming to do the old Miss Haggis trick of materializing and dematerializing at will. I was welcomed with nods and clicked heels. My bags disappeared apparently of their own volition. My coat slipped silently and almost unnoticed from my shoulders, and I was escorted through the baroque and glowing foyer towards the gleaming elevators in the dreamlike state that usually afflicted me here. I nodded to people I knew, exchanged travel pleasantries with the white-jacketed guy carrying my briefcase, but it all seemed dissociated from reality. If you'd asked me when I got to my room and was settling in which language I'd been talking to the guy in the white jacket, I couldn't have told you for sure. My room looked down the slope of the mountainside towards the town. The mountains across the valley were the color of the moon. The room was large, the sort of space hotels tend to call a mini-suite. It had antique furniture, 2 balconies, a bigger bed than usual, and a bathroom with a separate shower stall. Flowers, chocolates, and newspapers had been delivered, and a half-bottle of champagne. You become very sensitized to the minutiae of business perks and privileges over the years, and the precise level of luxury that greets you at Chateau d'Ay is entirely the most accurate guide to how you're doing within your current status in the hierarchy. This was up to level 2 standards. The champagne was only a half bottle, but then I was by myself, and it doesn't do to encourage one's guests to get too sozzled before dinner. And it was vintage, big plus. The phone rang, and the general manager of the chateau welcomed me and apologized for not being able to greet me in person. I assured him everything was fine, and to my taste. I took Dolsung's little artificial flower and stuck it in a glass on the bedside table. It looked tiny and forlorn there, even cheap. What if the staff threw it out? I picked it up and put it back on my jacket, in the buttonhole. But it didn't look right there either, so I stuck it inside, bending the stalk through the buttonhole in the single internal pocket so that it was secure. Dinner was promptly at 8 in the main dining room. There were maybe 100 or so staffers. I gossiped with the best of them, before, during, and after. The chateau is usually the place to find out what's going on in the business. Most people wanted to find out what was going on in Thulan from me. The quality of the questions they asked indicated the accuracy of the rumors they'd heard, and corresponded pretty accurately to their level in the company. Had I just come back from Whenuaua? No. Was there some backup deal being arranged in Thulan in case Whenuaua went belly up at the last moment? I couldn't say. Was I going to be president of Whenuaua? Unlikely. Was the deal done yet or not? I really couldn't say. Had the prince really proposed to me? Yes. Had I accepted? No. So I answered a lot of questions, but I was able to ask a lot in return, and people were happier than they might have been otherwise to share all they knew or felt about a whole host of subjects. At the end of that evening, even if only for a short time, I probably knew as much about the business as a whole as anybody did, regardless of level. Madame Chassot, who kept a house in the grounds, was present at the meal and after it, the only level 1. We talked for a few minutes over brandy in the drawing room, and she seemed quite friendly. She'd be spending the next few days at her own place near Lucerne. Adrian tells me you're meeting him tomorrow, Catherine. That's right. I wanted to talk to him. I smiled. He seems very proud of his new car. $355, I think he said. Sounds nice. She smiled thinly. Red is not his color, but he insisted. Well, it is a Ferrari. I think it's almost compulsory. You're meeting for lunch? Yes, in a place near the Grimsel Pass. He recommended it. She looked uncertain. You will take good care of him, yes? Of course, I said. What was she talking about? She was staring intently at her glass. She didn't think I had any designs on his tumid butt, did she? Thank you. He is important to me. Very dear. Of course, I understand. I'll try to make sure he leaves me in one piece. I laughed lightly. Why? He's not a bad driver, is he? I was thinking of asking for a drive in the Ferrari. No. He is a perfectly fine driver, I think. Well, that's a relief. I raised my glass. To careful drivers. Indeed. In my dream, I was in a great house in the mountains. There was bright moonlight and starlight, but the stars were wrong, and I remember thinking, I must be in New Zealand. The great house was built on a vast rumpled landscape of spired and crevassed ice tipped between two mountain ranges. It didn't seem in the least strange to me that the building had been constructed on a glacier, though the whole place creaked and trembled as it moved with the rest of our immediate landscape down the vast, slow river of ice. With each rumble and creak beneath us, a host of diamond chandeliers tinkled, mirrors flexed and distorted, and cracks appeared in the ceilings and walls, sprinkling white dust. White overalled servants rushed to repair the fissures, clattering up ladders and shinning up skinny poles to slap fresh plaster across the faults, raining white, damp dots. This happened a lot. We held umbrellas above us as we walked through the huge, echoing rooms. Marble statues were real people who had stood too long in one place under the drizzle of plaster. Teams of yaks moved through constantly branching tunnels in the ice beneath us, only surfacing at the great house, where their smiling, round-faced minders thanked us for soup and their beds in the many tents scattered across the icy scenery. A masked man I knew not to trust was doing a complicated trick with cups and hats and my little Netsuke monkey, shifting them around the table while people placed bets and laughed. The masked man's mouth was visible, and he was missing lots of teeth, but they weren't really missing at all. Some had been blacked out, as though he was an actor. I woke up, wondering where I was again. Thulan? Not cold enough. But then I'd been moved to a more hotel-like room. But still not Thulan. I remember the smell of the Heavenly Luck tea house. Yorkshire? No. London? No. Chateau d'Ay. Ah, yes. Nice room. Valley view. Alone. Nobody here. I felt groggily across the bed. No one was here. Monkey gone. This monkey's gone to heaven. Wasn't that a Pixies song? Dulsong. Why hadn't she been in my dream? And who's this we, anyway, white man? Ah, nothing. Sleep again. There was time to kill at the Grimsel Pass. I sat in the 7 Series waiting for Podenhort, reading the Herald Tribune. The phone rang, and it was, at last, Stephen. Catherine, hi. Sorry for the delay. Daniela was running a serious temperature, and Emma was away at one of her friends, so I had to do the hospital thing. She's okay now, but, well, hence the delay. That's all right. It's good to hear you. What was it you wanted to talk about? Nothing too urgent, I hope. Hold on. I got out of the car, only just beating Happy Hans, my white-haired chauffeur, to the draw. He had his cap on. He was out of his door and reaching for the outside handle of my door while I was still pushing. He drew the door fully open as I got out into the chill air of the early afternoon. The car park was gravel, uneven. I nodded to Hans and let him put my coat over my shoulders before I walked off, heading away from the quaintly painted old wooden inn and the other cars and coaches. Catherine? I stopped at the low wall, looking down the valley at the road winding into Italy. Still here, Stephen, I said. Listen, what I have to tell you is pretty bad news. Oh, yeah? He sounded only a little wary at first. What? How bad? I took a deep breath. The air was cold. I could feel its raw and numbing touch in my nostrils and at the back of my throat, and could sense it filling my lungs. It's about Emma. I told him. He was silent mostly. I told him all of it, about the DVD, Hazelton's involvement, the dates and places, and the obligation that Hazelton expected of me. He was so quiet, I wondered if perhaps none of this was coming as a great shock at all. Maybe, I thought, they had an open relationship that he'd never wanted to tell me about in case it encouraged me. Maybe Hazelton had been upset that I'd told him I'd made my mind up, but that I wasn't going to tell him what my decision was yet, and he'd told Stephen. But no, Stephen was just stunned. He hadn't really started to guess, or if he had entertained any suspicions whatsoever, they'd been the sort that occur to you unbidden, as purely theoretical constructs, the sort of thing that an imaginative mind throws up as a matter of course, but which the moral self dismisses as preposterous, and even feels shameful to be associated with. He said yes once or twice, and I see, and right. Stephen, I'm sorry. Silence. That's hopelessly inadequate, I know. More silence. I just hope you... Oh, Stephen, I've thought about this for a long time. 2 weeks. I didn't know what to do. I still don't know that I'm doing the right thing. I think it's all pretty horrible, including Hazelton's part in it, and making me have anything to do with it, too. I want you to know I'm not enjoying this. I'm trying to be straight with you, trying to be honest. I could have got Hazelton to let you know without me being... All right, he said loudly, almost shouting. Then, sorry. All right, Catherine, I take the point. I guess you did the right thing. I looked up at the blue, blue sky. You're going to hate me for this, aren't you? I don't know what I'm going to feel, Catherine. I feel I don't know, winded. Yeah, sort of winded. Like when you fall on your back and you can't breathe, but hey, a lot worse, you know? Yeah, I know. Stephen, I'm so sorry. Oh, well, I guess it had to be done. Jeez. He sounded like he might be about to laugh or cry. Breath whistled out of him. Some start to the day. Is Emma there? No, still away. Well, just coming back today. God, the bitch. You take it easy, okay? Huh? Yeah, sure. And thanks. I guess. Look, call me whenever, all right? Get your breath back, but keep in touch. Call me later, will you? Yeah. Yeah, right, I'll... Goodbye, Catherine. Goodbye. Good... The phone clicked off. Bye, I said. I closed my eyes. Somewhere down the road, in Italy, I could hear the muted rasp of a high-performance engine coming closer. Lunch was a disappointment. Podenhort couldn't stop talking about his car, a shiny red 355 soft top with a black hood. He'd driven me here in it, keeping the revs below 5,000, because even though the engine was meant to have been run in on the bench, he just wanted to be sure. Hans and the BMW would appear here later to take me back to the chateau. We were in a modern glass and steel restaurant in the trees above an archetypically twee village that looked like it was composed of scaled-up cuckoo clocks. On the hour you expected a door under the eaves to flap open and Heidi to bounce out at the end of a giant spring. We both drank spring water. The food was Swiss-German, not my favorite cuisine, so it was easy to save plenty of space for a pudding, which was satisfyingly rich and chocolatey. Podenhort tore his gaze away from the Ferrari again. He'd insisted on a table with a view of the car park. Yes, why did you want to see me? Nettle-grasping time again. I wanted to ask you what you were doing at the Silex plant the other day. His big puffy face stared at me over our gently steaming coffee. He blinked a few times. I wondered which way he'd jump. Silex? He said. He frowned and concentrated on stirring some sugar into his espresso. You know, the chip plant in Scotland. What took you up there, Adrian? I watched him decide. He wasn't going for total denial, something closer to the truth. I was looking into something. And what was that? Well, I can't say. Was this for Mr. Hazelton? He stirred his coffee slowly, then brought the little cup to his lips. Mm-hmm, he said, and sipped. I see, I said. I take it he had his suspicions too, then? Suspicions? About what was going on in there? He put on a serious face. His gaze flickered all over me. Come to any conclusions? He shrugged. How about you? I sat closer, leaning into the fragrant vapors rising from my coffee. There was something hidden in there. In the plant? Yes. Ideal place when you think about it. Chip factories have brilliant security anyway. You know how much chips are worth, more than their weight in gold. So the places are really well guarded. Then there's the whole prophylactic rigmarole you have to go through to get into the production facilities. All that changing and delay. Impossible to just charge in, giving people inside time to hide stuff, if you know somebody who might ask awkward questions is coming in. Plus, there are all those deeply noxious chemicals they use, the etching fluids, the solvents and washes, really nasty chemical warfare stuff any rational person would keep well away from. So as well as all the usual security paraphernalia, the guards and walls and cameras and so on, and the sheer difficulty of accessing the place quickly, you've got a serious health disincentive to go there in the first place. It's perfect. The ideal place to hide whatever. I took a look round 3 or 4 weeks ago, but I couldn't find anything. Podenholt was nodding thoughtfully. Yes, well, that's what occurred to us, too. So, what do you think it was? Or is? Oh, it's gone now. But I think they had another assembly line going in there. He blinked. Chips? What else would you build in a chip plant? He said, smiling briefly. I see. He pursed his lips and nodded, staring at the table where the bill had just appeared. I'll get this, I said, picking up the check. He reached out too late. No, please, this is mine. That's okay, I got it. I reached down for my handbag. He snatched the bill out of my fingers. Male prerogative, he said, grinning. I hid behind my best chilly smile and thought, suddenly you're far too full of beans, my lad. He fished his company card out of his wallet. So, who do you think was cheating on us? Who was behind it? The management at the plant? Lyjance Corp? They're our partners there, right? That's right. Obviously, the upper management must have known. You couldn't do it without them. But I think it was somebody in the business. He looked alarmed. Really? Oh, dear. That's bad. Any ideas? What level? Your level, Adrian. He paused, blinking again, his card poised halfway to the plate the check had arrived on. My level? Level 2, I said reasonably, spreading my hands. Oh, yes. The plate was taken away again. So, did you find out anything? Does Mr. Hazelton have any ideas? He made a clicking noise with his mouth. We have our suspicions, but it would be wrong to say anything at this point in time, Catherine. I waited until he was signing the card slip before I said, Of course, it could be a level 1 conspiracy. Somebody at Mr. Hazelton's level. His Mont Blanc hesitated over the tip line. He added a round number that was a little on the mean side and signed. Mr. Hazelton has considered that possibility, he said smoothly. He nodded at the maitre d' and stood. Shall we? Grips like nothing else. Just listen to that engine. Isn't that wonderful? I think you hear it better in a cabriolet, even with the top up. I said. I'd been reading the handbook. I put it back in the glove box with a spare set of keys and the purchase paperwork. Podenhout was a poor driver, even allowing for the fact that he was trying to be kind to the engine. He changed up too early and still didn't seem entirely to have the hang of the car's open gate. His cornering was awful too, and the fact the car was right-hand drive was no excuse either. He seemed to think hitting the apex meant driving into the depths of the bend, then jerking the wheel round in roughly the correct direction, seeing where he was heading now, then making any necessary corrections, repeat as required until the road straightens. We zoomed and dived along some wonderfully winding, empty mountain roads in one of the best sports cars in the world. But I was getting heartily sick of the experience. He couldn't even put the top down because clouds had moved in from the west and there'd been a few flakes of snow. "I'd love a shot," I said between corners. "Would you let me drive, just for a bit?" "Well, I don't know. There's the insurance." It was the most worried he'd sounded so far. "I'd love to let you, Catherine, but I'm insured." "But, Catherine, this is a Ferrari." "I've driven Ferraris. Uncle Freddie used to lend me the Daytona when I was staying at Bliss Craig sometimes." "Oh? Well, yes, but that's front-engined, you see. Quite different handling characteristics. The 355 is mid-engined, much trickier on the limit." "He let me loose in the F40, too. And, of course, I wouldn't be going anywhere near the limit." He glanced at me. "He let you drive the F40? "A couple of times." "I never drove the F40. He sounded like a disappointed schoolboy. "What's it like?" "Brutal." "Brutal?" "Brutal." We stopped at a semicircular gravel terrace on a wide corner near the summit of a pass, just above the tree line. He pulled the car up and tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, then turned to me with a grin and let his gaze fall to my knees. I was wearing a skirt and jacket, silk blouse, just businesslike, nothing provocative. "If I let you have a shot of the car, what do I get in return?" He reached out and put his hand on my knee. It was warm and slightly damp. I think I made my mind up then. I lifted his hand off and put it back on his own thigh, smiled and said, "We'll see." He smiled. "She's all yours." He got out. He held the driver's door open for me. I slipped in. The engine was still running, idling quietly. The door closed with a thunk. I felt in my bag, pulled out my phone, and checked the display. We had signal. I clicked the central locking while Podenhout was moving round the front of the car. He hesitated when he heard the locks click, then tried the passenger's door. He bent down, knocking at the window glass with one crooked finger. "Hello, may I come in?" He was still smiling. I fastened my seatbelt. "I think you've been lying to me, Adrian," I told him. I tested the accelerator, blipping the engine up towards the 4,000 revs mark and letting it fall back again. "Catherine?" he said, as though he hadn't heard me properly. "I said I think you've been lying to me, Adrian. I'm not convinced you don't know more about the Silex thing than you're letting on." "What the hell are you talking about?" "I think you know exactly what I'm talking about, Adrian, and I'd like to ask you a few more questions about what was really in there." I reached into my bag and waved a piece of plastic and metal at him. "I needed lots of heavy-duty phone connectors like this." He stared through the glass with a look of utter fury, then stood up, glanced around, and ran behind the car. I watched in the rearview mirror while he found a couple of large rocks from the side of the road. He ran back quickly and wedged them on either side of the car's offside rear wheel, stamping them into place. I reached over and tested the glove box. Still open. I pulled the keys out, letting the engine die, locked the glove box on the key, then restarted the engine. Podenhout clapped his hands free of dust as he came back to the window. "You were a bit slow there, Catherine," he said, bending to look in at me. He sat on the car's wing, looking out at the road. I could still hear his voice quite clearly through the hood's layers of fabric.
I suppose what we have here is a Mexican standoff. Isn't that what they call it? He swiveled at the hips and looked round at me through the windscreen. Come on, Catherine. If you're upset, I put my hand on your knee. If that's what this is all about, we'll forget it ever happened. I don't know what you're talking about with this Silex thing and phone lines and so on, but let's at least discuss it like adults. You're just being childish. Come on, let me back into the car.
What was really going on, Adrian? Was it a dealing room? Is that what you had in there? Was that what the hidden room was all about?
Catherine, if you don't stop this nonsense, I'm just going to have to...
He patted his breast pocket, but his phone was in the car, connected to a hands-free kit. He smiled and spread his hands.
Well, I suppose I'll just have to flag down the next car. The Swiss police won't be very happy about this, Catherine, if they have to get involved.
Were you in on what happened to Mike Daniels, Adrian? Or was that just Colin Walker on his own? Well, alone apart from the bimbo and the dentist. He stared at me, his mouth open. He closed it. And the wheeze of sending a number to Mr. Shinizagi like that. What was it? A bank sort code? Account number? That must have been Mr. Hazelton's idea, right? He's into numbers and puzzles and shit, isn't he? You can count to over 1,000 using your fingers. He ever mention that to you? And of course, if you use somebody's teeth as binary code, you can count to over 2 billion, or transmit up to a 10-figure number. He came rushing around the car and started pulling at the passenger door's handle. You just let me in now, you fucking bitch! You fucking smart-ass bitch, let me in now! Let me in, or I'll tear this hood off with my own hands! Your Swiss Army knife's in the glove box with the spare keys, Aid. Oh, what were you keeping the revs down to, Aid? 5,000, wasn't it? I blipped the accelerator for longer this time. The rev counter needle swung sharply up to 6, then 7,000. The rev counter was red-lined at 8,500, though it went up from there to 10,000. The engine screamed, making a wonderful metallic, spine-tingling yowl, a noise that must have echoed off nearby mountains and very possibly exceeded the drive-by noise regulations of several Swiss cantons. "What are you doing?" Podenhout shouted. "Stop that!" I stepped on the gas again. The engine responded instantly, producing another fabulous pulse of sound. "Ooh, we were up to 8,000 that time, Adrian," I told him. "Nearly into the red." He'd given up pulling at the door handle, possibly afraid that he'd break it. He was standing a couple of meters away, looking utterly distraught and trembling, whether with fear or rage it was hard to tell. I stamped on the accelerator, pushing it briefly to the floor this time. The noise was crushing, vast, furious, like a whole pride of lions screaming in your ear at once. The needle on the rev counter flicked briefly into the red area on the dial, then fell away and clunked back towards the idling zone. "We hit the red zone there, Adrian. Can't be doing the car any good." "Fuck off! Just fuck off! Fuck you, you cunt! It's just fucking metal! Fuck you!" He looked like he was crying. He turned on his heel and stomped off towards the road, shoulders hunched. I let him get to the metalled surface, then floored the gas pedal, and held it there for a few seconds. The car quaked, the engine screamed, wailing like something in the utmost extremity of agony. It would have been a hard thing to do for anybody with the slightest amount of mechanical sympathy, and I wasn't enjoying it. But then it was a means to an end, and in the end our Adrian was right. It was just metal. No matter what it sounded like, the only real suffering was being done by him. Podenhout shook as he heard this noise. Then he spun round and came charging back. He beat on the hood with his fists. "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! My car! Stop it!" "Can you smell that, Adrian? Smells like burning oil or something, don't you think? Oh, look! There's a red light on in here. Can't imagine that bodes too well." I blipped the throttle again. The engine caterwauled, metallic and harsh. "That sound different to you? I thought it sounded different that time. More of a metallic edge seemed to me. What do you think? Here, have another listen.
Stop it! Stop it!
You'd better answer my questions, Adrian, or soon I'm going to get bored. And then I'll just keep my foot planted, pedal to the metal until the fucker seizes.
You fucking bitch!
Here we go, Adrian.
All right! What?
Sorry? I said. I pressed a finger to the window lift, depressing it slightly so that the window cracked open by about a centimetre. He forced his fingers through the gap and tried to shove the window down further. I hit the button again and the window started to lift, trapping his fingers between the top edge of the glass and the fabric-covered metal frame of the hood. He screamed. "Shit!" I said. "I didn't think you could do that with a modern car. I thought they were all supposed to have a sensor or something that stopped that happening." Podenholt tried to pull his fingers free, but couldn't.
You fucking bitch! My fingers!
What do you reckon, Adrian? Are Ferrari above fitting that sort of namby-pamby safety device? Or do you think it's just not working? I don't know. I'm still not convinced that Fiats have all the reliability concerns licked. Never mind. Going into the red again here, Aid. Another swinging, rasping, screaming bellow of noise.
All right!
What? I lifted my phone and studied the display.
All right! Fucking let me go!
Pardon, Adrian? What was that? I punched some numbers, listened, then hit some more.
I said all right! Can't you fucking hear me? All right!
What? I was still fiddling with the phone, jabbing numbers. I held it up to the window. You'll have to repeat that, Adrian.
It was a dealing room!
In Silex?
Yes! So fucking what? We could have fucking lost money too, you know.
The value of your investments can go down as well as up, I agreed.
It doesn't matter. It's all over. We sent the money to Shinizagi. That's what he wanted. Daniels raped his daughter. The fucker deserved worse. Who fucking cares anyway? Let me go! My fucking fingers!
What's it all for, Adrian? I asked, still holding the phone up to the window. What was the money for? What is Shinizagi supposed to do with it?
I don't know.
Oh, bad answer, Adrian. Could cost you a brand new engine. I hit the throttle. The engine zinged monstrously. It really didn't sound right now. I thought I caught a puff of ominously grey-blue smoke in the rear-view mirror.
I don't fucking know! Something to do with Fanua, maybe, but he wouldn't tell me. You fucking bitch, my fingers are breaking!
Hazelton wouldn't tell you?
No! I didn't need to know. It's just a guess. I'm just guessing.
I said. I let the window down a fraction.
You cunt!
He hissed, and tried to shove his hands in towards my throat. I leant back and pressed the window up again, trapping him by the wrists. He gurgled, his fingers waving near my face like pink anemones. I felt in my bag and brought out an aerosol can. Not wise, Adrian. This is mace. Very bad for your eyes and mucous membranes. Could ruin your whole day. I think you ought to back off. I've already called the police. If you behave yourself, they may accept it was all a terrible mistake. Otherwise, I'm going to get very tearful and upset and claim you've been trying to assault me. Put yourself in their place. Who would you believe?
You fucking bitch,
he sobbed.
I'll fucking get you for this.
No, Adrian, you won't. Because if you try to, I'll do much worse things to you than this. Now, lean back. Lean back on your heels. Let your arms take your weight. That's it. I pressed the window lift button again. Down, then up. His hands pulled free as he staggered back. He stood on the gravel, rubbing his wrists and tenderly massaging his fingers, his face streaked with tears. I held the phone up so he could see it and hit the off button, then dialed Happy Hans and told him where we were.
What about the police?
Podenholt asked, glancing warily up the switchback road. Don't worry, I said. I hadn't called the police. Just somebody's answer phone. The mace wasn't mace either. It was a can of Armani. I nodded at the low wall at the edge of the gravel semicircle. "Why don't you go and sit down, Adrian?" I turned the car's engine off. It sputtered down to silence, then started to tick and click behind me. Podenhout kneaded his fingers and looked at me with an expression full of rage and hate, but he went and sat down on the wall. Hans brought the 7 Series crunching onto the gravel about 10 minutes later. He parked opposite, between me and Podenhout, then got out and held the door open for me. I waved Adrian goodbye and got in. I looked back as we drove off. When we were about 100 meters up the road, while Podenhout was staring through the open door at the Ferrari steering column and turning to look towards us, I lowered my window and threw the 355's keys out. "Catherine, Mr. Hazelton, I've spoken with Adrian Podenhout. He's very upset." "Yes, I think I'd be upset in his situation too, Mr. Hazelton." "Apparently you made some rather wild allegations about me, which he might have seemed to confirm, though, of course, it was done under considerable duress. Not the sort of thing that would stand up in court. In fact, the sort of behavior that could very easily land you in court, Catherine. I'm not sure what you did to poor Adrian isn't against the Geneva Convention." "Where are you, Mr. Hazelton?" "Where am I, Catherine?" "Yes, Mr. Hazelton. We have these conversations on the phone, and you quite often know where I am, whether it's in the middle of the Himalayas or on an obsolete cruise liner, but you're always just this placeless, disembodied voice floating in from the airwaves for me. I keep wondering where you are. Boston? That's where you live in the States, isn't it? Or Egham on the Thames? That's your UK home, isn't it? Maybe you're here in Switzerland. I've no idea. I'd just like to know for once." "Well, Catherine, I'm on a fishing boat off the island of St. Kitts in the Caribbean." "Weather nice?" "A little hot. Whereabouts in Switzerland are you?" "I'm walking in the grounds of the chateau." I lied. I was nearby, but not in the compound itself. I was in a neat but damp little park in the town of Châteaudet. I could see the chateau through the trees on the other side of the valley. If things were going according to plan, Hans the chauffeur would be there now, picking up my things from the rather swish two-balcony room. I walked across springy black rubber tiles and sat on a child's swing. I looked warily around, not so much for Hazelton-controlled business heavies like Colin Walker as for ordinary Swiss citizens, who'd probably shout at me for sitting on a swing meant for persons of less than a certain height and or age. Nobody about. I was probably safe. I lifted my feet up and swung gently back and forth. "There," Hazelton said. "Now we each know where the other is, perhaps we can discuss more serious matters." "Ah, yes, like your coufabbling antics." "Catherine, you are probably already in deep trouble. I wouldn't make it any worse for yourself." "No, Mr. Hazelton. I think you're the one in trouble. You're way up Ordure Inlet with no means of non-manual hydrokinetic propulsion. And the sooner you drop this patronizing, now look here, young lady bullshit, the better." "What a colourful turn of phrase you employ, Catherine." "Thank you. Yes, I'm firing on all cylinders, Mr. H., which is probably more than can be said for Adrian's Ferrari." "Indeed. As I said, he is very upset." "Tough. So, let me run this past you, Mr. H. A senior executive in a venerable but still vital business organization specializing in long-term investment sets up an unofficial and cleverly cited dealing room in a factory which the very people he's cheating on are keeping secure. He makes, I don't know how much money, stashes it in several accounts, probably here in the land of the oversized Toblerone bar, and then sends one of the account numbers to the chief executive officer of a Japanese corporation via an unorthodox route involving somebody's mouth.
Oh, and this CEO,
according to my latest research, has just resigned and bought himself his own golf course outside Kyoto. Now that must have cost a pretty penny, don't you think? However, most of the money will be used to buy a small and very low-lying piece of oceanic land. A personal pocket state for our enterprising exec. It's all a double bluff, maybe even three-cup trick. The business is fooled once by its own decoy in the Pacific, while the seats are fooled twice. Once in the... Catherine, if I can just stop you there.
Yes, Mr. Hazelton?
I'd just like to point out that the CIA and other U.S. agencies regularly monitor cell phone transmissions in the Caribbean area. They're usually looking for drug dealers, but I'm sure anything else of interest they happen to hear would be passed on to the relevant governmental department.
Such as the State Department?
Exactly. Let's just say I understand what you're getting at without you having to go into any more detail. It's all very interesting indeed, in a hypothetical sort of way. But where exactly does this leave us?
It leaves you with a choice, Mr. Hazelton.
And what would you suggest that is? I suspect you're dying to tell me.
Beyond a confession extracted, and recorded, I might add, under some duress, a few specialized landline connectors and some circumstantial stuff, I don't really have that much evidence.
Yes, and?
But the evidence must be there. I'm sure the Essex kids could be traced easily enough, for example, with the right resources.
The Essex kids?
That's what the regular people at Silex called the eager beavers wheeling and dealing for you in the secret room.
Uh-huh.
It wouldn't take much to get a serious investigation going, Mr. Hazelton. Frankly, I'm not entirely sure if there were other level ones involved, but I guess just telling all of them would get things moving.
That's the sort of thing that might split the business, Catherine, if there were other board members involved.
That's a risk one might just have to take. Anyway, I suspect our fellow was acting alone. The point is that even if one or two others are implicated, the entire board can't be involved, or there would be no need to hide everything like this in the first place. No matter how you cut it, the person behind this scam would be in very serious trouble indeed.
Of course, they might be rich enough not to care.
They were rich enough not to have to undertake all this in the first place. The sort of person who'd organize this sort of wheeze does it because they love the organizing, the gamesmanship of it all, the buzz of getting away with adding a zero to their personal worth just for the sheer hell of it, not because they actually need the money to spend on anything.
You shouldn't underestimate the developing ambitions of rich people, Catherine. One might decide it would be interesting to take on Rupert Murdoch in the international media business, for example. That would take a lot of cash.
So would buying up a plot as expensive as the low-lying property we're talking about. And then what? Selling it on to somebody else who might want their own state? Keeping it banked? Whatever. The person behind all this isn't going to be able to do any of that anymore. They've been found out. The game is up, and the ball is most comprehensively on the slates.
It is?
Scottish saying. Are you still with me, Mr. H?
I think so. So let's proceed on the basis of this hypothesis, then. For amusement value only, of course.
Of course. Thing is, there might be a way out of a total loss situation for our hypothetical miscreant.
Might there?
If the person involved were to present the deal he had struck selfishly for himself to the organization he is part of, if he were simply to give what he had worked for to his peers, asking for nothing from them except perhaps their thanks, then I think they might be surprised, even shocked, and suspicious
But they would be grateful, too. It would be nod and a wink stuff, but they might decide not to investigate exactly how this coup was arrived at. They might simply accept the gift in the spirit in which it was apparently offered. Of course, the person doing the presenting might be watched rather carefully in future by the others, in case he got up to any more mischievous schemes. A small price to pay for basically getting away with the crime, even if not actually benefiting from it. The alternative is much worse. Frankly, if I were a fellow board member, I might think about making a very terminal example of somebody who had betrayed my trust so comprehensively. My, you are unforgiving, Catherine. Perhaps we had better all hope you never make it to the very top.
Oh, I'm not totally ruthless, Mr. Hazelton. I told Stephen Brzezinski his wife was cheating on him without expecting anything else in return.
More wasted effort, Catherine. You could have used that information so much more constructively.
Call me a sentimentalist.
How did he take it?
He sounded as if he was in shock.
You realize he will probably hate you forever for telling him.
Yes. But at least I feel better about myself than if I'd got him told on the quiet by your people.
So you are quite selfish in the end, aren't you, Catherine? Just like me.
That's right. It just takes a different form.
Indeed. Well, there we are. I imagine if I was in the situation you describe, I would start taking steps to do something very like what you've suggested as soon as possible. Deliver that present well before Christmas.
That would seem appropriate.
Of course, there is a link in all this to that other, diametrically not low-lying location.
I was coming to that. I had never felt so frightened. I thought I knew the way we worked. I thought I had an idea what we would stop at, or at least what we would stop at in what circumstances, but I wasn't sure. I felt vulnerable, sitting there in the park, waiting for Hans to return with my bags. What if the conspiracy went beyond Hazelton? What if in some bizarre way they were all behind it? Or just Madame Chasso, and maybe Dessous, and Cholongai? That only left a dozen other board members, some of them very inactive. What if I was up against too many of them? What if this was their power base, their stronghold? What if I'd somehow missed some crucial undercurrent of meaning and threat the previous evening? What if I'd totally misconstrued everything? I swung back and forth, looking through the bare branches of the distant chateau. Maybe there was a sniper lining me up in his sights right now. Would I get a glimpse of a laser flickering redly around the twigs of the trees between me and the chateau? Maybe a snatch squad was already on its way from the compound. Maybe I'd disappear into the vaults and catacombs that riddled the mountain behind the chateau. Maybe I'd end up old and out of mind in the Antarctic base in Kronprinsessa Euphemia land. Maybe Hans had instructions only to drive me towards the airport, and then stop suddenly at a lonely prearranged rendezvous where Colin Walker would suddenly appear, looking regretful and carrying a silenced automatic. Was I paranoid? Or just being sensible? I got a prickly feeling on my forehead and jumped off the swing, walking towards the trees that would hide me from the chateau on the far slope. I rang Hans on the car phone.
Yes, Miss Tellman.
How are things going, Hans?
I have your luggage, Miss Tellman. Where should I meet you?
At the Avis office in town, in 20 minutes.
Very well, I shall be there. I walked to the Hertz office, hired an Audi A3 and drove it round to a corner opposite the Avis lot, then crouched down and phoned Dessous. Not available. Madame Chasso, then. Put my side of the story, assuming Podenhout had gone straight to her. Answer machine. Tommy Cholongai, in a meeting. I looked up the number for ex-Parfit Solomonides, the guy who'd also signed the Pajantan Island deal, but whom I suspected wasn't involved in Hazelton's scam. Not taking calls. I was starting to get really worried now. I actually started to call Uncle Freddy. Thulan, the prince. All landlines out. Luce, then. Luce, please be there.
Yep.
Thank fuck.
What?
You're there.
Why? What is it, hon?
Oh, just getting paranoid. I think I've just committed commercial suicide.
What the hell are you talking about?
I told her as much as I could. This probably only made the whole story even more complicated than it was anyway. And it was pretty complicated in the first place, but she seemed to get the gist. Maybe too quickly, part of me thought. Maybe she's in on it somehow. Maybe she's like some sort of deep-entry spy put there by... But that was just too mad, wasn't it?
Where are you now?
Luce, you don't need to know that.
But are you still in Switzerland? Or was this auto da fe shit with the Ferrari conducted in Italy, where it is probably a capital offense?
Hold on. My luggage has just arrived. I watched Hans pull up to the curb across the street in the Silver 7 Series. No other cars seemed to be following him, or drew up nearby at the same time. Nobody else in the BMW either. Hans got out and peered through the window of the Avis office as he put on his cap. I got out of the A3. Keep talking to me, Luce. If I get cut off suddenly, call the police.
What, the Swiss police?
Yeah, or Interpol, or somebody. I don't know.
Okay, but now I need to know where the hell you are.
Yes, you do, don't you? I said, as I crossed the street, dodging honking traffic and gesticulating drivers.
Ah, fuck you too, asshole. I beg your pardon?
Not you, Luce.
Hans! Hans! You all right?
Shouting at the chauffeur. I'm in a town called Chateau d'Ay in the Vaud canton, Switzerland.
Right. This isn't that chauffeur, is it?
No.
Hans, danke, 9, mein Auto ist hier.
Miss Tellman, you are crossing the road in the wrong place.
Yes, sorry. Could I just take my luggage?
It is in the trunk.
Fine. Could you just open it? I'll take it.
Where is your car? I will drive to it.
That's okay.
No, please.
Right, okay. It's over there.
Please, get in.
It's just across the road, Hans. I'll jaywalk again.
But this is not a place for crossing. See, please, you will get in.
Hans, there's no need. I'll walk, okay?
But here it is forbidden.
You okay, Kate?
Fine. Fine so far.
Hans, please either open the trunk or get in the car and chuck a Yui. Yeah, do as she says, Hans.
I don't think he can hear you, Luce. What is a Yui, please?
U-turn. It's a U-turn, Hans. Perform a U-turn.
That is forbidden here, too, see?
Jeez, anal or what? That guy needs therapy. Let me talk to him, Kate. Quiet, Luce, please. Hans, look. Oh, you want me to stay on the line, but you want me to shut up, right?
Right.
Hans, could I have my luggage?
Please, you will get in. I will to the other side of the street drive, and all is good.
Did I hear that right? Did he really, the verb at the end of the sentence? Put? Well, haw, haw, haw.
Luce, please.
No, Hans.
But why not, Miss Tellman?
I don't want to get into the car.
You don't want to get into the car?
That's right. You tell him, kid.
Why do you not want to get into the car?
Yeah, come to think of it, why don't you want to get into the car?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Torture and death can't be any worse than this. Okay, Hans, you win. I'll get in. We're going over there, the green Audi hatchback, okay? Yes, I see. Thank you.
You got into the car?
I'm in the car.
What's happening now?
Hans is getting into the driver's seat. He's taking off his cap. He's putting it on the front passenger's seat. He's putting the car into drive. He's checking his mirrors. We're driving off. We're in the traffic now. We're heading down the street.
Cool. Any nice shops?
Will you shut up? We're going quite a long way down the street. We haven't done a U-turn yet. I'm starting to get worried. Hold on.
Hans,
Yes, Miss Tellman. Why haven't we turned round yet? The car's back there. It is forbidden. The signs, see. It is forbidden. Up here we may turn. I will turn there. Okay. Now what's happening? We're slowing down. We're turning up a side street. We're turning down another street. And another. And back onto the main street. Yeah, heading back towards the Audi. Looks cool. What fucking Audi? My hire car. Right. We're here. I'm getting out. Thank you. No, I can... Thank you. Vielen Dank. Miss Tellman. Thank you, Hans. Wiedersehen. Goodbye, Miss Tellman. Yes, thank you. Drive carefully. Bye. Luce? Yeah? Thanks. Call me really fucking paranoid, but I left the hire car at Montreux, took a taxi to Lausanne, and used cash to buy a ticket on a TEE to Milano via the Simplon Tunnel. Good dinner, pleasant talk to a terribly camp and charming textile designer and his gruffly butch partner. Relaxed. Cash again to buy a tourist ticket on a delayed Alitalia 747 to Delhi via Cairo. Upgraded once we were in the air using my non-company Amex. Stewardess is less glamorous and more efficient than last Alitalia flight a few years ago. Coffee smelled tempting, but avoided. First, so empty, I could have got up to any amount of shenanigans, if there'd been a willing partner. Slept, instead, very well indeed. In Delhi, going through the formalities, I tried calling Stephen. The phone just rang and rang, the way phones do when the person at the other end is there, hasn't got their answer machine or voicemail switched on, but can see your number and name on their phone's display and just doesn't want to talk to you. "Stephen, don't do this to me," I whispered. "Pick up the phone! Pick up the phone!" But he didn't. I tried elsewhere. "Mr. Dessous?"
Tellman, what the hell's going on?
You tell me, Jeb.
Was it that bastard Hazelton? Is he the coo-fobbling son of a bitch you were talking about?
I really couldn't say, Jeb.
He's called an EBM for Wednesday in Switzerland. Know anything about that?
Sorry, Jeb. What's an EBM?
Extraordinary board meeting. Shows how often we have 'em if somebody like you doesn't know what they are.
Good.
Good? What do you mean, good?
It's good you're having an EBM.
Why, damn it?
Mr. Hazelton may have a pleasant surprise for you all.
Oh? It isn't to get you kicked out, then? There's an ugly rumor you assaulted Adrian Puddinghead, or whatever the hell he's called.
Podenhot. Actually, it was more his car I assaulted.
What? What'd you do?
I used a search engine.
Tellman, will you just tell me what the hell's going on?
I'm taking up the post in Thulan.
Good.
Not necessarily.
What's that mean?
I think the plan we have for Thulan may be too radical, too destructive.
Oh, you do you? Well, I'm sure we'll thank you for sharing those thoughts with us, Tellman. But it isn't up to you what we do in Thulan. You'll be there in a purely advisory capacity, understand? You might get bumped up to L2, but that still doesn't mean you're on the board. Am I making myself clear?
Abundantly, Mr. Dessous.
Right. So we'll see you at Chateau Day on Wednesday?
Probably not.
What do you mean, probably not? I'm telling you to be there.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dessous. I can't. I'll be in Thulan.
Cancel it.
I can't, sir. I've already assured the prince I'll be there. I lied. He's expecting me. Could you possibly, unorder me to be in Switzerland? That way I won't be disobeying a direct command. There's some delicate negotiating to be done in Thulan.
Jesus. Okay, get your ass to Thulan, Tellman.
Thank you, Jeb.
Right, I gotta go. See how that idiot nephew of mine's doing.
Why? Is there something wrong?
You haven't heard? He got shot.
What? Oh, my God. When? Where?
Yesterday, New York City. In the chest.
Is he all right?
No, he isn't all right. But at least he's not dead. Probably isn't gonna die either. Just cost me a fortune in hospital bills.
What happened?
The posters.
The posters?
Yeah, I saw one. Can't believe I didn't spot it myself.
What? I don't understand.
You know that dumbass always wanted his name above the title?
Yes.
So the posters for his play say, Dwight Litton's best shot.
Oh, good grief, I said.
Yeah, some crazy asshole took it literally.
Epilogue. I don't know. What is it that really matters to all of us? We're all the same species, the same assemblage of cells, with the same unarguable needs for food, water, and shelter. The trouble is that after that it gets more complicated. Sex is the other big drive, of course, the one after the absolute necessities. You'd think we all need love in some form, too, but maybe some people can get along without it. We are individuals, but we need to cooperate. We have family and friends, allies, or at least accomplices. We always think we are right, and search as I have, there is no evil under the sun that somebody somewhere won't argue is actually a good. No idiocy that hasn't got its perfectly serious defenders, and no tyrant, past or present, no matter how bloody, without some bunch of zealot schmucks to defend him or his reputation till the last breath in their bodies, or preferably somebody else's. So, why am I doing this? Because it seems like the right thing to do. How do I know it is? I don't. But at least I don't have to tell lies to myself to justify what it is I'm doing. I don't have to think, well, they're not really humans, or they'll thank me later, or it's us or them, or my country right or wrong, or history will vindicate me. None of that sanctimonious bullshit. I'm doing what I'm doing because I think good will come of it in the long run. And that almost nothing bad will come of it in the short run anyway. So even if I'm wrong, maybe I can change my mind. Though I doubt I will. Either way, nobody's going to die. Nobody's going to suffer. Maybe I'll live to regret it, and it's possible some others will too. But even then, I'll try to take as much of the hardship on myself. What little of it I hope there may be. This makes it all sound far too selfless. Actually, there's a lot of self in this. All the same, part of me is recoiling in horror at all this. Part of me is thinking, you're going to do what? What is this shit? Because in one way of looking at it, this is just another example of the same old, sad, self-sacrificial martyrdom crap I've lamented in my gender throughout my life. We have spent so many generations thinking of others, thinking of our families and thinking of our men, when all they do in return is think of themselves. Just in the last few generations, finally able to control our own fertility, have we been able to act more like men and contribute more with our brains than our bodies. I loved being part of that. I loved feeling that I was helping to make a case for my half of the species being worth more recognition than that due to a womb alone. And yet here I am going back on all that. Or seeming to. But what do we really want? Freedom, I guess. And I demand the freedom to do what seems right to me from first principles, and not the freedom always to behave selfishly, or always to do what a man would do in the circumstances, or always to do the opposite. Savinder? Catherine, where are you? I'm in Delhi airport. Delhi? Did you say Delhi? In India? Yes. I'm trying to get a flight to... Well, what would you suggest? To connect with Air Thulan. You are returning so soon? I am amazed. My God, this is wonderful. You're really coming back? Yes. About that flight? Oh, yes. Fly to either Patna or Kathmandu. Let me know which flight you can get. I'll send the plane.
Oh, Catherine, this is wonderful news. How long will you be staying?
I don't know yet. That depends.
Will you be staying here, in Thun? You would be very welcome to stay here in the palace.
That's very kind. I'd love to. I'll have my old room if it's still free. See you later.
How wonderful. Yes.
You're kidding me.
No. You're gonna say yes?
That's the idea, Luce.
Fucking yeah! You're gonna be a fucking queen!
I suppose I'll have to be, if I'm to take your advice about consummating the relationship.
What a total fucking 24-karat weapon grade hoot!
Can I be a bridesmaid? Look, it still might not happen. He might have already changed his mind. Or he might change it when he realizes it could all really happen. Some guys are like that. It's the anticipation, not the realization.
What the hell are you talking about?
You're right. I'm talking nonsense. I guess I just don't want to take anything for granted. I'm nervous.
You sure about this now?
You aren't verbalizing the chance of it not happening because deep down you really don't want it to happen, are you?
I'm sure. I've decided.
But you still don't want to fuck the guy?
Not particularly. But that isn't everything.
Maybe not, but you don't even love him.
That's not everything either.
It's a hell of a lot.
I know. I might be doing exactly the wrong thing, but I'm going to do it anyway.
So why are you doing it?
Because he's a nice guy. Because he's a good man. And he needs somebody like me on his side.
You've met hundreds of guys like that. You never married them.
They weren't in the position he's in.
Hold on. So, ultimately, you're only marrying him because he's a prince and he's going to be the king?
Yes.
Jesus H. Christ! That's not only, like, not romantic, that's just, like, breathtakingly businesslike and self-centered. Fucking hell, I'd be having severe qualms about doing something like this, and I'm a self-centered, monomaniacal bitch.
No, that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it because he's in a position of real power, in a place I hardly know, but I'm already half in love with. And he's a good man. But there's going to be so much change there. Not as much as some people were expecting, but a hell of a lot. And I don't know that Suvinder can handle it all by himself. I don't think he thinks he can either. And I'd worry about who'd be advising him. Don't you see, Luce? For the first time in my life, I can really do some good. Or fail in the attempt.
What you're saying is their country needs you.
I suppose I am. Sounds a bit presumptuous, put like that. But yes.
You're the fucking Peace Corps.
I'm the fucking Marines, Luce.
Yeah, but seriously,
can I be a bridesmaid?
Pip and James, I'd learned the flight crew's names this time, whisked me over the hills and far away from Kathmandu to Thulan. Bumpy but clear, shared the plane with some monks and a lot of freight. Monks were very friendly, learned a lot more Thulanese words. They giggled and looked away when I changed into my Thulanese clothes. I made sure my little artificial flower was secure and looking spruce. Thun was sparkling under a fresh coat of snow. Langton Hemblew met me at the airfield with the ancient roller after the usual dive bomber landing. There were a few very tiny, pointy-hatted children with parents there, but the rest were at school. No Suvinder. He had to be at some important dedication ceremony down valley.
"I take you there?" Langton asked,
smiling. "Why not?" We set off down the valley in the crystalline depths of a perfectly clear, blue day suspended beneath the sky-high peaks. Langton and I had to walk the last bit up to the colourful crowd gathered round a giant, newly refurbished prayer windmill the size of a house. There were lots of flags, lots of people, lots of banners and bunting and braziers and fuming censers, all fluttering or guttering in the cool, thin breeze. The crowd of smiling, quilted people parted for Langton and me
as we made our way up to the ceremonial platform, where 3 walls of saffron-robed monks looked on, and Suvinder, dressed in his own flower-garlanded robes, stepped down from a throne on a dais and held out his hands.
Catherine, welcome back.
Thank you, I said, bowing. I went up to him, took his offered hands, and kissed him on both cheeks. His hands were dry and warm. He smelled of incense. I whispered, "If the offer still stands, Suvinder, I accept. The answer is yes." I pulled away. He looked confused for a moment. Then his mouth felt slightly open, before forming itself into a huge smile. His eyes glistened. Flags and banners snapped around us. 100 faces looked on. Beyond, the prayer windmill, still bound by ropes and cables, creaked and strained in the wind, waiting to be free. Suvinder nodded, seemingly unable to speak, and with my hand in his, led me to the dais at the rear of the platform. They found another chair for me, so that I could sit at the prince's side for the rest of the ceremony. It was traditional for each guest to offer something to the fire in one of the braziers. When my turn came, I pulled a couple of shiny discs from my pocket and threw both of them into the flames.
The end. You've been listening to The Business by Ian Banks, narrated by Barbara Rosenblatt.